TTC Board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and I will begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Commissioners, do any of you wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? No? Seeing none, we will move on. Before we move into the agenda items today before us, I would like to take a moment to welcome our newest board member, Commissioner Leanne Kim. Commissioner Kim was appointed to the TTC Board by City Council last month, replacing former member Ron Lalonde. She is an internal audit and enterprise risk management executive. She currently holds the internal audit function at Home Trust, a federally regulated financial institution. Previously, she was chief risk and audit executive at Ontario Power Generation, vice president enterprise risk management at D+H, now Finistra, and senior consultant at various global consultancies. Commissioner Kim holds a CFA designation and is a graduate from the University of Alberta, holding a Master's of Business Administration and a Master's of Science degrees. We had an opportunity to introduce ourselves to Commissioner Kim earlier today, but on behalf of the board, I would like to formally welcome you. Would you like to say anything?
It's an honor to be here, and it's a privilege, and I hope I may serve this great organization.
Great, thank you. So the next item is the approval of the meeting minutes of the regular meeting on April 11th, the emergency meeting on April 18th, and the special meeting on April 30th. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes? I'll make it. So moved. All those in favor by a show of hands? Opposed? Motion approved. Minutes approved. I would like to remind you that this is an open meeting. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the clerk. Commissioners, we will now do a review of the order paper. Item 1, Chief Executive Officer's Report, May 2024. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from TTC CEO Rick Leary. Item 2, Approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit General Monthly Meeting for January 26, February 29th, and March 28, 2024. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from ACAT Chair Anita Dressler. Item 3, TTC Corporate Plan 2024 to 2028 and beyond, Moving Toronto, Connecting Communities. We have a speaker on this item and a staff presentation, so I will hold this in my name. Item 4, 5-year Service and Customer Experience Action Plan. We have speakers on this item and a staff presentation, so I will hold it in my name. Item 5, Pilot, Free Transit for Grade 7 to 12 Student Field Trips. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 6, Design Services for Hillcrest Streetcar Maintenance and Storage Facility Procurement Amendment Authorization. Would anyone like to move this item? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Opposed? Item carries. Item 7, Procurement Authorization Supply of March Networks Camera Parts. Would anyone like to move this item? Thank you, Commissioner Holiday. All those in favor? Opposed? Item carries. Item 8, TTC and CUPE Local 2 Collective Agreement Ratification. I will hold this item in my name for questions in confidential session. Item 9, Notice of Motion, Appointment to the Audit and Risk Management Committee. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, I will move this item in my name. All those in favor? Opposed? Item carries. Item 10, Notice of motion, keeping the 505 Dundas moving through Chinatown, support for temporary adjustments to parking regulations on Dundas Street West. Would anyone like to move this item? Commissioner Sachs. All those in favor? Opposed? Item carries. Item 11, notice of motion, request that the City of Toronto Integrity Commissioner commence an investigation. I have amendments to this item, so I will hold this item. Item 12, receipt of advice from external counsel. I will hold this item in my name for questions in confidential session. That concludes the review of the order paper. I'd like to propose that we amend the order paper to consider item 8, TTC and QP Local 2 collective agreement ratification before item 12, receipt of advice from external counsel, so that both confidential items are considered at the end of the meeting. All those in favor of amending the order paper? Opposed? Carries. Thank you. So the first item of business is the CEO's report. Before Rick addresses the board with his remarks, today is a special day for our CEO as he marks 10 years at the TTC. We all know Rick as CEO, but his career with the TTC began in 2014 when he was hired away from York Region by then CEO Andy Byford to serve as the Chief Service Officer. In that role, Rick was responsible primarily for surface operations, bus and streetcar services. He was also named Deputy CEO. In his first 4 years at the TTC, Rick was tasked with addressing things like on-time performance and streetcar short turns. He did this by establishing performance standards for service quality, vehicle reliability, cost control, and personnel. He also led the Capital State of Good Repair program to address replacement and upgrades of track, power, facilities, and vehicles, and led modernization of material procurement and project management frameworks. These initiatives helped the TTC win the 2017 APTA Transit System of the Year. On Byford's departure at the end of 2017, the TTC Board appointed Rick interim CEO and made permanent CEO in July 2018. As CEO, Rick's modernization work continued. He created the first data and analytics group and replaced aging units on vehicles to ensure modern technology was being used to improve service performance through real-time data collection. Rick has undertaken major cultural change programs and implemented a number of firsts for the TTC. Under his leadership, the TTC hired its first ever Chief of Diversity and Culture and created the first ever action plan on diversity and inclusion, a groundbreaking plan that has won 2 awards. This plan ensures everyone who rides and works at the TTC feels welcome and safe. Rick also oversaw a change in recruitment to ensure that the workforce reflects the city we serve. Today, the TTC is regularly exceeding its target of hiring 40% women operators. He was also responsible for the creation of the first international chapter of the Conference of Minority Transit Officials, COMTO. On the infrastructure and operations side, Rick guided this board in its decision-making by creating the first capital investment plan that outlines where investment is needed to ensure the long-term health of our infrastructure. He also prioritized the greening of the TTC fleet with the purchase of the first battery electric buses with complete conversion to zero emissions by 2040. Rick is the epitome of a true transit professional. His lifelong commitment to the industry is proof of that. So Rick, in honor of your 10 years at the TTC, I'd like you to present to you with this pin on behalf of the board and the City of Toronto. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Congratulations.
Again, that's embarrassing.
So now I will invite Rick to address the board with his remarks.
Thank you, Chair. That, I'm a little embarrassed, I something. I just want to say welcome to the Chair, the Vice Chair, and the Commissioners, as well as our YouTube viewers, as I would typically do, and other participants to today's meeting. I'd also like to welcome to the board the newest member as well, Ann Kim. Thank you for joining us. It was nice to hear you and nice to have an opportunity to speak with you last week. Look forward to working with you. Now, Commissioners, before I begin today, I'd like to begin by addressing some service issues that we've had on line 2 over the past few weeks. As you know, our customers are well aware, on the afternoon of April 25th, we had a significant fire at Islington Station that impacted service in the West End for a few days. Then on the morning of May 8th, we had a fire at track level again at Yonge Station around 8 a.m. that caused an hour-long delay. This was followed the next morning at 7:30 a.m. by 2 incidents. One near our Greenwood Yard, where a disabled work car was blocking the tracks, and one at Victoria Park Station, where someone threw a bike at track level in the right-of-way. And then on Monday of this week, we had another issue involving a hydraulic oil leak that caused slippery track conditions and caused a delay for nearly 12 hours. This required us to use more than 100 buses shuttling between Broadview Station and St. George stations. I can let you know that this latest incident is still under investigation. But what we do know is about 200 liters of oil was discharged from one of our work cars as it was being returned to Greenwood Yard. This oil release was significant enough that it caused 3 trains to slip on the track area and overshoot their assigned stopping points at the station platforms. And this obviously is not a safe way to provide service. So TTC crews had to go to track level and wipe the tracks clean between Yonge and Broadview stations to remove the residue. This was an incredibly laborious and intensive process due to the size of the area impacted and the way the oil stubbornly stuck to the rail. The result was a delay that extended through both rush hours, causing major inconvenience to our customers. In trying to manage this disruption, I'll let you know what we did is the following. As I said, we brought in more than 100 bus shuttles, and unfortunately, we have to pull those from other routes. We don't have 100 buses sitting around, so we impacted other routes. We implemented the reverse GO protocol between Union and Danforth GO stations, allowing customers to ride for a TTC fare. We deployed dozens of extra staff to Broadview Station to assist the crowding and direct customers to take the 504 and 505 streetcars. And we made numerous regular announcements in stations at street level and on the website and other social media channels. But I can let you know that we did hear from our customers, and we have to review because we could have done more. I do want to assure this board and all TTC customers that we take all of these concerns that we've heard about this disruption very seriously. One of my core commitments as a CEO is to provide the very best customer experience possible. And on Monday, we fell short in that regard. And for that, I sincerely apologize. I also want to let everyone know that we've initiated a deep dive into this response to this incident, as well as investigating the root cause. Now, this deep dive will include how we will do better in the future, such as deploying our shuttles and our response times, looking at staffing at turnbacks, safety and crowding on platforms and station levels. Ultimately, our job is to make sure that we're doing the very best we can to respond to these delays as quickly as we can and to get people where they need to go. But we do know that there are no 2 delays are alike or are the same. They happen at different locations for different reasons and at different times. And all of that impacts the length of the disruption. The inconvenience to our customers will vary depending on when, where, and why this happened. When the delays happened at the busiest time of day, like the morning rush hour, it means a lot more people are inconvenienced. And all of that said, we see the frustration everyone feels. We can and we must do everything in our ability to mitigate and manage the inconvenience to our customers. And I'll let you know that the hardworking staff at the TTC, and I do take responsibility to do this and improve. The other thing I'm going to let you know is that this wasn't the first hydraulic leak that we've experienced on our work cars. Since January of this year, we've had 7 incidents involving hydraulic leaks. However, all of them are not the same, have not all of them have the same results of a service delay. Further, all of them happened at different locations and appear to have different underlying causes. And naturally, this is of great concern, and we need to better understand what's going on. So to that end, I'm going to let you know that I have called for a forensic expert to come in and help assist us when it comes to this root cause. And Ben Case has let me know that they'll be arriving tomorrow, as well as he's reaching out to the American Public Transit Association to bring peers in across North America to help do a review of what's happening. I'll tell you that what troubles me is the frequency of these leaks and how they occurred. For instance, how did a hose that's reinforced with steel braiding leak? I find it very puzzling. So with that, what I'd like to do, and we have some people up front, and, we have Rich Wong, the Chief Vehicles Officer, Fort Monaco, our Chief of Operations and Infrastructure. He's also joined by Andrew Dixon, the Head of Transit Control, and Natalie Poole-Moffett, Chief of Corporate Communications, to give an overview of what we know at this point and our plans to go forward. So I'll turn it over to you folks, and then we'll come back.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rich Wong. I'm the Chief Vehicle Officer. Through the chair, we're here to provide an overview of the recent challenges we've been having with respect to hydraulic spills and what actions we are taking to resolve them. To assist me with this presentation, I have Fort Monaco, Natalie Poole-Moffett, and Andrew Dixon with me. Before I begin, I'd just like to reiterate the apology that Rick expressed to the public and to the board. These recent challenges are out of the ordinary and very concerning. We're determined to find out and address the root causes as they come. So we have a presentation here today to give you a quick overview. The length of the presentation is about 20 slides. Several of the slides are pictures and diagrams, so we hope to run through this as efficiently as possible so that we can respond to any questions you may have after it. So in the presentation, we'll talk a little bit about the background with respect to infrastructure, state of good repair programs, a high-level overview of our work car fleet, and impacts of the hydraulic spills. We'll move to a summary of events. So I'll provide a summary of the 2024 spills. And then we'll pass it over to Fort Monaco, who will talk a little bit about the roles and responsibilities during a service disruption. And then we'll follow up with what we know now through the initial assessments, and then conclude with some corrective actions and next steps. Next slide, please. So as we know, an effective service requires a lot of state of good repair work on our infrastructure. We have over 300 kilometers of infrastructure, which includes tracks, signals, communication, power rails, and structures. State of good repair programs are conducted 7 days a week, typically in a maintenance windows of only 3 hours. And to do this work, we require specialized non-revenue vehicles, which we call work cars, to perform some of this work. On an average night, we put out 20 to 25 work cars. And if we look at our work car fleet, we have 75 cars in total. Out of those 75 cars, 47 of them are equipped with hydraulic systems and/or equipment. The average age of our work car fleet is about 17 years, and the lifespan of these cars is about 30 years plus or minus 5, depends on the intensity of the use of that car. All of these cars are custom designed and fabricated, and each of them have a specialized purpose. Next slide, please. So I know this slide here might be a little bit difficult to see, but we wanted to put this up just to show you the complexity of our work car fleet. From this diagram here, you can see that there's different propulsion types, and each car has its own specific purpose. Next slide, please. These are two pictures of typical work cars. To your left is RT-17. It's a tunnel washer work car. And to your right is RT-56, which is a vacuum work car. Both of these cars were involved in the recent spills. Next slide. As I mentioned on an earlier slide, 47 of the 75 work cars are equipped with hydraulic systems. Since January 2024, we've had 6 hydraulic failures. 4 of them have impacted the main line. And if we include the most recent one, which was last night, that included RT41, this makes 7. I'd like to note that as we are reviewing operational records, in the last 5 years, we've had 10 spills, and 5 of these impacted the main line within the last 5 months. Hydraulic spills, they can impact acceleration, deceleration, and braking distances. They also impact the environment, as we know. Hydraulic spills are reported to the Ministry of Environment as per legislative requirements, and upon responding to these, they're contained using absorbent material, catch basins, and vacuum trucks. Slippery rail conditions can also occur due to other reasons, such as seasonal foliage and inclement weather. Historically, the standard practice was to reduce speed, operate to conditions while track crews assess the situation. Next slide. This slide here just goes through the recent incidences in 2024. As I mentioned, we have 6, and then last night's incident makes 7. 5 of these incidents occurred on the main line. Quickly going through them, we had the January 14th incident, which was RT56. Then a couple days later, we had one on January 17th, which involved RT17. Then we had 2 incidences in the yard, Greenwood, on February 10th and April 22nd. And then most recently, we've had 1 every night of this week, May 13th, 15th, and last night, May 16th. 16th, yeah. The recent spike in the number of incidences and frequency of incidents is concerning. So last night's incident was the 3rd in 3 days. We'll get into the initial assessments of what we know today. But before we do that, I'm going to hand it over to Fort Monaco just to talk a little bit about incident management and the roles and responsibilities around service disruptions.
Thank you, Rich. Next slide, please. So just want to offer the board and everyone an overview of our policies that illustrate what we use by transit control enclosures and diversions when planning for service disruptions. The Transit Control Center has various functions within its structure that are assigned roles involved in service disruption activities. The duty manager is responsible for overseeing all daily operations, but this role is supported by assistant managers assigned to all mode of operations, closures and diversions coordinators, chief mobile supervisors, wayside supervisors, dispatchers, and a variety of other support functions. The duty manager is ultimately responsible for the day-to-day operations of the service, including the ultimate authorization of movement of all revenue and non-revenue vehicles. In our planned situation, like we've spoken about at the January board when I spoke about subway closures or streetcar diversions, shuttle buses are arranged by the closures and diversion teams who work closely with their bus transportation colleagues to arrange the appropriate fleet. Based on the requirements, and the on-scene shuttle supervisor monitors and manages the services and resources for the event. Transit Control is responsible for event monitoring and system management for execution in reference to the published plan. If issues arise, there are a variety of strategies utilized to make necessary changes in real time. Next. The station's management teams play a key role in ensuring collaboration with customers and provide real-time information back to the Transit Control Center. For an unplanned scenario, Transit Control is responsible for the initial response based on the severity. The duty manager ultimately is responsible for determining the severity of the event based on the information provided from a variety of sources and with the assistance of many. Depending on the severity of an event, an appropriate response and communication strategy is executed up to and including collaboration with myself as the Chief of Operations and Infrastructure and other executive members. The chief supervisor and station staff are responsible for the on-scene management. A chief mobile supervisor is assigned as the incident commander and will liaise with station staff to manage and call in for assistance from closures and diversions, special constables, transit enforcement, and transportation supervisors as required. In terms of shuttle monitoring and planning, this is also under Transit Control's responsibility in reference with an emergency shuttle plan, which is well established and available. Based on reports from field personnel, service adjustments can be made if required. Upon restoration of service, the duty manager ensures the proper communications is issued to the impacted stakeholders and the issue has cleared and normal service has resumed. That concludes this portion of my presentation. I'd like to turn it back to Rich now, who's going to outline initial assessments.
Okay, thanks, Fort. We'll now provide the board with an update of what we know so far. So from the vehicle maintenance side, failures can and will occur. It's our jobs, however, to provide maintenance programs that will minimize and mitigate these occurrences. I'd just like to state, while one or two failures can be disruptive, it's the sudden rise in failures recently that involving different vehicles that makes these recent challenges very concerning. The next several slides are the vehicles involved in each of the incidents, and I'll quickly go through them. This first slide here is the incident involving RT56 on January 14th. What we know is that RT56 is a vacuum car. It's equipped with a hydrostatic drive. The source of the spill came from the hydrostatic drive hose. Work cars are inspected on a 90-day inspection frequency, and prior to this incident, the vehicle was inspected on October 2023, so within the 90-day prescribed window. There was no concerns reported at the time of the inspection. From this incident and from all failure incidences, we try to take some type of corrective action. In this case, it was a reassessment of component life cycles, increased technical and workmanship training. We recently had a master sign-up, and we do know that some staff coming into the section are fairly new. And we are always looking for continuous improvement through quality assurance and quality control functions. Next slide, please. The next incident, which was on January 17th, involved RT17. This car is a tunnel washer. We know the source of the spill came from an O-ring located in a high-pressure filter. And again, a review of maintenance records indicated it was in the 90-day window for the inspection, and no issues were recorded for hydraulic leaks. Similar corrective actions were taken. This was only 3 days apart, so it was fairly fresh right after that incident, and similar measures were taken for that. The most recent spills occurred all this week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Oh, sorry, next slide. Thank you. So the first one was May 13th, and this was the one that caused the major delay of 777 minutes. This involved RT56. This is the same car that was involved in January 14th. However, the source of the failure this time around was an auxiliary pump hose. As this was the third incident in 2014 impacting the main line, corrective action was stepped up to include a fleet inspection of all work cars that are equipped with hydraulic systems. To date, we have completed 16 of the 47 cars, and engineering staff have been supplementing technicians as an extra QA/QC. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea where these hoses are on RT56, because it was involved in 2 incidences, this cross-sectional diagram of the car shows the location of the hoses. It's in an engine compartment, and these hoses run through the floor deck under the car to some of the auxiliary systems. Next slide, please. On May 15th, the RT-84 was involved in another spill. This is a vacuum car that's similar to RT-56. The investigation of this incident is very fresh. We do know that the fluid was spilled out of the hydrostatic drive hoses. However, this was not the only failure on this car. We had other mechanical failures, which we believe were the primary cause, and then the hose was a secondary cause. So damaged in this is the clutch assembly, the drive shaft, other little bits and pieces, and then the hydraulic hoses. Again, this investigation is very fresh, so we don't have a lot of details on it yet. Engineers and our consultant are coming in to take a deeper dive of this one. And then last night, I don't have a slide for last night's incident. Last night's incident involved RT-41. What was reported was less than 1 liter of spill, and it was capped by the night shift supervisor on the car. I'd just like to note that since Monday's incidents, not only did we start fleet inspections, but basically the type of inspection has increased. So beyond doing a pre-trip safety inspection, we are now doing a full hydraulic inspection of all these cars before they leave the yard. RT-41 was one of those cars that we inspected yesterday afternoon before the car went out in the evening. This included cleaning the hydraulic system, inspecting the little bits and pieces, the components around the hydraulics system, pressurizing the vehicle, and then running some of the tooling just to make sure that there was no leaks. So I'm going to pass it over now to Fort Monaco, who's going to talk a little bit about transit control protocols.
Thanks, Rich. Just wanted to give everyone a bit of an overview from the transit control perspective, what our protocols were and what actions were taken in each of these events. For the January 14th incidents, there were reports of 3 trains experiencing wheel slide between Sherburne and Donlands, along with a platform overshoot at Donlands Station. Transit controls did make arrangements to have track patrol investigate the area further, and also had a track 4 person inspect the impacted areas just to validate that there was no presence of oil or there wasn't a significant amount of oil. A decision was made by transit control and the track supervisors to continue running service, given that there was no significant oil pooling found and no corresponding reports of spin sliding or platform overshoots were received other than those reported previously, which was 4 hours earlier. For the January 17th incident, after track crews had completed a cleanup, transit control did send a sweeper train through the area that was operated manually at a reduced speed, and based on results, all vehicles were directed to proceed in manual mode at a reduced speed of 27 to 30 kilometers per hour through the impacted area. Broadcasts were made to operators advising the slick conditions, and supervisors were dispatched to Eglinton West and St. Clair West Station to remind operators of potential slippery rail. The TTC does take slick rail conditions very seriously, but based on original protocol, adverse rail conditions are usually temporary, and upon passage of suitable number of trains, these situations do rectify themselves. However, I will say, in terms of a review as to what slick rail alone is not a potential cause of any sort of derailment. Slippery rail alone is not a causal factor for derailment. In terms of collisions, on line 1, line 1, as you know, is equipped with ATC, the signaling system, and the ATC signaling system calculates safe distance between vehicles based on speed and distance. And the system will reduce speed and add distance between trains upon sensing any spin slide conditions. As per line 2, the BD line, or the line 2, still operates under a fixed block model, and there's always a minimum safe distance between trains of 1 signal block. The signal block can be as high as 500 to 600 feet. Next slide, please. On January 18th, 2024, in response to the January 17th incident, the Subway Transportation Joint Health and Safety Committee contacted the Transit Control Subway Manager to discuss concerns over the January 17th incident, and via a joint collaboration with numerous stakeholders, including the Joint Health and Safety Unionized members, commence an update to the subway vehicle slow order procedure, outlining manners in which to handle adverse rail conditions, including slippery rails. What was once a catch-all response to adverse rail conditions has now become a specific policy on how to handle oil spills alone, given the events of the previous day. Given the events of May 13th, a further refinement to this policy was made to ensure that any and all disabled work cars will not be permitted to be towed back to the yards without a thorough review of the risks with various stakeholders. Any subsequent decision to tow a disabled work car during revenue hours will be made by the manager of Subway after consultation with various stakeholders. I want to assure everyone that we continue to learn from every other scenarios we encounter and enhance our practices and procedures. As the CEO mentioned, no two delays are alike. Next slide, please. I'd like to quickly outline some of the challenges that we face in terms of a station response in the event of an unplanned diversion. So during peak hours, one station supervisor is at the station, and a station like Broadview has a very small footprint with 2 streetcar routes and 6 bus routes servicing the station, along with the subway. When an incident occurs during peak hours, the subway trains commence immediate turnbacks. Shuttle buses are ordered from adjacent or nearby routes, and trains are offloaded, with each train bringing in approximately 800 to 1,000 passengers in peak. In a matter of 10 to 20 minutes, there could be an upwards of 3,000 people in and around the station awaiting alternate service, spilling over onto the bus and streetcar platforms and adjacent streets. In turn, the station and streets become crowded as people look for alternate routes and shuttle buses. PA announcements can be very hard to hear as stations become crowded. To minimize impacts at the turnback locations, select trains commence turnbacks at adjacent stations, in turn requiring personnel at those stations for stations management. Compounding issues, the bus travel along Danforth, as in the case of Monday, becomes challenging due to the rush hour traffic and single lane of traffic flow. During peak hours, 8 to 10 buses are required to replace one subway train. At the beginning of service, only a few buses arrive, which cannot accommodate the crowds as the time passes and more buses come onto the route. As more and more buses come onto the route, the customer accommodations becomes a little more manageable. So for example, at Broadview on Monday, we ordered over 100 plus buses. Street and stations become dangerously crowded while we wait for TPS and alternate sources of assistance like supervisors, special constables, and fare enforcement. Again, once enforcement shows up, the situation becomes a little more manageable, but the first hour to hour and a half is extremely challenging. While all this is happening, there's still a transit service to operate with other challenging situations occurring in parallel to the ongoing diversion, requiring the full attention of the organization. That said, though, we need to do better. Our job is to provide the best customer service to our customers despite the circumstances, and we're committed to improving on our practices and policies to overcome our challenges. Some of the improvements that are underway is better messaging to customers to encourage the use of streetcars rather than the subway to minimize strain on the subway and ease of crowding. We felt we did that rather effectively earlier this week as opposed to the previous week. Reliance on assistance to field staff to contact support teams like constables, fare inspectors, or Toronto Police Services in real time. Communications to enhance communication enhancements between stations or field staff and transit control to ensure alignment and offering the customer the best information available. Hopefully that gives everyone a quick summary and overview of our challenges and our opportunities for improvement. I'd like to now turn it over to Natalie Poole-Moffat, who will speak a little about the customer communication side.
Next slide. Multiple times a day, Transit Control pushes service alerts onto X to inform our customers of the changes in TTC service. When a significant event occurs, corporate comms and customer comms enhance that message and amplify it using the full suite of comms tools we have at our disposal. This slide shows you what we did on May 13th in terms of numbers. We had over 16,000 PAs in the system while we suspended our regular messages, and we did 18 posts on X, generating more than 889,000 views. But we know this isn't enough. While we are constantly reviewing customer feedback, we are also working with IT to do a full review of how we communicate across our whole organization, including stations, transit control, and vehicles. We will continue to improve our customer journey throughout their entire trip by working together as a team. Over to you.
Next slide, please. Okay, so thanks, Natalie. As mentioned throughout this presentation, the sudden rise in frequency of these hydraulic spills is concerning. As a maintenance group, we're determined to identify and address the root causes. Although we don't have a definitive root cause at the moment, there are some immediate corrective actions that we will be taking and have started already. Just to summarize, a fleet check of all work cars equipped with hydraulic system has started. 16 of 47 have been completed as of yesterday. We are reassessing all life cycles of hydraulic components. We're looking at continuous improvement of preventive maintenance programs, increased technical training for work car technicians, and improved quality control and quality assurance functions. On the transit control side, revisions to the procedures have been made, and they continue to be made. The latest revision is to prevent work cars and movement at the start of service runout. And next slide. And next steps, we will complete the fleet check, and as Rick mentioned, there will be a bunch of different audits going on. We've requested an internal audit to help do a focused audit in the work car section. We also have an external third-party investigator. Hatch LTK has been onboarded. They will be starting some of their investigations, I believe, this weekend, if not tomorrow. And I believe Rick just mentioned at the start of his thing that there will be an after peer review of how we handle the situations. So that's the conclusion of our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow, please, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at a previous board meeting, I raised concerns about the fact that we only learned about the sister report on the SRT derailment through a report that wasn't brought to the board. It was placed onto a website from then a defunct line that we had defined. And now I only had actually January 14th on line 2, there was a fuel leak, but I found that out from ATU. I didn't find it out from the executive. Then there was January 17th, May 13th, obviously, May 15th, and now May 16th, and now I understand that there were 7 incidents. Why does it take chaos at our stations and our streets that created safety concerns for riders, that created a lack of confidence, or contributed to an ongoing lack of confidence in our system when people just want to know that they're going to get to work or school on time? After all this has happened, after this week's incident, why are we only having this presentation now, an announcement about a forensic investigation now, after some of the worst things that could have happened? In fact, the one thing that didn't happen that could have been even worse is if one of those trains that shot through the station actually ended up killing somebody. So why the lack of accountability? Why the lack of transparency? Why does this seem to be just an urgent matter now, rather than maybe coming to us in January or February, letting us know what the problems were so we could get ahead of it?
Through the chair, I'll take this, Rich. As you're aware, on a regular basis, when we have delays, we notify the board through Natalie Poole-Moffett on delays and incidences that occur. I'll let you know that this issue was brought to my attention in late April, right? Although comes up, I see it just like you do when we put things out. In late April, I had asked Rich to start putting a briefing note together, recognizing there were 4, although one was in the yard. Different issues, because all of a sudden the numbers didn't, when we started having discussions, didn't peak up. The one on Monday, as we were trying to get the information, we're actually working with our union partners on this to get the proper information to come out. You know, when it happened on Monday, I told the chair we'd be here on the board meeting giving an update. And then when they just repeatedly kept happening, I was just keeping the chair aware of, you know, hey, we have an issue here. So that's why we're here today and bringing everything together when it is, right? With the policies, the procedures that they have in place and notifying the board. But I will tell you, it was late April that was brought to my attention by the president of the union about a concern. And that's why we've initiated this external review in 2 areas. I have some real concerns and worries about what's been happening, especially when you get a review of what happened the last couple of years. This is very uncommon in our business.
There have been a combination, you know, for the average rider, whether it be hydraulic oil leaks, whether it be fires, whether it be other incidents, it contributes to an ongoing pattern of delays, of shutdowns, of disruptions to people's lives. And we keep having these discussions here as a board about how are we going to bring ridership back due to what we lost during COVID. But that lack of confidence that riders have is going to be the worst thing for this system. Why has there not been, after all these weeks, after all these months, a clear vision on how to address these problems, a clear plan in a triaged way, given the financial constraints, to actually address these things and deal with these things? And is it not obvious to you that it is bizarre that we're having this kind of meeting to address these ongoing issues with hydraulic oil leaks after it's now been exposed today that there have been 7 only this year, when that was not brought to the board, the public isn't aware of it. One of your staff, with all due respect, said that you believe that the messaging was effective this week. I don't agree with you. I think that the average member of the public, certainly who I speak with, felt lost, some were in panic. They didn't know really what was going on. They knew that their lives were being disrupted. So I don't understand why this conversation didn't happen long ago when this pattern began. Even back in January, there were 2 within a week, and then once again this week.
End of your time.
No, I'll answer. It's a good question. And when you have 1 or 2, you say, okay, it's not common. Then when it hit 3 to 4, that's when we said something's up, start the investigation. You know, that's when I got involved and said, let's start the briefing note. I had hoped to have a briefing note to this board last week. You know, again, working with the president of the union, trying to get information for me. And then boom, boom, boom. I told the chair, we'll bring a wholesome presentation to this board, because this bothers me as well. We let our customers down. You're absolutely right. We can say how much we communicated all we want. People were stuck not moving into public transit. You are aware, you know, as we've had the conversations about the need for investment, especially on Line 2 with the aging infrastructure that it is, that we have. We have the trains. We're working with the train money with the chair and the mayor and for the federal government now on it. But we need that continued investment to get ahead of these type of issues. The signal failures, you and I have talked, the signal failures that have occurred, it comes to a stop. Boom. We need that investment.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I will now go to Commissioner Osborne. 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, Rich, what you said, that we've had 7 failures in 5.5 months versus 10 in 10 years. Is that right?
10 in 5 years.
10 in 5 years. Okay. Even nonetheless, that is, like, I would say.
Yeah, 10 failures that impacted the main line.
Yeah. Okay. And you mentioned that you're reassessing the life cycle of the hydraulic systems. Is there, I mean, I suppose this will come out in the investigation, but it just seems odd that we would have the life cycle of these older vehicles changing like in midstream in a way.
So let me clarify. In maintenance practices, you always take your when you have a new vehicle, you always go by OEM recommendation.
Yeah.
And then you start operating that vehicle. The environment you operate in changes from agency to agency and from vehicle type to vehicle type. Like New York will have a different operating environment than us. So then you have to start modifying the OEM maintenance practice to suit your operating environment. And then other factors that come involved is the reliability of some of these components. You might have a component on a system and the manufacturer says, it should last 10 years. But through your operating environment, you start to notice that it starts to fail at 8 or 9 years. Well, you have to now adjust your maintenance programs to that. So on the non-revenue work car fleet, it's not as easy as determining some of those cycles because they're used for different things. The vehicle could go out for use like 24/7 for 1 week and then not be used for months, right? And with all of the recent construction work and SOGR work that we're trying to get done, these work cars are seeing a lot more service hours recently. So now we have to start reassessing some of these things.
Okay, and my last question, just to correct the record, because I'm not sure that Councillor Matlow got this right. Natalie, can you tell me, because I have the impression that we got told about all of these things. You're sending us updates every time there's a service interruption. Is that not true?
I do my level best to get all your service announcements to you guys before it even happens.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I felt, yeah, okay, thank you. Just, we were notified.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Certainly,
Sorry, Commissioner Sachs, 1 second.
I apologize. Just a point of privilege, not directed directly to, but just my understanding is that we were not, Natalie, please check your record, but I don't believe that we were told in January about the ones at Greenwood. I just don't.
They did not impact service, so I didn't.
So we were not told.
So that one you were not told, but all the ones this week you were told.
This week, yeah.
That impacted service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, apologies, you may resume.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. We got a detailed letter from the union with a long series of questions, which many of whom I have not heard responded today. I will be asking that we do provide a detailed response to the union and the public on these questions. But the question 14 is the one that was particularly stunning to me, which is the allegation or the statement that the leak in work car 56 was discovered at Spadina Station. The instructions were issued to send it to Lower Bay Station, which already I'd have concerns about, but instead it was towed all the way to Greenwood with a leak. So going back to my history of prosecuting companies for spills, I mean, that's just an extraordinary error. Can anybody please explain to me why did that happen? Is someone being held accountable for it? And what is being done to prevent that kind of egregious decision from being made again?
Through the chair, I'll try to answer that. So the decision, so between the conversation in the field and in the control center, there was confidence in the field that the leak had been contained and had been sealed. I guess the idea, the field staff believed that as long as the vehicle was not operating and running and was being towed, there would be no chance of a further leak. They brought it down into Baylor. That understanding was still prevalent, and between the control center and the field staff, that belief was continued to be there, and that as long as the vehicle is being towed and not actually operating, there will be no spillage of the oil. Unfortunately, that was the wrong decision that was made because ultimately the leak continued as the vehicle made its way via tow to Greenwood Yard.
Okay, but well, I mean, certainly for assuming that something isn't leaking when it is leaking, it is not an acceptable response, would not constitute reasonable care. I don't know whether the Ministry of Environment is going to take action or not. There's certainly enough punishment. But it does seem to be emblematic of a pattern of which the union alleges is taking place of not being careful enough, not taking enough precaution, not working enough closely with the people in the field. And when we combine that with what I can't remember which of you just told us, that the spill last night occurred immediately after the same piece of equipment was inspected, suggests that your inspection methods are not adequate to prevent or detect spills. So what are you going to do about that?
Through the chair, I'll jump in, and that's specifically why I asked for the position to be taken with the forensic experts and APTA to come in as well. It means we're going to bring the hose manufacturers in as well, have discussions with them. I asked the same question that you did, right? The concept of it was clamped on the site, and I don't question the crew when they give the statement, they clamped it. You know, they take the power off or the pressure off of the hydraulic because you can pressure it. That's why it was tacked on and moved. That made sense to me. But the fact that 200 liters came out and it wasn't seen. That's the part that, you know, I'm really interested in seeing how and when that the pressure moved.
Yes, but anyway, there clearly is a larger issue, moving something without containment under it, which is the most basic precaution when you have a spill. This is not, to me, a question of lack of money from the federal government. This is a question of improper operations, improper precautions being taken. Mr. Leary, will you undertake to answer the 18 questions provided by the union?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
By
when?
We'll have that together, and we'll give this board regular updates. And as soon as it hatches in tomorrow, and they'll be working over the weekend to look at that, and we'll put all that. We'll put a package together for the board.
Now, the other question, of course, is, all right, we've had 7 hydraulic oil spills. That's one kind of failure. But it's not the only kind of failure that your equipment is susceptible to. So, you know, you're telling us that the equipment is well within its expected lifespan. So this isn't a question like line 3 of using outdated equipment. It's using equipment that should be operating properly where we're seeing repeated failures. What can we do to improve preventative maintenance? I mean, is this another story like the overheads where the maintenance isn't being properly done? Like, what is the systemic root of this extraordinary series of letting the public down?
Last question, Commissioner Sachs.
Again, Commissioner, those answers will be brought to your attention when we have the review. You saw the pictures. You know, I saw the O-ring. It looked like it had been pierced and was sticking out, right? That wasn't picked on. I looked at the braided hoses and the way it was worn. You know, some of these, you know, they make you say, huh, to be honest with you, on what can we do? You know, what do we have to do, you know, when it comes to these vehicles and to improve the maintenance? It's not been a problem. And you saw the age of these vehicles. They're not all the same age. It varies significantly. What is it that we have to do differently? And that's what we'll be reporting back to this board on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Holliday, 5 minutes, please.
Thanks. All the cars affected were diesel propulsion, right? Just looking at the chart.
Sorry, not all the cars were diesel. So RT56 and RT17 are hydrostatic drives. So yes, they have diesel, but basically the propulsion is through a fluid, hydraulic fluid.
But they're in the diesel fleet here, have I got
Correct,
that
sorry,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about the parts that broke? I see here O-rings and I see hoses.
Right.
Was there anything else that broke besides those two?
So in the incident of RT84, there was, we were noticing failure of the clutch assembly and the drive shaft, and some other bits and pieces. We don't have the full thing yet. It's still under investigation.
Back to the hoses and the O-rings, are they consumable parts or are they integral to the?
So O-rings and hoses are consumable parts similar to like fasteners and washers.
Okay, so how often do consumable parts fail? Like the O-rings
So
between the
not-
filter and the
not-
body, right?
Not very often. So, however, on O-rings, it's easy if you've worked on systems before and you're using O-rings. The application, the installation, you need to be very careful because it's easy to nick. These are small little rubber parts that fit in like little crevices, and then you have to clamp them together. So it can be easy to nick them and compromise the integrity.
So the O-rings that failed, were they between the filter and the body?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the same, basically the same category of part.
Yes.
Okay, over to the hoses. So they're steel braided hoses and so on.
Correct.
So I think I saw a picture of one that had been inspected a month before.
Mm-hmm.
So how much force does it take to cut a hose? Like what possibly could cut a hose?
I don't want to speculate. I don't know. I don't know what the force is to cut a hose.
Does it happen often?
No.
Okay, just mindful of my time. Can you tell me a little bit about what somebody around a hydraulic leak would see, hear, smell, taste, whatever? Like, does this happen, very quietly and you don't know, or is it obvious?
So basically, when you're inspecting hydraulics, you should clean up the environment, and basically at the end of an inspection, they pressurize it and then they look for leaks. It's similar like when you try to find a leak in your bicycle tire. You pump it up, you make sure that the tire is clean, you pump it up, and you might put it in some water. And in this case, we don't put it in water. You pressurize it, you might work the tools, get the pressures up a little bit, and then you start looking for leaks.
So, yeah, but, okay, so I'm riding one of these cars, I'm working on it. There's a leak that puts out 200 liters. Like, would I notice that or would I not notice it?
It depends on how fast the leak is going to happen, right? So if it's like a small hole and it's not pressurized a lot, it might come out, it might start seeping. But if you're working tools and it's a high pressure application and it's a catastrophic failure, it'll dump right away, right? So in the case of RT-84, which we believe the hose was a secondary failure, we believe one of either the clutch or the drive shaft punctured it. In that case, if it sliced right open, it would just dump your fluid.
Right, it sprays all over the place, it smells, so was the operator to shut everything down and then you deal with it?
Right.
And so the other ones that leaked, were they kind of like drips and so on, or what, do we know what the nature is, how that happened?
I don't know exactly how it happened and how much, we know approximately how much came out, but how fast it came out, I can't tell you.
Okay. One other question. So there's 47 cars in the fleet that use hydraulics. Of the 7 incidences, 2 cars, it happened twice, same car.
Correct.
And so what happened between the first problem on the car and then the second incident on the car?
So the first incident, obviously, the January 14th incident was the first one. As Rick said, it's a one-off at that point in time. The vehicle was repaired. They did an inspection of the rest of the system just to make sure that it's not leaking. Again, going through that step of cleaning, inspecting, pressurizing, running the tools just to make sure that there's no leaks, and then they released the car.
So how could it happen if it was inspected and then there was another failure?
So the failure occurred on another hose in May. So the first one was January 14th, the second one was May 13th or 14th, I can't remember.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Kim, 5 minutes, please.
Hi. My understanding is that these were reportable incidents to the Ministry of the Environment. So after 7 spills this year, has this caught their attention? And also, what is the regulatory impact of this?
Through the chair, I'll take that question. So in terms of the Ministry of Environment and also the City of Toronto, we do report all spills that are reportable through the legislation. At this point in time, my staff have told me that they have not reached out, so there has been no impact. And just to be clear, in terms of what's happened with these situations, my understanding is for the most part, there was no impact to the environment, because of the immediate action that was taken. So in one instance where the catch basin was impacted, they did, the vacuum truck did come and extract. So there was no impact there. The only one that there might be a potential impact is the one on, I believe it's the one just on Wednesday. It was the May 15th where it was the ballast. So they are doing a cleanup of the ballast, I believe tonight. Ford can confirm that for me. So once they do that, as long as it hasn't seeped into the soil, we're fine. So that's the one that we're just keeping an eye on. But as we mentioned, all of them have been reported to the ministry.
So would there be a certain point where they would intervene? And would you anticipate any kind of intervention? And if so, what would that be like? Would it be a fine? Would it be just more noses in so that it kind of detracts from you carrying out your day-to-day maintenance and investigations?
If that should happen, we do have on retainer environmental legal, external environmental legal that will help us through that process.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay.
Chair,
Yes?
if I could just speak to that for a moment, since I spent years as a Ministry of
We'll
Environment
go for a second round, Commissioner Sachs. I'd like to ask a round of questions first.
Okay, that's fine, sorry. I just had a comment about charges.
Okay, thank you. So my first question is, I see that there was RT-17, RT-56, RT-84. Is it the same vehicles involved in these incidents?
So through the chair, RT-56 was involved in 2 of them, and RT-41, the one last night, was involved in 2. So the one involving RT-41, that was one in the yard. One was occurred in Greenwood Yard. It was being shunted around. My understanding is that while they were doing the shunt, they noticed a small leak, and then it was brought back into the shop to just investigate. The one last night was less than a liter that came out, and again, it was before it went out last night, it was inspected by our technical staff.
Thank you. So just to confirm, are those vehicles still in operation?
So they're all RT-50, and all the vehicles from this week are on hold for investigation.
Okay. And in the letter from the union to the board, they indicated that there was some disagreement between transit control and management as to whether or not the trains could continue operating in service, and that there was at one point some overshoot of the platform. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I'll take that. Back in January, there were trains that were operating that had some concerns. Depending on the situation, we reduced speed, we placed it in manual, and we took actions for the procedure. Since then, Chair, we've updated the procedure and made it very rigorous, whereas you need a test train and you need a certain level of authority to be able to authorize movement of vehicles through an area of slick rail because of a possible hydraulic oil leak.
Thank you. And just to confirm, in the event that this were to happen again, who has authorization to continue service? Is it management or transit control?
It'll be transit control. The duty manager is ultimately accountable, but in situations like this, there's a lot more of a rigorous process to be able to give that individual the confidence that it is safe to do so, including the operation of a test train.
So in the event that the employee operating the vehicle deems that it's unsafe and transit control deems that it is safe, what happens?
The employee has the opportunity to put a work refusal in.
Okay. I understand that there have been 7 incidents this year, so that's more than once a month, and that there were 10 in the previous 5 years.
So 10 in total in the 5 years.
10 in total in the 5 years. Compared to other transit agencies, is it normal to have this many leaks in this short a period?
I can't comment on that, but I know for us it's very unusual.
It's very unusual. Sorry?
Through the chair, having run another transit system, it's very uncommon to have this many leaks in such a short period of time.
Pending the investigation, what procedures or implementations are we putting in place to prevent something like Monday from happening again, in terms of like there is a vehicle that is leaking and we're transporting it to another station that therefore causes a greater leak across the system?
So through the chair, I'll take that, Chair. So we have enhanced the procedure in a variety of different ways. We've made one specific to just hydraulic oil. Before, as I previously mentioned, it was adverse rail conditions, which could include foliage, wet rain, freezing rain, and what so forth. We've actually taken it and made a procedure specifically for this, along with a cadence to escalate it to the appropriate level of management with the feedback from the appropriate stakeholders. And as I previously mentioned, even after thorough cleaning, there is a test train that has to run through that area at a minimum to make sure that we have no further concerns.
Thank you. No further questions from me. Questions or speaking? Questions? Okay, sure. Yeah, I think Commissioner Sachs, do you have a second round of questions?
Not questions, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to, first of all, come back to where Commissioner Sachs left off about the train that was towed back to Greenwood while leaking on May 13th. Who made that call?
So through the chair, that's ultimately Transit Control's call based on the information that they provided from the field.
And I was listening to you earlier about the difference between, you both were talking about the difference between sort of when it's a kind of a minor drip and when it's something so obvious. How could it have been towed that far and had such an impact and not be noticed? That doesn't make sense to me.
So through the chair, that's a very good question, not one that I can answer for you, but I will say in the event that we, as one of the policies that we're looking at changing, in the event, first and foremost, we're not going to be towing anything to the yard during revenue service. In the event, for whatever reason it is safe to do so, it is going to be escalated to the appropriate level, but there will also likely be a trailing car or some sort of a spotter that follows that towed vehicle to make sure that nothing like this ever happens, particularly when it's a suspected leak of any sort.
Thank you. On May 13th, the TTC told CBC's Metro Morning that trains were experiencing a small but not significant overshoot of their stopping point. And at 6:53 a.m., a train overshot the platform by 4 doors, or a full car length. What qualifies as not significant? Or what qualifies as significant if that would be described as not significant?
So through the chair, the issue for us was that there wasn't anyone on the train when we were making that statement because we were running trains to figure this out. So we didn't feel that it was that significant. In hindsight, we should have been a little more clear about that. We're also not at track level, so we're making our best judgments.
So it's only, so the test is if people are actually on the train. What about people on the platform?
You're absolutely right. We should have changed our language.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
Yes and no. On a point of order, I would like an opportunity to seek legal advice on this, and therefore I think, from our staff. And I think that the questions I have would be best done in camera.
Okay.
And so therefore, I would like to let you know that I would like to go into camera on this. We don't have to do it now. I'm quite happy to set it down and deal with it later. But if we can handle that.
Questions when we deal with when we go in camera for local 2? Oh.
Absolutely fine. Yeah, and I don't think it's a long discussion, but I'd like that opportunity.
Yes.
So
okay.
that would be my second round. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, any speakers on this item? Commissioner Sachs and then Commissioner Matlow.
Yes, thank you. I imagine we'll discuss this then when we get in camera. I did want to make sure everybody understands that the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks has 2 years to lay charges after they become aware, and it would be not common for them to respond so quickly to a spill. They tend to have a long queue, and it can be fairly late in the 2-year process before the person who had the spill finds out that there is or is not going to be a prosecution. And the potential fines are quite significant, and the fact that we've had multiple incidents with repeated leaks from the same car does increase the risk of prosecution. Generally, I want to thank the union for their detailed letter and list of questions, which certainly brought things to my attention that I did not know, including the January spill that had occurred at Greenwood. It is the kind of thing that we should know. Certainly, it's true that we get an astonishing variety and number of emails about various problems that the system has, which I appreciate. But when there are systemic problems that not only threaten the service we provide customers, but also threaten enforcement action by the provincial government, those are things that we ought to know. So we're going to now go on to long-term plans, and the long-term plans, are all fine and good as they are, but they have to build on a foundation of the equipment working in good order, and that foundation, as we can see today, is not in fact in good order. So we're going to have to think about how those plans need to be adapted so that we can rely on the system performing while we try to do all the other things and the objectives in those plans. That's all I've got at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Matlow has asked that he be allowed to ask just one more question. Is there any objections? No?
Thank you. Thank you for the courtesy, everyone. And I'll tack this in, and then I can do my speaking right after if you want, just to kind of put it all together. But the question I'm asking is because I understand that I can't move a motion on this item. So I'd like to ask for an undertaking of the CEO to report as soon as possible regarding the causes and response to the 7 hydraulic fluid leaks between January and May 2024 and preventative measures to prevent future incidents, and that the board you CEO provide regular updates at each meeting of the board until that final report is complete, so that we are aware of the work that's being done.
Through the chair, I'll acknowledge the request, and sir, I will do just that.
I appreciate that undertaking.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Should I just go right into? Okay. All week, at so many different community events in every part of the city that I've been to, people have come to me and talked to me either about their experience this week or their ongoing experiences with our subway system. And it's not pretty. We talk a lot as a board about the ways that we can regain public confidence and regain ridership that we lost during COVID. But every time that there's another delay and shutdown and disruption to people's lives, we're losing people. And in many cases, these are people who really don't have many other options than using the TTC. There are parts of our city where people don't have another option than using the TTC. And I'm concerned that our system is failing our riders. I want to reiterate, our focus cannot move from a transit system that is safe, affordable, and reliable. And we have to keep our focus on that and our attention on that and never be distracted. Safe, affordable, and reliable. And yes, we need funds from our higher levels of government to be able to contribute to both our capital, our state of good repair, and our operating needs on an ongoing, sustainable basis, rather than ad hoc ribbon cuttings when you never know when that ribbon's going to come. But the TTC needs to do better as well. There needs to be more accountability. There needs to be more transparency. The public needs to understand what the actual problems are, because the public wants to be part of the solution. Our union partners, they deserve transparency and accountability. They want to be part of the solution. But the consequence of what's been happening over the past several months is that, like in real life, people are, like, look what happened earlier this week. This was the example. People had no idea if they were going to get to work on time. In real life, that jeopardizes their employment, their ability to get to a meeting that might have been incredibly important for them. A kid trying to get to class. It's scary, it's unsettling. There are a lot of people who were in panic because then they had to get to a shuttle bus being jammed in these crowds, and then the bus was stuck in traffic because Bloor Street's busy. We're not a city like Paris or London or New York that has all these different lines that people can, get off one when there's a delay and get onto another one. And until Eglinton opens in the next 100 years, or the Ontario line finally does, this is what we got. And so we've got to make it work. And I think the frustration by the public is that it's not working for them, it's not safe, or the feeling isn't that it isn't safe enough. It's certainly not reliable. And ultimately, there has been no leadership out there on the ground explaining to people what's going on, engaging them, bringing them in. And all they know is the results of a system that isn't working for them and is impacting their lives in the most impactful and horrible ways in many cases. So I appreciate the undertaking by the CEO, but we got to get ahead of things, not react when there's a crisis only, but actually get ahead of things so that we can actually prevent a crisis from happening in the first place.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Nope. Okay. Seeing none, I'll keep my comments brief. First, I just want to thank ATU for sending that letter. I thought it was very helpful and very informative in terms of how we were able to have this discussion today. I also want to thank TTC. I know this was a very, very difficult situation, especially on Monday. And I know everyone was doing their best under very trying circumstances. It wasn't easy. And I thought, although it was difficult, although a lot of people were upset, we're taking the lessons learned and moving forward. And I also want to thank Rick for taking the initiative to order those investigations into the root causes, because I think it is important that we have an independent third party verifying what exactly is happening with these hydraulic oil spills. I share my frustrations, not just as TTC chair, but as a TTC rider, that these types of delays, whether it's hydraulic oil spills, whether it's fires on the tracks, whether it's the broken switch, it just adds to that sense that the system is not reliable. People want to be able to use TTC to get around. They don't want to buy a lot of people can't afford a car. For a lot of employees in the city, the TTC is their only way of getting around. And I think we play an incredibly important service, a vital service. We were actually essential during the pandemic of making sure the city could still function by making sure the people that kept the city going could get to where they're going. And it just seems like people are losing faith in us to get us around. We have a lot of great initiatives. We're going to be discussing some of them, our 5-year service plan, our corporate plan. Later today, we're going to discuss a pilot to, get middle school students on their field trips for free by using TTC. These are all really great initiatives. But if we can't do our core competencies well of getting people to where they need to go on time, it's not going to work. So I think really that needs to be the focus going forward, of making sure that when these issues happen, they don't sort of pile up in a way that it just undercuts all of the good work that I see that the TTC is doing, whether it's in the C-suite or on the ground, because there is a lot of good work going on. So yes, thank you for the presentation. And like all the other board members, I do look forward to getting regular updates on this.
Okay, thank you very much, Board, and thank you very much, everyone up front. Thank you for that update. Now I'm going to turn to the rest of my introductory remarks. Commissioners, the TTC is proud once again to celebrate Asian Heritage Month in May with a special employee-focused campaign. Now, this month, many of our employees of Asian heritage are showcasing their rich cultural, rich culture and sharing their experiences with the TTC wide poster campaign, as well as the special events at workplaces. My thanks to staff who volunteered to share their stories, their insights, histories, and traditions. As you're aware, I've made diversity and inclusion among this organization's top priorities, and we're working to ensure that the TTC is a welcoming place for everyone, customers and employees alike. Now, also this month, the TTC welcomed our new crop of summer interns, more than 400 in total. Now, every year, we're pleased to bring in students to work across the organization in a number of roles as they look to build their career experience, and I'll say, hopefully, look to join the TTC permanently in the future. Now, one of the largest departmental hires is in stations, where more than 100 post-secondary summer students are here to help us with assisting in our cleaning blitz. So from now until the end of August, our student janitors will attend each station twice, doing deep cleans, including scrubbing surfaces and stairs and performing detailed cleanings of all the stainless steel. You know, we have our doors and window frames and waste receptacles, our elevators, our escalators. I could go on, and the benches. But this has been a very successful campaign in the past. And this is the third year the program has been underway. And we use it as a means of making the facilities much more attractive for our customers and in a way of enticing them to come back. So I'm going to say welcome to all our students and thank you for being with us. Commissioners, as you're also aware, in addition to making the TTC cleaner, we are committed to making our fleet greener. In my commentary, I provided an update on the electrification of our fleet. And as we've reported, the TTC is committed to electrifying 50% of our fleet by 2030 and 100% by 2040, or I'm going to say before 2040. With investments from our government partners, the TTC is contributing to a greener future for Toronto by improving the air quality, reducing noise pollution, and decreasing its environmental footprint. Now, the TTC is going to have the additional 60 more accessible streetcars by the end of 2025. Roughly half of them will be in by the end of this year. As well, as you approved earlier, the expansion of the Hillcrest facility will also include green initiatives such as solar panels installed. Next month, we're going to start to receive the last of our shipment of hybrid electric buses before we transition to purchasing zero emissions battery electric buses exclusively, and as you recall, we call them our e-buses. Now, the first new e-bus is set to arrive within weeks, and by the end of 2025, we're going to welcome 340 more battery electric buses, raising our total number of e-buses to 400. And I'll look at Commissioner Jagdeo, because it was about 6 or 8 months ago when we were talking about the TTC having the largest electric bus fleet in North America, and he had just noticed that Edmonton had 61. And so I said at the time I would have done the same thing, but now where they have a total fleet of 900, but it'll be nice to have the TTC go back as a leader in the industry with the largest electric bus fleet going. In preparation for that, we're also working to install the 248 new e-bus charging systems at garages across the city, and that's ahead of the vehicles delivering. Innovations are also happening as we're looking at Wheel-Trans 2. We're currently looking at a pilot program of up to 10 battery electric Wheel-Trans vehicles and associated charging infrastructure. Also significant is that we're working now to start the replacement of our 1,000 non-revenue fleet vehicles, moving to electrification options. So I am proud of this organization and the city to be leaders in the green space, and look forward to keeping this board updated as we continue our progress. Now, Commissioners, you'll also recall that at last month's meeting, you gave us the go-ahead to pilot a pilot program that will see some of our special constables and fare inspectors fitted with body-worn cameras. Now, that pilot will begin on May 27th with the first 20 special constables and 20 fare inspectors wearing the devices while on duty and during customer interactions. Over the next 9 months, the cameras will be rotated so that all constables and fare inspectors can participate in the pilot, and the cameras will provide an unbiased, independent account of staff-customer interactions. So with that, I can assure you that we'll be back for bringing a final, evaluating the pilot and come back later on this year with a report to the board. Also, a nice thing is the commissioners, I'm pleased to let you know that once again, the TTC is going to participate in Doors Open this year. And I invite everyone to our event at Bay Lower Station, long considered one of the city's hidden treasures, and that occurs on Saturday, the 25th of May. Now, the event's running from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., and we expect thousands of visitors to the abandoned station below Bay Station. Although closed since 1966, Bay Lower has appeared in numerous feature films, music videos, and television commercials over the years. Everyone's invited to a self-guided tour of the station, where the likes have Mike Douglas, Bruce Willis, Mark Wahlberg, Margot Robbie, The Weeknd, and others have starred in films from the location. So we know that it's an extremely popular attraction, and once again, we're proud to participate in this with the City of Toronto. Again, it's May 25th. I want to also end my remarks with some very positive news for our customers. Last week, I was pleased to join Mayor Chow, Chair Myers, and Commissioner Ainsley on Ellesmere Ave in Scarborough to announce the significant increases to TTC service across the city. Starting last Sunday, 24 major routes saw improved service, particularly during off-peak periods. For riders, this means thousands of hours of additional service across the city, providing more room on board with more buses or larger articulated buses running on busy routes and improving the customer experience on more than 140,000 daily trips. With the backing of this board, we've increased service to 96% of pre-pandemic levels, which represents a 4% increase of service over this time last year and our highest levels since the pandemic. Now, these service changes also help fill the gaps in the 10-minute network, improve frequency on routes where demand has shifted since, for instance, the closure of Line 3 on Scarborough. And as I've said, these changes are about being where they are for our customers, where they need us and when they need us, and delivering service as we advertise. I'm speaking of service improvements, and what I'd like to do now is we have two more people up front. I'd like to now ask Mark Miss and Lawrence Louie from our strategy and service team to give you an update. One on these, and Chair, you had asked it the last time to talk about service and fare integration, and the other on the most recent changes to improvements of service. So if I could, I'm going to turn it over to the two of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. The following presentation is a status update on fare integration and service integration. Next slide. Yep, thank you. I'll begin with setting the context. The Greater Toronto Area is home to approximately 6.5 million people who live, work, and play across the region. The TTC helps facilitate the demand for regional travel. Approximately 13% of TTC customers start or end their trips outside Toronto. And for decades, the TTC and municipal and provincial partners have been discussing fare and service integration as an opportunity to improve regional travel by transit. Next slide. On February 26, 2024, the TTC, in partnership with the province and municipal transit agencies, implemented fare integration, which is branded as the One Fare program. Fare integration provides customers with a financial discount when using the TTC and another agency. Customers using the TTC and GO only pay the GO fare. Customers using the TTC and a municipal transit agency pay the fare of the first agency they take. The financial discount is available to 92% of customers using Presto products. The physical Presto fare card, the digital Presto card and mobile wallet, or debit and credit. It's not available to customers using legacy fare media like cash, tickets, and tokens. We have been reinforcing this message with customers throughout the program, and it's starting to take hold. Next slide. Next slide, please. As noted in the CEO report, the TTC has established a fare integration dashboard and is actively analyzing the data. The following two slides provide a high-level summary of ridership patterns. The chart on the screen shows transfers to and from the TTC associated with the One Fare program from launch to last week. As seen, approximately 600 to 700,000 customers per week use the program, of which 25% of them are Torontonians that start their trip in the City of Toronto. So I just want to clarify that this program is not only for people that live outside the City of Toronto. This has translated to $8.9 million in total savings for customers from the beginning of the program to April 27th. In terms of transfers, half of customers are transferring to and from the TTC and GO Transit, while the other half are transferring to and from municipal transit agencies. York Region Transit represents the largest municipal transit partner, followed by MyWay, Brampton Transit, and Durham Region Transit. Next slide, please. This slide shows where customers are transferring. 30% of fare integration transfers occur at Union Station. The next 20% occur at terminal stations or regional hubs like Kipling, Finch, Vaughan Metropolitan Center, and Highway 407 stations. The last 50% occur at secondary regional hubs. You can think of maybe Yorkdale, where you have the GO Bus Terminal and Yorkdale Station, or York Mills GO Bus Terminal and York Mills Station, as well as places like Humber College. And of course, on street, if you can see the map, there's littered across the steels and the border. The fare integration data is being monitored by multiple teams here at the TTC, including our service planning team, to determine where and if additional capacity is required to respond to this demand. Lawrence will be speaking in the next presentation about how he's allocating resources to meet demand and increase service. Next slide, please. In addition to fare integration, another way to ensure public transit is seamless for customers is to deploy service integration tactics. We can continue to expand route connections for customers between the TTC and other agencies. Today, there's more than 100 connections. We can continue to coordinate schedules so we can minimize wait time for customers. This is particularly important in late periods where headways are particularly long. And finally, we can open the doors on all transit vehicles that operate in Toronto. What does that mean? We can allow MyWay, Brampton Transit, York Region Transit, and Durham Region Transit to pick up and drop off customers to serve local transit trips in Toronto, just like the TTC. Today, they're prohibited from doing so. When 905 buses travel towards Toronto, they're only allowed to drop off customers in the city. The picture shows a YRT bus in operation on Yonge Street, bypassing customers waiting to travel to the exact same location, Finch Station. Traveling away from Toronto, they're only allowed to pick up customers despite having excess capacity. In 2020, the TTC, MyWay, Brampton Transit, York Region Transit, and Durham Region Transit created a working group to determine the feasibility and benefits of service integration. We found that implementing an open door policy would provide more frequent service on 24 corridors. On only four of those corridors, we could reallocate and reinvest resources to meet other service needs. We'll be talking about the 5-year service plan later today, and we will identify what some of those needs are. Finally, we could realize financial, community, and environmental benefits by implementing service integration. Next slide. Just want to do a little bit of a double click here on the service reinvestment piece. On 4 of the 24 corridors, so this is Dufferin North, north of Shepherd, Burnham Thorpe, Bloor West, and Don Mills. This is the piece north of Shepherd. There is 100% route duplication between the TTC and either MyWay or YRT. Route duplication means the TTC and either MyWay or YRT serve the same roads and the same stops. With service integration, the TTC could reinvest 15 buses and $5.2 million in service to meet other transit needs within the city, while YRT and MyWay could deliver the service on these corridors. MyWay and YRT would use excess capacity that they have today and additional incremental increase in service to meet the needs of customers. We have previously estimated that the cost for that incremental service is approximately $2.3 million per annum, and in a report in February 22, we asked the province to pay for that funding. Next slide. Now, just by way of a progress update, where are we right now? In 2021, MyWay and YRT staff submitted reports outlining their intent to implement a service integration pilot with their respective councils. In 2022, the TTC presented a phased integration plan to the TTC Board and later to City Council. The report outlined 3 key items that would need to be in place to launch a service integration pilot and asked Council for assistance in moving this forward on the legislative piece. We've made progress. First, changes to the City of Toronto Act have been made to enable service integration. The provincial legislation was enacted in 2022 and proclaimed or came into force in December of 2023. Second, an arbitrator authorized the service integration pilot in August of 2022 for the duration of the last collective agreement. We were unable to move forward with this because the operating model and the fare fare collection technology weren't able to meet our business needs, but we are actively working with the province, that's both the MTO and Presto, and our partners to develop a plan. And I want to make this clear because there has been some questions even before this meeting. The plan will be brought forward to the board and regular updates will be provided. Let's go to the next slide and just kind of bring it back to why fare and service integration is important. So it provides customers with cost savings, up to $1,600 per year on average. It also provides more choice and more capacity, which means shorter wait times and more comfortable service. It yields financial benefits. The TTC is able to reinvest savings back into service. And it also has an economic benefit as outlined in the TTC Value of Transit Investment Study and by the Toronto Board of Trade. There are community benefits, improving connections between people and activities, and there are environmental benefits, specifically on some of those corridors like Burnham Thorpe and Bloor West, where we can optimize service. Less air and noise pollution, less congestion. And finally, at the end of the day, we as staff recognize that customers really don't care about municipal boundaries. They just want to get from A to B in a fast and affordable way. I'm going to turn it over to Lawrence to speak now about some of the ways he's increasing service to meet customer demand.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks for presenting on some of the challenges and some of the opportunities we have from a cross-boundary travel perspective. So thank you, Board, for having me here today to just give an update in terms of where we are in terms of the service changes that we've made throughout the system since the start of the year. So focusing on that, since January, the service planning team, working with all of our partners within the TTC, we've made a number of service changes across the city. Between January and March, there were changes to match capacity to demand and to improve service reliability on over 50 routes across the system. And much of this work was done through reallocating existing capacity from less busy to more busy parts and times of the network. What we see in May and what was announced last week, thanks to the approval of the 2024 service budget by the board, was new system-wide investment of an increase of 1%, which just allows us to improve service with less reallocation to actually improve wait times without having to necessarily take from elsewhere in the system. This has allowed us to go from 95% to 96% of pre-pandemic service as we prepare for more changes in the fall, as well as starting to develop the 2025 annual service plan in support of the 5-year service plan. As Rick mentioned in his comments, as part of the May service changes, we have increased service by 1% as approved by the board. This is a 4% increase compared to the service that we provided a year ago in May of 2023. To our 24 routes with improved service, with an emphasis of on off-peak service. So this period of changes, we are focusing on off-peak, and then for the fall, we will be looking at some peak service changes to respond to the changes in travel patterns that we're seeing. There were 11 routes with revised schedules to improve service reliability, and since January, there have been over 100 periods where we've modified service across the whole network, and it's important to note that 80% of those periods where we've adjusted headways, those headways are now better or similar to what we saw prior to the pandemic. Looking at the map of where these service changes touched across the city, you can see that the May service changes affect some of our busiest corridors, including on Steeles East and West, on Finch East and West, on Ellesmere Road and York Mills, as well as on Markham Road and Jane. Most of these changes I mentioned are happening in the off-peak periods where we know that travel has been very strong in coming back in terms of the number of buses that are crowded to make sure that folks that are reliant on transit have space on board. One thing I do want to note is that congestion is limiting the benefits of our investments. Some of the investment that we're seeing, and we've mentioned a few times in recent months, is that we're investing simply to make sure that we can provide the capacity that we promise in mixed traffic corridors where travel times are worsening. Here are two examples of routes where we operate in mixed traffic during the afternoon rush hour. On Jane and Dundas, two of our busiest routes, we have seen significant increases in travel time since after the pandemic in the afternoon rush hour. In both of these examples, we have to add 2 buses just to make sure these buses run on time and we deliver the trips that we promise to maintain that capacity. Where we've put in rapid TO on the 116 Morningside route, for example, we've seen only an increase in travel of less than 2%, which means every single bus that we will invest into Morningside will improve wait times and improve capacity. This is why, as part of our 5-year service plan, it's essential that we increase transit priority across the city to maximize the impacts of the investments that are made by this board into our service. This is the crux of a lot of the service changes that we've made over the past several years in terms of improving our schedules to make sure they reflect demand. In 2023 alone, we made 74 schedule changes to account for changes in travel time, and we plan to do another 43 improvements by the end of the first half of this year. Where the capacity that exists right now cannot accommodate those changes in travel times, we do increase resources, but we know also in many cases it's important for us to advertise the service that we can operate, and that may mean sometimes a longer scheduled wait to reflect those longer travel times. We are also supporting the schedule changes with other measures across the city, and this is through some of the investment that we had in the 2024 budget in terms of increasing permanent supervisory presences at some key stations, including at Broadview Station, Ossington Station, and soon at Lansdowne Station, working with our city partners to renew enforcement and make adjustments to King Street, and of course, the implementation of priority bus lanes between Kennedy and Scarborough Centre. So lastly, I just want to talk about what's next. As I alluded to, we do have another further 1% service increase planned in the fall as approved by the board. We will be focusing on implementing some of our 2024 annual service plan recommendations, which includes new and revised routes across the city, some of them to support the Go One Fare policy that we have in place. We will also continue to match capacity to demand, and this includes looking at subway service adjustments and making adjustments to Line 1 and Line 2 service during commuting times. And as I mentioned, we have lots of good data right now from the first half of this year, where we'll make those changes for commuter travel later this year. And lastly, I want to highlight that we've begun the development of our 2025 annual service plan in support of the 5-year service plan, and to look for consultation and our station and neighborhood pop-ups throughout the summer. So thank you, and we'll bring back to Rick.
Thank you very much to both of you. Great job. I'll clear it up, Chair. Just remind everybody, our next meeting is on June 20th. I'm going to say that concludes my opening remarks. I'll turn any questions over to the two at the table. Thank you.
Commissioner Ainsley, please. 5 minutes.
Yep, thank you. Sorry, could you go back to the slide deck on the 116 route, the rapid TO route?
Councilor Matlow.
So pre-pandemic, 57 minutes to go from Kennedy to the end of the route. Is that how that?
That's correct. We chose these 3 examples because the route structure has not changed, so it's the full travel time from Kennedy Station to Morningside Heights on the 116.
Okay, and so post-pandemic is taking 58 minutes to do the route?
Correct.
And is that because it's in a dedicated bus lane, so is that because of stoplights, or?
There are parts of the Morningside route that aren't on rapid TO, so for example through Guildwood Parkway and then north of U of T Scarborough on Morningside and into Morningside Heights.
Okay, and then do you have numbers for the other routes that are, so the 86, for the other routes that are on that rapid TO right away?
Through the chair, yes, we do have those numbers and we can provide those.
Can you send them to me?
For sure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Jagdale, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lawrence, Mike, thanks again for the presentation. I'm quite eager about this opportunity that's presented to us through the provincial government. So getting as much data as we possibly can is incredibly fruitful. I have 2 questions related to it. The first one is on slide, it's in the CEO's report, but on page 36, where it talks about the One Fare and cross-boundary transit travel dashboard. There are 2 graphs. There's one that's the weekly fare integration transfers, and then the second graph is the weekly fare integration subsidies. Pardon my ignorance, but I don't really understand the second graph. So if you could explain that to me, that'd be terrific.
CFO will respond to you, Councillor or Commissioner.
So through the chair, as we described the program, for every free transfer in. So if someone's coming from the outer region and then they're joining us on the TTC, they are not paying, but the province is repaying us that fare. So what this essentially is telling you is that since the onset of the program, the year-to-date subsidy is 8.9 million. So we have received from the province $8.9 million in funding to make up that gap.
Okay, so theoretically, based on current trends, 52 million for a year, just based on the simple math.
Assuming current trends.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Second question, Mike, is Mark. Sorry, I apologize. Julie Osborne said your name was Mike, so that's, you can blame her. One comment you made struck a chord that I'm sensitive to in a very positive way, which is I don't think commuters care about if you're in Mississauga or if you're in Toronto. And I wonder if this program ceases to exist at the end of the pilot, as that is a very real option for it. Are there any of these additional methods and techniques that we've implemented? Are there any goals or objectives of potentially keeping them? So in particular, thinking about how other transit agencies can come into our jurisdiction and pick up commuters. And the reason for that is, look, I mean, if this goes over for 2 years, it's 730 days of building a habit, and people will be upset. It's not necessarily our fault, but what can we do to still keep that behavior? And if we can still keep that behavior, then it just pays dividends for us.
Through the chair, the two programs are complementary. Fare integration is essentially a financial discount. We talked about the $8.9 million savings. Service integration is an independent program as well, and it's about optimizing capacity. Getting on the first color bus that you see, it doesn't matter, it's the right color. And so both, if one, for example, fare integration weren't to proceed, hypothetically, over the 2-year window, we still could yield benefits with service integration. We could realize some optimization and savings, and as you'll see in the 5-year service plan, there's approximately 25,000 hours of service that we're looking for over the next 4 years. And this is, you know, the reinvestment is only a small drop in the bucket in meeting that need. So, and from a customer's perspective, 20 corridors is a complete top-up of additional service, which is over and above what we're providing today.
Got it, thank you. I'm cognizant of my time, Chair, and I can't see the screen. So while you figure that out, I'll ask my last question. And this is related to page 39 of the CEO report, Hot Topics. One, encouraged by the Safe TTC app usage. Great. It shows that our awareness campaigns are clearly working, and there seems to be a positive correlation between the safety issues, or at least a negative correlation between the safety issues and the usage of the app. They're not one-to-one, which is important to recognize. So I wonder, just out of curiosity, are there any other random variables or externalities we're trying to measure to understand why the security issues have gone down? I mean, just random examples include things like weather or new city policies or things that are completely out of our control. So it's more of a speculative ask than anything.
Through the chair, is it on? Through the chair? I think there's two parts to that question. You know, have the actual incidents have gone down, and also how has customer sentiment responded over this time? And generally speaking, we're seeing positive direction with both. That's part of what we tried to curate in this single view of the community safety. We know that it takes time to win back customers' trust, particularly around safety. And so, you know, looking at the use of the Safe TTC app, continuing to promote it is one way. Monitoring specifically what we're seeing in terms of calls and concerns into our customer service office, and understanding how that's playing into customer sentiment and our awareness of where the issues are. And then the third is kind of regular outreach to customers when we survey about customer sentiment about our whole system, breaking it down into the elements that are important to their service, one of them being safety as well. So this continual monitoring of where the sentiment is at is part of what we're using to understand how do we think about the resources that will actually improve the safety. It's not, it's always been a work in progress. We did a lot of upfront collaboration with TPS and the city and how we could think about safety differently and bringing together this multidisciplinary approach. This table continues to sit together and look at what the programming is. The table continues to sit together and look at what the data is saying too, and bringing together the city, TPS, and TTC together to look at the data monthly and say, what is it that we're seeing? What are the trends? And are there adjustments that we can be making to the multidisciplinary program?
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow, please, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that we are ultimately accountable for providing public transit to the residents of the City of Toronto through the TTC, is there a commitment over the 5-year plan to maintain the current levels of service along the boundary routes?
Through the chair, if service integration on those 4 corridors would move forward, you would have additional service, more frequent service, because you would be carrying customers from Mississauga or York Region Transit, plus the customers from the City of Toronto. So the net benefit is, I think from the report that I saw before sitting here, was like 10% increase in service.
So it'd be an addition, but the gist of what I'm asking is, it's not that we're replacing the service that we would ultimately provide, or what we normally provide with York Region Transit, for example, that'll be a value added, but that we are making a commitment to maintain the service levels that we currently provide on those boundary routes as the TTC.
That's one way to do it, but that proposal would not yield any financial benefits to reinvest.
So you're not making that commitment now?
I'd like to bring
Through
back.
the chair, if I may, the design is not to make that commitment, sir, just for clarity. It's to save the hours, the vehicles, and reallocate them to other routes. But we've already made the commitment to the board that we're not looking to cut or reduce service hours. This is about reallocating service hours, recognizing they have capacity, they're there anyways. We can move some of our hours around. It's about $5 million of, I'll say, cost avoidance to add service elsewhere, plus $15 million worth of capital for vehicles.
But am I hearing correctly, though, that we may cut TTC service hours from those routes, and those hours will be replaced by York Region or other jurisdictions?
Yeah, oh yeah, no, moving them around to other routes, absolutely.
Sorry, just can we not have commentary, please? Thank you. Continue.
I appreciate the understanding this better. The integrated service plan isn't finalized yet, is it?
That's correct. It's not finalized. It's still work in progress.
Okay, so we will, as a board, we're going to have an opportunity to opine, perhaps even amend it. When are you going to bring it to the board?
When a solution is available. We've been working with the province on a couple years now and trying to find an operating model and a fare collection technology solution to the issue. And so it's not, if it was up to desire, it'd be as soon as possible, but it's up to finding a solution that works.
Do you have any idea, like, of a time frame?
Hopefully by the end of the year.
By the end of the year. Okay, so we're not going to be seeing any cuts to services along the boundary routes until we receive your report to the board?
That's correct. I'll jump in again through the chair. That is correct. My intention would be is once Presto and Metrolinx notify us that the technical availability of the Presto system can accommodate, we would look to at that point. So it could be about 18 months out. I'd assure you that nothing would be implemented until this board was updated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for these reports. The fare integration report does indicate that riders are happy and saving a lot of money, but I didn't see anything that tells us, is the TTC receiving more riders and more revenue, or is it the same riders who are getting a saving supported by the province?
So through the chair, since the program's inception, we've been able to understand the number of transfers that are happening inbound and outbound by virtue of the numbers that are here. What we don't have yet, and it's subject to a data sharing agreement with all the parties, is the ability to understand where the actual riders are coming from. So what we are missing at the moment is the baseline pre-program information so that we could really assess, A, where are they coming from, and B, what is it, what was that baseline pre the program. So there's still more work to come, but we wanted to at least show what we have and how it's trending to date. So we don't have that yet.
So we don't know whether it's going to produce more riders. All right. Second thing, I think this is clear, but just to nail it home, if we do this service reinvestment that you've talked about, there will be no job loss. No one no TTC employee will have lose their job or have fewer hours as a result of that cross-border integration you're talking about, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. I'm glad to see some continuing improvement on safety, although it is still a very large concern for my constituents, at least. Do you believe that the increase in fare enforcement is having any impact on safety incidents?
So I'll jump in if I could through the chair. I look at the numbers that occur on a daily basis. When I'm looking at 80, 90, 100 incidents a day of the response, I really feel, and when I hear from talking to people in the field, is having that additional staff in the field at the subway stations, right? The visibility of the supervisors at those major terminal intersections that we were talking about, so they could respond to vehicle incidents on the surface. Having the customer, the security, the customer aspect of it, there's no doubt in my mind, we're still short. And I want to look over at about 25, they're in training now, right? So we haven't hit the 150 yet, 140 yet, but 140, thank you. But we still have the security in place. So I think we took a route. We didn't put all our eggs in one basket, if you recall. We took a multi-phased approach by bringing a wide range of individuals in. I think that's been deemed successful. It's still to come, though. We will have a report. I'm going to look at Betty because we're going to be reporting back to the board in next month in June on the safety and well-being program and where we see it.
All right, so what I'm hearing, Mr. Leary, is the answer is yes. It's not the total answer, but it is helping. Is
yes,
it right?
I think so.
Thank you.
If I
could,
could,
back to the question. Sorry, I want to move on. The question of mixed traffic and congestion causing serious delays for surface transit. Have you done an analysis of the different kinds of problems? Construction encroachments, illegal parking, versus, for example, legal parking or turns? And have you requested in writing from the city assistance in addressing those problems?
Through the chair, we continue to work with our partners at Transportation Services in coordinating construction, particularly, especially in the downtown core. We raise our operational challenges, and of course, those have to be addressed in light of other needs. But we continue to document those and provide those to the city, and we appreciate the support that we get from councillors, such as yourself, when we are looking at traffic restrictions on places like Queen and on St. Clair, where we had some restrictions changed for construction movement of our vehicles.
But Rich, do you have an analysis? What percent, have you quantify how much is construction, how much is illegal parking, how much is legal parking that maybe we should be changing, how much is turn restrictions? Do you have data to identify the cause of the problems that are choking your bus service?
Through the chair, we don't have that level of detail because the conditions are changing rapidly. It's hard to pinpoint any specific cause. And through the modeling work that is done by the city, that's also done on a more of a baseline scenario where it's that type of modeling is very complex, but we continue to identify risks to our service and potentially where it could cause reliability and increased travel times.
All right, well, let's continue
Thank you.
this
That
off.
was your final question. If you have others, Commissioner Holliday, 5 minutes, please.
Thanks. I wanted to talk a little bit about the 50 Burnhamthorpe route. Mark, I think this is for you, but the first question is easy. Would you believe me if I said that, people long ago thought the world was flat?
Yes, I believe you.
And And what did they think? Yeah, what did they think when you reached the end of the earth, that people would fall off?
Yes, that's correct. I've heard that.
And so, would it surprise you to say that, for someone that lives in central Etobicoke like me, when I drive over the Etobicoke Creek, I don't sort of disappear into an abyss. There's an entire city of Mississauga before me. Would you also believe that, sometimes if I have to go to Canadian Tire, like the best one to go to is in Mississauga, and I'll go there. And so does it make sense to you that residents that are taking the 50 Burnhamthorpe bus, could be heading, towards the city, or they could be heading towards Mississauga on a regular basis?
Correct. Our data shows that 25% of those cross-boundary trips originate in the city of Toronto.
And so would there be a few important places in the city of Mississauga to visit? I don't know, Square One Mall, University of Toronto, Mississauga campus, places that are important points for Torontonians to go to?
Yes, that's correct.
What happens now if I live near Burnhamthorpe and I walk up to the bus stop and let's say it's a light, not necessarily a cross light, and a Mississauga bus that's headed to the exact same station that the TTC bus is headed to pulls up to the stoplight, and I'm standing there at the bus stop. What happens?
The bus doors could open, somebody could get off, but you wouldn't be allowed to get on.
Right. So there's an administrative rule that says that I can't enter that bus, even though it's going to the same place.
That's correct.
Even if it's like -30 or it's raining? Too bad.
All weather conditions.
What's the headway for the Burnhamthorpe, just roughly, I don't want to put you on the spot, but is it fair to say it's like in and around 15, 20 minutes?
That's correct.
So I can be standing as a passenger for 15 or 20 minutes, that's if it's running on time, of course, on the side of the road for 15 or 20 minutes. By the way, to my inner city friends, when you live out in the suburbs, right, you can be waiting 20 minutes for a bus to come by. I often, and sorry, this is a speech, this should be a question. So the headway is 20 minutes. So the proposal on this type of integration, sorry, it's not fair integration, but service alignment, is that the residents would get better service, right? Like less time standing on the side of the road.
That's correct.
That's what this is about. And to emphasize, and is it true to emphasize the point, I think you mentioned, like a person doesn't care what the sticker is on the bus. They just want to go to the station, right?
That's correct.
On the reverse way, what happens? If I'm at Islington Station and I want to go, out to my home, which is off Burnhamthorpe, what choices do I have?
Well, if you were to get on that Mississauga bus, you'd be dropped off after the Etobicoke Creek, and you wouldn't be able to get off.
Oh. And what if I'm heading out towards Mississauga and I get on a TTC bus on Burnhamthorpe? What happens?
You'd have to transfer somewhere along that journey to a Mississauga bus.
So they offload me at a shelter, and I stand at the bus shelter until a Mississauga bus comes.
That's
even though the buses could pass each other on the route and I can wave,
Even though they operate on the same roads and serve the same stops.
Okay. So would you just say that, look, this is a complex thing, but would you just say from a resident's or a customer or a citizen's perspective, they kind of look at us and say, look, this is all public transit system. Like, why can't you get past these administrative rules and just get me better service?
I think they say that in every other jurisdiction outside the city of Toronto. It happens in Mississauga with Brampton. Rick, I believe, Mr. Leary implemented that between Brampton and York Region.
Okay. And are there any risks? Are there any downsides? I know it's a complex process, but are there any downsides to the citizen on this?
We have to make sure that we have an operating agreement in place with our other agencies to ensure that things like service levels are maintained that meet the board's service standards. But right. Outside of that, I think it's pretty straightforward and easy to communicate.
Is there a chance that it's going to go from a 15 or a 20-minute headway to a 25 or 30? I mean, that's a terrible situation, right?
No, it would go probably the other way because more customers are required to be served.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Any other questions? Yeah. So I just had a few quick questions. One, do we have any sense as to whether or not the buses that are used by other transit agencies meet the accessibility standards found in TTC buses?
All buses are required by AODA to meet accessibility guidelines.
And are they on track? So, like, we're on track.
Yes.
We've already met the target. Do we know if those other transit agencies are on track to meet their AODA requirements?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And just to sort of go back to where Commissioner Matlow was going, I was under the impression that the integration was a fait accompli. But from what I am understanding, there's still a decision to be made whether or not that is to be adopted on a permanent basis. Right now, it's on a pilot basis.
It is not a fait accompli. We are still working out the operating model, as I mentioned, and we'll be bringing back a report to this board so that they can review the plan before we move forward.
So what role does the new deal between the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario play in determining whether or not we move forward with full regional integration or not?
Through the chair, the new deal effectively lays out a commitment to continue to work to implement fare and service integration. But as Mark has stated, we still need to do the work to actually outline how it's actually implemented. So that would still come back to the board for approval.
Do you have a timeline as to when that will be coming back to the board?
As Mark had mentioned, I think you were saying towards the end of the year, once we still work out what the technical solution needs to be with Presto to enable that to happen.
Thank you. And I guess my next questions are regarding revenue. Do we have any sort of a sense as to what the impact would be on revenue if we were sort of leaving some of these routes to other regional transit partners?
The business requirements that we've identified is that the fare that would be charged on those vehicles would be a TTC fare, and that the revenue would be kept by the City of Toronto. And the province is aware that we've requested them to fund that additional piece. And so that's part of the discussion with matching up that fare technology with those business rules. And that will be brought back to this board, those details.
So just to confirm so I understand. So for example, if a My Way bus picks someone up in Toronto, they will be paying a TTC fare?
Yes.
And that money will be going to TTC?
That's the business requirement that we put before the province and our partners.
And will there be reciprocity if, for example, a TTC bus is picking up passengers in Mississauga? Will those fares go to Mississauga, or do they go to TTC?
Those fares already go to Mississauga because we operate those services on contract.
And will they be paying, do they pay a Mississauga fare or a TTC fare?
When a TTC bus operates outside the City of Toronto, it operates as if it's the color or a York Region bus or a Mississauga bus.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, any speakers on this item? Please.
Thanks, Chair. And I want to speak briefly about how important the initiatives are about the harmonization of services, especially when you live in a community on the edge of the 905. And, you know, I was a bit tongue-in-cheek with my questions and so on, but I wanted to prove a point. When you live out in the suburbs, when there's 10, 15, 20 minutes headway between vehicles, and, you know, you're trying to get to work and it's the middle of winter, and after trudging through, you know, the wheel rut on your street of the first car that went down it before the plow came, to get to the bus stop, and then you watch the bus kind of whiz by, you know you're stuck there for like 20 minutes till the next one comes. And that's if it comes on time. And I know where I live out in central Etobicoke, you know, half the trip can be from my home to Kipling Station, which isn't that far. And I don't say this as a criticism to anybody. I mean, it's a hard job being a bus operator. We've only got so much funding for so many buses. But the point I want to make is it's a far cry different from when you're in the inner city and you've got far more frequent service, less headway between vehicles. And I get it, there's different numbers of people and so on. But when you think about quality of life and you think about choices that people make and enticing people to take the transit system, it's just not going to work. Like if you have to wait, you know, 20, 30, 40 minutes to get to the first mass transit station and then get to your destination downtown. And that's why even like a 5-minute savings on a headway is a big deal, right? And, you know, that's one less bus that you just sort of see whiz by and you got to catch up for the next one. And I really think these are meaningful changes. And I don't disagree that they're hard, and I don't disagree that there are criticisms of them. but to capture those thousands of citizens that live in the catchment area of the bus. You've got to do things like this. And I think, and you know, I spent so many years of my life taking the Kipling 45 bus. And again, Rick, this is not a criticism of the TTC, but you know, we had express buses on the same route as local buses. And I can't tell you how many days I stood there with a clenched fist at the intersection, and the driver of the express bus was looking at me, and I was looking at him or her, and they're like, they can't open the door. And it's like, I know you're going to the same place, please. You know, they just can't. And I think the same thing happens with, say, a My Way bus on Burnhamthorpe. I'm sure the driver feels very bad for the person sitting on the side of the road. So this is a change that would allow them to get on and literally get to the same place. And, you know, it's that simple little thing that can make or break your whole day for the rest of the day, especially in the dead of winter, in the snow, when it's minus 30 degrees, when it's raining, and you're lucky to have a bus shelter at the stop. And, you know, that's part of life in the suburbs. There's lots of great things in the suburbs, but that's one of the things. The distances are farther apart and the service frequency is different. So I'm really excited about this. I think it's going to be a positive for the community. I look forward to seeing it unfold. And again, I credit to everyone involved, because I know it's complex and there are a lot of different factors that need to be figured out. So I wanted to share the suburban experience with my colleagues on the board and just let you know how important these little things are.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Commissioner Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
So I want to begin by acknowledging the very thoughtful comments of my colleague, Commissioner Holliday, and I think it's really important that all of us understand the priorities and the challenges of every part of the city, because we're collectively here to make sure that every corner of the city is served well. The idea of both fare integration and service integration is a long time coming, and I'm glad that we're moving on ensuring that arbitrary boundaries don't get in the way of people getting to where they need to go in a seamless way, in an affordable way. And so the idea of this initiative is both sound and, as Commissioner Holliday suggested, quite exciting. That all being said, though, while we've talked about how many problems we have with our system, lack of maintenance, lack of funding for state of good repair, all the challenges that we face, lack of expansion over too many decades. Our greatest asset are the people who work for our system. Those of you who are around this horseshoe here, and the people who work on the ground, our operators, our mechanics. Our people are our greatest asset, and they are the reason that we're able to do the good work we do. And I perceive that there is, in many ways, a lack of morale and confidence at times when there are decisions made at this table or beyond it, when they affect our workers directly. And we need to remedy that, and we need to work on that relationship, and we need to build that trust, because they are our partners. And I believe that there is a fear and a concern that if we don't do this well and sensitively, that we will be replacing the people who work for us with somebody who works for a different municipality's transit system. That the people we rely on today to serve Torontonians may find themselves not working on the routes that they would expect to be at. And we need to, so whatever we do, we need to do this well with them rather than at them. And I don't want them to find out after the fact of any decisions that are made. And that's why I asked if this was coming to the board. I also want to remind us that Mississauga, York Region, our neighbors aren't accountable to the people of Toronto. The TTC is accountable to the people of Toronto. So when I asked about maintaining service standards, it's not York or Mississauga or anybody else who's going to be maintaining service standards for Torontonians. It's going to be the TTC. And I want us to be very careful and very cautious and very disciplined about ensuring that the accountability rests with us, the responsibility rests with us, and at the end of the day, the service is provided by the people who actually are employed by our system. So I'm glad to hear that nothing's going to happen until we have a report and a completed report, and we will review it and we will work with you on it. But ultimately, whatever we do, let's do it together. Let's be transparent. Let's be accountable. Let's work in partnership with ATU, with the people who work for us on the ground. And ultimately, let's move forward together to provide that seamless integrated service, but in a way that everyone knows that we're all benefiting from it, rather than having winners and losers as a consequence of our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Sachs, please, 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I don't have questions about the earth being flat. I do want to encourage staff to continue to explore the opportunity for more service integration with our neighbors. I think that that is a good solution, that we don't have to be parochial about our boundaries as long as our staff aren't losing their jobs, and I'm glad to have that confirmed. If we can improve service to people in the suburbs and save some money for the TTC, I think that's a very, very good result, and that is something that we should be encouraging and moving towards. I want to go back, though, to the question of congestion, because as we have discussed so many times, when the bus doesn't come on time, that seriously affects people's lives, and it seriously affects the attractiveness of transit as an option. And we have been told by staff that, and we saw again today, that the buses are slower than ever because they're caught in traffic. But what we haven't seen is an analysis of what are the kinds of problems, because there are at least 5 different kinds of issues. One is on-street construction for public services and utilities. One is construction encroachments by private builders. One is illegal parking, and then there's legal parking and turn restrictions, which may or may not be in place, which are questions of traffic operations for the city. And if we don't have an analysis of what is causing the problem, we're not able to work together to fix it. And I've asked this question a couple of times at several board meetings, and all I get is generalities that TTC staff are discussing with transportation services, but no data and no action plan. So I'm asking staff to please bring us, and I guess if I don't get one, I'll make a motion next time, an action plan with some quantitative analysis of what are the problems that are adversely affecting timeliness and reliability on our key surface routes. The Dundas was mentioned again, and I have a motion on here today, but it's unreasonable that I should be having to take the initiative on that without prioritization and data from TTC staff. So I'm asking TTC staff to be methodical and thorough about this issue, analyze what the problem is, and come to us with that analysis and an action plan. And don't just tell us you're talking to transportation services. And I look forward to the safety report. And thank you for everybody for all the hard work. I know there is a great deal of it, and this is an immensely important service. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Any other speakers on this item? No? Okay. Seeing no further speakers, I'm going to continue to hold this item for in-camera questions. The next item of business is item 2, approved minutes of the ACAT General Monthly Meeting for January 26th, February 29th, and March 28th, 2024. I'll turn it over to Anita Dressler, ACAT Chair, to present the minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Myers, board members, and congratulations, Mr. Lurie. ACAT has submitted the minutes for the first quarter. I will briefly summarize the content of the January, February, and March ACAT minutes. Our members have reviewed, discussed, and have participated in numerous presentations given by staff and experts in the field and scope of our work. recertifications of streetcar and bus drivers, and training. We have outreach at community centers and wellness centers to promote travel training, apply for Wheel-Trans, and re-registration as per AODA requirements. We have been involved in the forum held at Metro Hall recently. Wheel-Trans appeal panels, training of taxi cab drivers with contracted companies, and easier access updates. Our subcommittees have recommended changes in terms of reference, cross-boundary policies, IT project updates, FOS, travel training, public announcements, and reviewing issues impacting the TTC and especially Wheel-Trans service due to bike lanes. There have been presentations on the Scarborough subway extension and requirements for accessibility. We have received the 5-year service plan and 25-point action plan with updates to the Presto support card. ACAT has recommended Wheel-Trans applications to be translated into 10 to 15 of the most common languages spoken in Toronto, showing diversity, acknowledgement in what we do. Anticipated to be busy with many new initiatives of the TTC and Wheel-Trans. Respectfully submitted, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anita. Are there any questions for the ACAT chair? Seeing no further questions, can I have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley. All those in favor? Carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now consider item 3, TTC Corporate Plan 2024 to 2028 and beyond, moving Toronto Connecting Communities. And we have a speaker on this item, Alan Ewell. Just so everyone is aware, break at 1. We're going to break at 1 p.m. for lunch, and we'll come back at 2. What time do you want to get out of here? No, 2. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Alan. Please go ahead. 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, could you put the time up on the wall there?
Yep.
This is a large report. Depending on how you do the math, this report is as many as 125 pages. Since I don't want you to get huffy with me if I get close to 5 minutes, I'm only going to speak to some things in the report. Section 3 of this report refers to planning transit at the center of Toronto's future mobility. And since this is a 4-year renewing report, or renewing plan, we should review our plans to make sure they still meet Toronto's ever-changing plans as they do with future mobility. This is the current Waterfront East Phase 1 plan, and it predates the start of construction on the Ontario line. In light of this, should we not reevaluate the Cherry Street Tunnel connection? With a finite amount of money, should we not prioritize Cherry Street South to the new current Nifty Bridge? What plans do we have for the East Bay Station on the new Line 3 to connect streetcars to the network? The Ontario line is scheduled to open in the Metrolinx year of 2031. Action 3.3.3 is to integrate Toronto Green standards into new asset planning and design. This sounds good, but it's a toothless goal put in this report to basically look good with very little changes to the TTC. Sometime, hopefully this decade, lines 5 and 6 will open. This comes with 43 new station stops and 17-ish station buildings. These 17 or so new station buildings are and will be run by the TTC, but are not TTC assets, and therefore Action 3.3.3 in this report does not apply. Most of the TTC building assets are old, and again, this action doesn't apply. In October 2020, a contract to replace the roofing in the Hillcrest complex was approved. This is one of the TTC's largest roofs with almost 3.3 football fields in size. But since it's not a new asset, Action 3.3.3 did not and would not apply. As a result, 3.5 football fields worth of heat sink roofing was not upgraded to the new Toronto Green Standard. Unfortunately, the TTC assets are only TTC assets until the city wants to sell them off. TTC assets are city assets. They should be upgraded to the TTC's Toronto Green Standard when older roofs of the TTC need to be replaced. 48% of our budget comes from the City of Toronto, 45% from passengers, only 7% from the province, and nothing from the feds. But 23% of the country's ridership is on the TTC. We need to remind the federal government about that. We need to remind the province that 55% of all Ontario ridership is on the TTC. Thanks for the One Fare program, but it only covers a portion of the customers that the customers would have paid themselves. It doesn't benefit the TTC's bottom line, and it's only 13% of the TTC's total ridership. Our capital budget for the next 15 years is $47.9 billion with a B dollars. 35.5 is unfunded. Vancouver TransLink relies on multiple tax and revenue streams to help fund its system. As of June 30th, New York City will have congestion pricing. London already has it. Seattle and Los Angeles both had referendums that were approved by voters for dedicated taxes to help pay for transit expansions in their cities. We need to have an adult conversation. Somebody who's been in this seat for the last 13 years, the previous 6 TTC chairs did not have this conversation. Mr. Chair, will you be lucky number 7? Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions for the deputant? Nope. Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation, as always. So I understand we have a staff presentation on this item from Karen Thorborn, Executive Director, Strategic Initiatives.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is afternoon, okay. So good afternoon. My name is Karen Thorburn. I'm the Executive Director of Corporate Initiatives at the TTC, and I'm here today to give you an overview of the next 5-year corporate plan that's before you today. Next slide, please. Over the last year, the TTC has undertaken a multi-phased consultation process to develop the final draft of the corporate plan that's before you today. This includes consulting with our employees, customers, and many key government and community partners. Before you for consideration is a cover report that outlines the overview of the process and next steps. Appendix A gives you a high-level summary of everything that's in the 125-page document for those who have not had a chance to review the whole document. And then, of course, Attachment 1 is the full final draft of the plan before you for consideration. Subject to board approval of Attachment 1, this guiding document will be used to inform annual reporting, implementation planning, and our annual budget process. Next slide, please. Informed by board direction, the corporate plan sets strategic direction for the organization while also creating alignment within the broader governance framework in which the TTC operates. This includes taking into account legislative requirements, provincial, regional planning documents, and of course, City of Toronto policies and plans that apply to city agencies. And you see some of those listed on the right-hand side of the slide. The corporate plan is the primary planning and reference document for the TTC and looks both internal and external to the organization. The plan establishes key priorities for the next 5 years with a long-term view, integrates board-approved plans and long-term capital investments, and is refreshed to consider changes in our environmental context. The corporate plan is also underpinned by second-level strategies and plans, one of them being the 5-year service and customer experience plan that's also before the board today. In short, the corporate plan provides the overall integrated view of all the work before the organization, bringing together various plans and strategies into one holistic document. Implementation will be guided by ongoing annual review to tie the resources, timelines, and specific measures to each element of the corporate plan to measure progress and performance. This will be a key input to the annual budget process and inform ongoing recommendations to the board. Next slide, please. Through the consultation process, we heard strong consensus on the critical role transit plays in the future success of Toronto as a livable city, to meeting our climate goals, and importantly, to creating access to opportunity for Toronto's diverse communities. There is a strong transit culture in our city, with 1 in 4 trips in Toronto being taken by public transit, and with 70% of all transit trips in the region taking place on the TTC. The TTC provides a strong foundation for encouraging a growing Toronto to move more sustainably. Recognizing the important role the TTC plays in city building, we also heard a strong desire to update our vision and mission statements to be more forward-looking and to more directly state the many social and economic benefits provided by the TTC. And the update that was approved through various consultation was to move Toronto towards a more equitable, sustainable, and prosperous future. Next slide, please. The next corporate plan includes 5 strategic directions in support of our vision and mission. Starting first with the more than 17,000 people who keep Toronto moving, we want to build a future-ready workforce. Focusing on the service that keeps Toronto connected, we want to attract new riders and retain customer loyalty. To build the system that shapes our city, we need to plan and take action now to prepare for the long term, to place transit at the center of Toronto's future mobility. The organization processes, tools, and technology that enable our work will require us to continue to make investment to transform and modernize the organization for a changing environment. And finally, to achieve our mandate, we need the financial framework necessary to get the job done, which is why we will continue to take measures within our control, but also continue to seek partnership and support to address the structural fiscal imbalance. Pardon me. Over the next couple of slides, I'll give you a quick overview of each strategic direction, which is supported by objectives, actions, and target outcomes. Next slide. Fundamental to our ability to provide a high-quality transit service is the 17,000 employees who keep Toronto moving day in and day out. The environment we operate in, however, is changing labor force demographics, new technologies, and newer entrants to the public transportation sector require us to constantly evaluate our employee value proposition and to adapt to changing conditions. Over the next 5 years, we intend to build on progress to date, to invest in the employee experience, to increase employee engagement and satisfaction, adapt to a changing labor market to ensure we have the skills of the future that we need, ensure the safety and well-being of our employees, and continue our journey to build a more inclusive and diverse organization representing the communities that we serve. Next slide. We want to attract new riders and retain the customers we have. While travel demand patterns may have shifted over the course of the pandemic, population and employment is still expected to grow over the next 5 years, and congestion is already at pre-pandemic levels, with significant construction occurring over the next decade to build new rapid transit. Over the next 5 years, the TTC needs to focus on delivering safe, frequent, and reliable service that responds to customer needs. This requires the TTC to better serve customer demand patterns driven by a new 5-year service and customer experience plan, which we'll hear more about today. Improve the customer experience by providing a safe, accessible, and comfortable journey. A priority action is the ongoing implementation of our community safety and well-being plan and completing critical investments in easier access. Focus on the basics of service reliability, predictability, and speed. With 60% of all TTC journeys including a surface transit trip, we must continue to partner with the city on rapid TO, implementing transit priority measures, and completing the building of the Line 3 busway. And importantly, prioritizing asset state of good repair to keep the system moving reliably. This is an area of major capital pressure, and key investments such as Line 2 modernization and new trains are priority areas of focus, in addition to vehicle overhauls and other key SOGR requirements that are outlined in our 15-year capital investment plan. Growing transit ridership long-term requires focused effort and investment now to build a culture where taking public transit is ingrained in how we move. The 5-year service and customer experience plan supports the strategic direction, as well as strategic direction number 3, placing transit at the center of Toronto's future mobility. Next slide, please. Beyond the next 5 years, population will continue to grow, space allocated to roads will remain unchanged, and progress needs to be made to reduce our impact on the environment. Long-term, we want to leverage the TTC's comprehensive network to position TTC as an attractive mode of travel and a central element of Toronto's long-term mobility plan. Building first on a foundation of an existing system maintained in a state of good repair, we need to advance long lead time projects to build capacity for the future. Some of these are fully funded, like the Bloor-Young Capacity Improvement Project, but others are not, like the Line 1 Long-Term Capacity Enhancement Program. We want to improve seamless connections between transit, walking, and cycling, and ensure new transit expansion being built by Metrolinx is integrated effectively into the TTC network. The TTC has a plan to continue to advance green bus procurement program to transform our fleet to net zero emissions in advance of the city's 2040 Transform TO deadline, but there are many elements of that plan that are also currently unfunded in our capital investment plan. Preparing our existing system assets and future assets for a climate change future so we are resilient and able to provide service in the face of more extreme weather events is also a key priority and is a requirement in compliance with the Toronto Green Standard and many of the priority actions that have been coming out of City of Toronto City Council. Finally, in alignment with current long-term planning efforts underway by Metrolinx on the Regional Transportation Plan and the City of Toronto's current update to the official plan, we need to undertake our own 2051 planning exercise to outline the full set of needs to keep pace with a growing Toronto. This also includes doing the update to our long-term demand model, taking it out to a 2051 horizon, and updating the underlying demand projections that we are currently relying on. Next slide, please. The organization processes, tools, and technology that enable our work require us to continue making investments to transform and modernize the organization for a changing environment. Over the next 5 years, we are focused on building organization capacity to respond to emerging risks and threats. This includes refining our enterprise risk management program, continuing our program of work on cybersecurity, and building on our business continuity and emergency management planning actions. The TTC is also introducing a formal innovation and sustainability strategy, which you will hear more about in coming board meetings, to foster a culture of innovation across the organization. Embracing new technology and completing major technology investments, such as the completion of the rollout of SAP, is a key activity in order to modernize our underlying business processes. And finally, building on the TTC's data and analytics capacity to support improved decision-making and identification of new opportunities to transform our business. Next slide, please. Finally, we continue to need to focus on the underlying financial framework of our organization. This includes continuing our own internal efforts to transform for efficiency and utilize our resources to their best and highest valued use. Maximizing available revenue while balancing affordability for customers is also critical, given our high reliance on the fare box right now to pay for operations in particular, and looking at things like new non-fare revenue strategies, continuing to build a culture of fare compliance, and working with our intergovernmental partners will be key. Building on advancements made through the introduction of the 15-year capital investment plan to forecast capital funding needs for the long term, we are continuing our priority focus first on funding the state of good repair, of which $8.6 billion is unfunded in the next 10 years. And you'll see in the page within the chapter, we do lay out again the hierarchy of needs that the TTC has in the capital investment plan. There are growth projects that are also unfunded and more aspirational investments in platform edge doors, for instance, but number one priority is state of good repair. And finally, to support all of this, strengthening our intergovernmental partnerships, working with the City of Toronto to try to work towards a more sustainable funding model, not just for capital, but also for operating long-term. Next slide, please. The 5-year plan provides the framework to guide our work and priorities. It is not a static document, but it's intended to be continuously improved upon. Subject to board approval, the corporate plan will be reviewed annually to assess progress, identify what resources and supports are required to be successful, and to account for emerging issues and risks, recognizing that we work in a very dynamic environment. More specific implementation plans will be developed to define costs, timelines, and key metrics for measurement. And finally, to be successful, we know that we're also going to need to continue to build strong partnerships, secure predictable streams of funding, and to communicate our successes, but more importantly, where we need support. This presentation was meant to give you a very high-level overview of the framework of the next corporate plan and the next steps that we're trying to undertake to mature our approach to multi-year planning. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes before, so you can do 2 rounds and then break for lunch. Yep, doesn't matter.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate that you, at the end of your presentation, you made it very clear that, I infer that you made it clear that much of what we want to do is aspirational, depending on whether or not we get adequate funding to be able to do everything that we know we need to do. And you're outlining what we believe our priorities are over the next few years. But one thing that's missing, though, from the corporate plan, as far as I can tell, is the engagement of the public to actually achieve our goals. And I'll give you an example. The New Deal, that we call a New Deal, if we're to be honest with ourselves, was an agreement that achieved some benefits, some significant benefits, but it wasn't a New Deal as far as a genuinely new governance and financial framework for our city and for our transit system. The public doesn't fully understand all of this. They don't know specifically what the challenges are. They don't know exactly what even the definition of fairness is. And most people don't know how little we get from higher levels of government as opposed to any other major city in the entire world that has a transit system. So those other levels of government are accountable to the people as we are. So why aren't we doing a more a public advocacy campaign, something that actually engages the people of Toronto, that helps them understand the aspirational goals, but also the challenges? All they know now is that there's oil spilling everywhere and they can't get anywhere, right? All they know is that there's service disruptions, that they're upset at the TTC, and often for very good reason. Would you consider a meaningful way to engage our public, our ridership, so that just like our our employees and everyone, like, we're all part of the solution, we're all part of a team. And I predict that we'll get the attention of other levels of government in a better way if the very people who vote for all of us are actually engaging with them. Have you considered that?
So thanks for the question. Actually, one of the next steps, and I didn't speak to it in my presentation, is we want to look at how we create a series of communications products that are targeted to different audience to communicate what it is that we are trying to aspire to do, where we need partnership support. We recognize that no individual is sitting down and reading an 125-page document. It is meant as a planning and reference document, a baseline document for us as an organization. But one of the key next steps that we want to undertake, and I've been in conversation with our Chief of Corporate Affairs, is how we create different sets of communication tools that will resonate with different audience to talk about what the benefits are that we are trying to achieve from what we're trying to undertake here and where we need support, particularly from decision makers.
And you'll bring that back to the board for us to review the advocacy campaign?
We could certainly, in an upcoming report, give an outline of what we would propose as a communication strategy.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Holiday, please, 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and in particular for Section 4.1, which is build resilience and capacity to manage enterprise risks and threats. Super refreshed to see this right here up in front. But I wondered if the staff could tell me how the board will consider enterprise risks. And I'll give you an example. The federal budget was released fairly recently, and there was not funding for Line 2 cars. a very, very big development that has a whole bunch of cascading effects. And, you know, I may put it to you that, you know, that is among the cluster of enterprise risks that has to do with governments and government decision-making and so on that, you know, you can't predict. So how do we bring the enterprise risk management program to the board and facilitate those discussions? Because I think they're really important.
I'll start and then maybe I'll hand it to the CEO. So the ERM program we know is being refined right now and is being reported through the Audit Risk Management Committee.
Okay.
One of the key part, I mean, you just gave an example of the Line 2 trains, and this is where we talk about, we do have regular reporting that we need to bring forward. The Line 2 trains, for instance, would be coming forward in our quarterly major project update report, where we would outline to you what the current risks are associated with that particular project. But I think it is fair to say that there is probably ongoing refinement to how we report out on risks. And one of the things you'll see in the implementation of this corporate plan, why we want to make sure that we're more deliberate in reporting back, is that we're also talking about the risks of not being able to proceed on some of these actions as well. I don't know if the CEO has anything further to add.
No, through the chair, you laid it out very nicely. In November, there'll be a report to Audit Risk Management Committee regarding the overall risk matrix that is being established now for the organization, and then that will be further forwarded to the board. So that I do know. And I just will say that, following up on some of the things that Karen had talked about, working with our partners at the federal government, the provincial, you know, municipal, our friends at the union, right, having supported each other and sending stuff to the federal government in support of funding and getting both operating and capital, that's been underway. And I think that's what brought us some success last summer when the province gave us their money for the train. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes when it comes to the federal government push.
So this is a governance question, and it's theoretical. But, you know, again, in the report, excellent before us, it gives the top 10 key enterprise risks. The 10 key enterprise risks. I guess they're in no particular order, but anything from financial sustainability, capital funding, safety, cybersecurity, disruption. You know, and in fact, in today's meeting, we're probably going to talk about every one of these things in their own ways. Maybe, Mr. CEO, is there a way that we can facilitate these conversations at the board in a more focused way? I don't know that there's an easy answer to that, but making sure, is there a way to make sure that we as a group are talking about each one of these top items every chance we get, even if it's a small conversation? Is there a way to bring that focus? Because I think they're so important, and I think it's just so important for good governance that we're addressing them.
Right, through the chair, maybe what I'd say is, I know we're looking for a report in November. Is there an opportunity to bring something sooner, more of a frame? I know we've given the framework to the Audit Risk Management Committee, but while we do the deep dive, and one of the items that we are worried about, I have been always talking about the worry of having a tunnel near a lake, right? And depending on sandbags and the resiliency of the pumps in the system not being ready for major floods. I'm gonna look at some of the staff if I could. Why don't we could I do this as a takeaway, sir, if you wouldn't mind?
It's very much an open-ended question,
Yeah.
rhetorical perhaps, but yeah, and again, I just wanted to signify, I just thought this was really important. This is good work, and to make that open question to you, if there's a way to continue to follow these themes, if it's the top 10 we take, can we try to integrate them in a way into our meeting discussions to make sure we're talking about them one way or another? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will go for Commissioner Kim for her questions, then we'll break for lunch and return at 2.
It's Commissioner Holiday. So this, in my day job, is kind of like my area. One way that, and if it's not being done currently, because I'm not familiar yet, an appropriate way to discuss some of these risks is if these risks are aligned to the objectives. Because every time that you have an objective, you have risks. And that's how you keep the risks relevant at the board level too. So when there is a hierarchy of risks, so you don't want to be talking at a very minutia level when you're at the board. So when you have corporate objectives at that level, that's how you check and make sure that you've got corporate risks. And then the next level down at the business unit level, you'll have business unit objectives and then business unit level risks. in relation to those specific objectives. And a lot of times those, when people
Sorry, Commissioner
categorize
Kim,
risks.
do you have a question?
No, I just wanted to answer his question.
Okay,
Sorry.
so
It was
this
a
portion
comment.
is just for questions. Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. No, you can, when we do speaking, you can answer that question.
Why do you stop her?
Thank you.
So no other questions. Okay. Do you want to? It's 12:59. Do you want to wait or? Okay, let's wait and let's break for lunch. Then let's wait and let's let's wait and go for lunch. Okay. Thank you. I told them that. Oops. Recess until 2 o'clock. Okay, could I ask everyone to take their seats, please, so we can start? Yep. Okay. So we were actually at Commissioner Osborne for questions, and then Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Osborne, 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a couple of questions about congestion and traffic, and maybe carry on a little bit from some of Councillor Sachs's earlier comments. First of all, I would like to observe that the person who coined the term rapid TO likely had a very good sense of humor. And in the report, you note that improving the efficiency and effectiveness of surface transit is one of the greatest opportunities to make a real difference for customers in the immediate term. And I'm just wondering if I could get you, I noticed you spent a lot more time on traffic in this report, if I can get a bit more color around that, and along the lines of what Councillor Sachs had asked about, is if we have a way to pin this jellyfish to the wall in some way that we can start to have a specific way of looking at the nature of the problem, where it's, because everybody on the street knows we have a problem here, but how can we start to tackle this, and what is the role of the TTC in doing this? What is the role of the City of Toronto in doing this? And to what extent do we owe a duty to our customers, because this affects over half of them every single day? To what extent do we owe a duty to our customers to raise the temperature on this issue, both here and at City Council?
Through the chair, I'll start, and I know my colleagues have some comments as well. This is a fundamental issue with moving so many people through the city, and I think as we've seen through COVID, when there was less traffic, we had more of our vehicles on time, right? So there's this combination of an increased amount of auto use, even though we're still in a hybrid work environment. Congestion has, in many cases, surpassed what we saw prior to COVID. And then there's, of course, these implications of, and that affects our running time, these implications of parking, as Councillor Sachs mentioned, illegal parking, and then planned on-road parking, and street movement. We are one of many partners in this to help facilitate the movement of people. Our lever is how we can provide transit in this environment, and we're very much dependent on working with our partners at the city in how transit can move on these roads that we share. The 5-year service plan picks up on this and recognizes that some of the opportunities do come from moving forward with rapid TO, whatever we end up calling it. The idea of dedicated space for our major corridors is one of the ways that we can move forward together with some of this mobility. So there's more on this in the 5-year plan from what the corporate plan picks up on.
I think just to elaborate on that through the chair, if there's one thing we can report back through in our regular reports on implementation is maybe getting more specific about how we could bring forward recommendations and actions, more specific data that would enable, I think, improved conversations perhaps between us and the City of Toronto to how we can make some more immediate changes.
And also maybe if we could consider some advocacy, improved advocacy, because we are so impacted by the terrible levels of traffic that, right now, is it correct to say that we get savings? I think the one rapid TO line that we've been able to measure, we're getting end-to-end savings of 5 minutes. Is that correct? time savings for, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So my guess is, and I don't know if you'd agree with this, that we would likely get a lot more than that if we could address traffic on some of these roads.
That's correct. And that's certainly the assertion we're making in the 5-year corporate plan and in the 5-year service plan.
So I'm just wondering, what we've done so far hasn't borne much fruit. This traffic situation, other than the little hiatus we had during COVID, it's always been bad. It's getting worse. So doing the same things that we've been doing obviously isn't working. And that's sort of where I'm going with this is do we have a duty to try and look at this a different way, to work with City Hall a different way, to help try and unsnarl some of the worst of what we're seeing?
Would agree, and I think that what we can do is maybe elaborate on the action that is in the 5-year corporate plan to come back with some of the more specific data to help support those conversations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, please, 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner Osborne, for asking some of my questions. Are we correct in understanding that the biggest thing we can do for customers over the next 5 years is to reduce the delays caused by buses being blocked by other traffic?
Through the chair, I'll jump in on that, Chair, if I could. That's absolutely correct. And answer part of the question, if I could. I think when you talked earlier about congestion route analysis, that we have to do more of providing that to make sure that the city and others, council, understand the impact it's having on the TTC and our customers. And I'm going to commit to you, we're going to come back with that, Commissioner.
Can you give us an estimate as to when you will bring that to us? And I guess you'll bring it to the Audit and Risk Committee first?
I'm going to look at my staff now. We'll put a schedule together. What I'll do is I'll put it in the hot topic section in next month's report, if I could, for you.
Thank you.
So you can give an outline.
That's good. More generally, we had a useful discussion last time on how to be more useful as a board. This plan, you have 20 priorities. I mean, nobody can run effectively in 20 directions at a time. So first of all, are you able to come back to us with some prioritization of the areas where you need our help? We're all here trying to be useful. We want the TTC to work better. And when you just say we're running in 20 directions at once, that doesn't give any clarity as to what you're looking for from us. Can you bring this back to us with some prioritization of where you need our help?
Through the chair, we absolutely can. Part of the next step with the implementation planning is we'll make very clear what components are funded, what are unfunded, and relative order of priority. As I was making mention during the presentation, there are some things that we have received direction from related to city council priorities, but we also know that we have to prioritize things like state of good repair first above maybe more aspirational directions like including platform edge doors. So what we will do is we will, as part of our next step, is make much clearer what's funded, unfunded in each element of the plan, the associated risks associated with proceeding or not proceeding, and give you a bit of an indication of where we need to put our most highest priority focus on.
Well, thank you. Certainly, we're all aware that funding is an issue, and we're working on that, and we're glad to continue to be helpful on funding, and being clear as to where the funding is needed most is also helpful. But I'm not just asking you about funding. But you bring things to us each board. It would be helpful if we knew what are the questions you're looking to the board to answer. Where are the, of these 20 priorities, and each one has 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 actions, which are the ones where you're looking for guidance? We may have our own opinions, but in the first instance, it's helpful if you tell us. Can you give us, can you go through this list of 20 priorities and come back to us and say, we could specifically use advice, help, guidance on, I don't know, 1, 3, and 6?
Through the chair, yes, we certainly can. I mean, one of the pieces we'll make also, I think, much clearer is what's fully within board authority to implement and where we need external approvals and support, because there are a number of elements that also requires city council approval, or we need agreement from another government partner to fully implement. And we can make that much clearer, right? There are things that are fully within TTC control, there are things that are not. And it was to say the things that are not fully within TTC control is where we need to ensure that the board is aware of that and can help support our ongoing conversations with other orders of government as well.
Oh, yes, please. And particularly for those of us who are on council, again, to have a complete picture of what you need and not just money would be helpful. So we'll get that from you. Again, can you give us an estimate as to when we might get that?
Probably within the next quarter. I'll have to take it back.
Okay. Well, let me leave it with you that the more guidance you give us on what you need, the better chance that we'll be able to provide it. Wouldn't that be useful?
Yes, it would. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Any questions? No. I just had one quick question. So I was reading through the corporate plan. It's very well done, by the way. But I did note that a lot of the action items didn't have sort of an implementation plan or a timeline. I'm just wondering if you could give a bit more color on that, please.
Yes, through the chair, one of the key next steps is subject to first approval here that the framework that we have in front of you is the right framework. One of the key next steps is we're going to build the implementation plan behind it, more specific measures. As mentioned, be clear about what resources are allocated already within plan and which are not, and the timelines to achieve each. So that would be part of the ongoing reporting that we would do.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing question? Seeing no further questions, I will move on to speakers. Commissioner Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
I just want to thank Karen for your work along with your team, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you for laying out many priorities, all of which are important to work to achieve over the next few years, and also for recognizing the challenges that we're going to have arriving at many of those goals if we don't have the adequate funds to be able to deliver. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge you and your work, and I'm grateful. What remains our challenge, and this goes for the City of Toronto and cities and transit systems throughout the country, is that until there is genuinely a different governance and financial framework, a real New Deal for cities in Canada, we're caught in a vicious cycle. And, both the chair and I share this ambition for our city that we become a Canadian city that has the same abilities and powers that cities throughout the United States and around the world have, where we actually have more control over our governance and finances, aspects of land use planning, be what I think a lot of our residents actually already assume we are, but don't understand that in Canada, cities don't even exist within our Constitution. So that's why I brought up the public, because the more that the public is engaged and understand what's in front of us, and most importantly, how do we find a path to achieve our goals together, the more they're able to then advocate toward their other representatives at different levels of government to be able to support our needs. So let's keep working at it. I know this is beyond sort of the scope of the TTC alone, but we all need to work toward that end, because if we get there, then we'll have more to be able to get our work done.
Thank you. Commissioner Jagdeo.
Appropriate thing to do at this time. Thank you, Chair. I have 3 motions on the table as it relates to the corporate plan, and I'll go through each one of these and walk through some of the rationale behind them. But before I do that, I just want to thank staff, again, Karen, Tyler, You both have done some incredible work building out a comprehensive corporate plan. I'm not going to call it a strategy per se, but I will call it a corporate plan because it goes one level deeper to think about some of the more tactical elements that come with it. I've got three motions here. The first one is that the corporate plan be reviewed on a quarterly basis for the purpose of ensuring that the timelines and goals are being effectively tracked. I haven't seen an organization working in corporate strategy for almost 10 years. I've never seen an organization where we're reviewing our strategy on an annual basis. If we do it on a quarterly basis, we have the ability to, one, find opportunities to pivot, find ways in which staff can provide beneficial opportunities for those on council to be supportive and to be helpful in what the goals are. And Commissioner Sachs, you had mentioned something that was important around, well, what does prioritization look like? Now, I think it's perfectly permissible for a strategy or a corporate plan to have 20 different directions as long as it's tied to a strategy. But what a quarterly review allows us to do is think about those priorities and say, well, what are the resources that we need to ensure that we're tracking to the goals and to the timelines? And Karen, I know that we have spoken offline around the chair's desire to see some of the what would need to be true aspects, as well as the key success factors required for us to be successful in this in these endeavors. And I think by doing this on a quarterly basis allows us to be more effective. The second one is important. Does anybody know what an LLM is? It stands for a large language model. And it's a term that comes from the world of artificial intelligence. And I think as a board, it's a problem if some of us don't know what that is. We are and not to sound like a doomsdayer or to sound like, Commissioner Holiday's and his desire to have a flat earth. But the insurgence of artificial intelligence, the new realities of our world. I mean, over the last 18 months, 100 million people have started using things like ChatGPT. One of the biggest board oversights or undersights that boards across public sector and private sector have is around artificial intelligence. Executives across the board need assistance from boards as well as supporters on what AI could mean for our system. And the fact that I've only seen the term artificial intelligence show up once in the corporate plan presents a real grave danger that we're going to be behind the technological times. Look, we're at Web 3.0, and again, I don't want to sound too overly technical or Bitcoiny about the world, but we're in a world where Web 3.0 is so important. Web 2.0 for us was the ability for human beings to speak to other human beings through the power of social media, and because of social media, we now have policies around its usage. We now are using it in terms of how we do our work, and we have guidelines related to it. I think it's important that as a strategy and as an approach, we also think about AI and how it could have business implications for what we're doing. I mean, the reality is yes, we have got this 5-year plan that we're developing, but the effects and the benefits of it are going to be felt thereafter. If technology advances 2 times the speed that it was in previous years, then we're going to miss the boat. And I think it's important that not only do we think about AI from a analytics perspective, but thinking about AI from the perspective of, well, of these different directions, where might this be important and where could we potentially find avenues to interject AI? And the last one is around assessing opportunities to maximize revenue beyond traditional revenue streams. Commissioner Matlow, I fully support the desire to find ways to fully own our financial future, and our over-reliance on government is sometimes a bit of a problem. Now, I also accept that we are organized in a certain way where we are still tied to the government, but if we can find opportunities that go beyond what we consider to be revenue streams, i.e. advertising and potential partnerships, then we have a greater opportunity to own that financial future. And I mean, this is going to sound like a crazy idea, but I know that recently council may have unanimously shot down this idea of having electric scooters used across Toronto. There's a desire to have a pilot, but I think you and the homies... Okay, new debate, which is great, which is good. But why aren't we thinking about micromobility beyond just the integration of bikes? Here's a crazy idea. Why don't we start our own micromobility division so that we're catering to the demands of customers who want that kind of technology? And
You're at time.
can I keep speaking?
You're at time.
Can I get a
Please wrap
second
it up.
round after?
Can
I motion to extend?
No, we don't do second rounds for speaking.
Sure. Anyway, let's think creatively about how we maximize our revenue beyond just the streams that we've talked about, and it's doing ourselves a disservice for the next 100 years if we don't think outside of the box. So I hope you can be supportive of these motions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the mover? No? 3 minutes, please. Clarification of the motion.
Well, Commissioner Holiday, now that you've asked, look, I think I've got through the gist of what I wanted to say, but I think trying to explore other revenue sources that integrate into the fabric of our fare box is so critical. We've never really done it. There's no reason why we can't do it. We should be flipping the orthodoxy of what helps fund this, and then hopefully if we show the people that we're doing things outside of the box, maybe we can turn them into public evangelists to help us in our journey to switch the ratio on how we're funded. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Anybody else? Clarification of the motion? I did have a couple questions. So could you put the motions back up, please? Yeah. So the first clarification is, when you say in motion 4, the corporate plan be reviewed on a quarterly basis, are you assuming, or is that from the board or from the staff?
I apologize, Chair. Do you mind repeating your question?
Motion 4, the corporate plan be reviewed on a quarterly basis. Is that by the board, the TTC board, or by the TTC staff?
This is by the TTC board.
Okay. Do you know how much time that would take roughly?
I don't know, but I suppose that we could discuss that closer to a review date. I think it's, look, there are several formats we can take into consideration. We can do a special meeting just to go through the strategy. Maybe it might be time to think about a strategic planning committee to help with this. I don't see this being more than a couple of hours. The intent here is, based on what the initiatives are, how are we tracking to those initiatives? And if we are tracking to those initiatives, great, how can we accelerate them? If we're not tracking to those initiatives, what can we do as a board to be supportive? What can our fellow commissioners who sit on council do to be supportive of those priorities? If we don't review things quarterly, then after 365 days of operating, we may have missed things. And I want to prevent that issue from ever happening.
Okay, and then I guess the second part, can you just clarify what you're meaning by incorporating artificial intelligence into initiatives?
I don't understand your question.
What are you meaning into what initiatives?
So if we go through the
specific?
corporate plan, the corporate plan has outlined several actions, from, especially in direction 5, from protecting revenue by building a culture of fair payment compliance to maximizing non-rare revenue streams. If we think about the enablers and the tactics that are required to achieve these goals, artificial intelligence or other forms of emerging technology could potentially help accelerate those different goals and avenues. So how are we thinking about artificial intelligence as an enabler for each of these tactics or ideas that have been outlined in the corporate plan? And maybe there is no implication, and that's fine. At least we've thought through it.
All right, thank you very much. Any other speakers on this item? No? Okay, I will go. I just have one quick motion. So that is to, in conversation with staff, just have the TTC staff come back in Q3 2024 with an implementation plan of the corporate plan, just to look at what are the key measures, what are the targets, what are the timelines, and what are the financial implications as applicable, just to sort of give some clarification as to when we could expect certain initiatives to move forward and what are the key, what are the targets that we're trying to achieve in a lot of these initiatives. I think it would just be helpful in terms of that transparency and accountability. Yes, and I'm happy to take any questions. Sure.
Chair, I wondered if you would see your item 1B as perhaps something that meshes with what Commissioner Jagdeo just talked about. Now, you may be suggesting to come with at least an initial report, but maybe we could decide at that point we'd like to see these key measures, targets, timelines, and financial implications on a more frequent basis, which would trigger a review. Hopefully that's in line, but maybe these actually work together.
Yeah, and that's sort of what I was thinking when I was asking those questions. And this is something that the staff, Karen and I have discussed just in terms of just having a better understanding of sort of where Councillor Sachs was also going, like what are the prioritizations? What do you want to do next year? What are the financial implications? What are the goals that we're trying to reach? And if the board decides that we want to review that on a quarterly basis, of course, that's fine. I'm just not sure as to what that would look like in terms of a time commitment, as we are always stretched for time. Any other questions? Just Councillor Ainsley? Sorry,
Mr. Chair.
Ainsley?
The motion by Commissioner Jagdeo that's asking staff to report back on a quarterly basis. Yes. Could we not direct staff for the second part of your motion when they're doing that quarterly report back to include all of that?
We could.
Instead of having them report back again?
May I move a point of order?
Sure.
With the indulgence of the commission and the chair, could we ask staff just to opine on this to understand, just from their perspective, how this might work with them coming back to us and what time frame they think would be appropriate? Not that we need to agree with them, but I think just to understand what might be helpful to them, and then we'll put it together.
Yeah, and I only ask because if we're doing a corporate plan, we should probably have those key measures and targets and timelines within it. I don't know if we need it.
I also saw Josie's face starting to get very exaggerated, so I just thought you may have something to say, or one of your colleagues.
So through the chair, the intention was always to have an annual report as suggested here in this motion, and I think to the point about having a quarterly report, we could probably produce a quarterly report that may not be as comprehensive as what is intended in the annual report. Maybe it's a dashboard. If we're able to take it away as staff and think through what would be the structure of a quarterly report with an annual report that's maybe a bit more fulsome. So similar to how we do major project update reports right now on a quarterly basis, that right now is actually already covering all of your major capital components of the corporate plan, for instance.
That's exactly what it is. It's really just a dashboard of, based on what our strategy is, here's what we need to win. Are we winning? Yes. If we're losing, what do we need to do? And quite frankly, it's just a meeting that's designed around the strategy. We don't have to do this at a potential board meeting. Again, we could set up a commission or a committee that's designed purely for strategic planning. There's precedents on big boards just like this where that exists. There's no reason why I think that should be too difficult.
Okay.
And, sorry if I may. Obviously that, and in the report, it indicated that annually there would be the report, but it also will help inform your budget priorities as well, right? There is a discussion as we identify the 5-year timelines, what we would be implementing by year. You know, these will be, hopefully, and any other emerging issues coming from the board, the things that we will think about that will need any additional funding. So the budget process is a place where you set those priorities as well. So there is that ability to think about what it is that you want done as we bring forward the budget.
Thank you. And just to confirm with someone from the staff, these two motions can work together, correct? You don't see them in contravention of
Chair,
one another?
we can bring back actually how the reporting framework would work in
Okay.
terms of how the quarterly reports would look and what a more fulsome annual report would look. So we can do some thinking on that.
Okay.
And we can consult on that.
Great, thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Nope, seeing none. Can I have the motions by Commissioner Jagdale? All those in favor, can we do them, we have to do them separately, or can we do them all? Yeah, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So the next item of business is item 4, the 5-year Service and Customer Experience Action Plan. And we have 5 speakers on this item, beginning with Alan Yule.
Again, this is a large report, but only a little bit of time. Currently, 90% of the city's population is within a 5-minute walk of a TTC stop. 77% of TTC riders make less than a city councillor. 32% of riders don't own a car. These are our fixed customers, and they are held captive to the whims of the TTC Board. This means that 68% of our customers are free-range customers. They own a car, but still choose to take the TTC. It is in this 68% that our biggest opportunities for ridership growth are. In 2015, we announced the 10-minute or better network. When I was there, I looked at the map, and most of the routes on there already had mostly 10 minutes or better. Not all the time, but mostly. 66% of Toronto's population is within a 5-minute walk of our frequent network, and that's almost 60% on the weekends. That means that a third of our potential customers don't have access to this network. They're not within a 5-minute walk of one of these stops. That rises to greater than 40% on the weekends. That 40% is primarily in Scarborough, Etobicoke, and North York. Just a reminder that 68% of our customers have a car. A 10 minutes or better network does not significantly grow ridership. My day job is retail. A 10-minute or better network is just the transit equivalent of opening another cash line on a Saturday afternoon. It doesn't necessarily add to your ridership or sales. It just stops you from losing riders or customers to your competitors. This report talks about the entire trip process. It highlights the first and last mile concept of transit planning, or 1.6 kilometers in Canadian. Remember, 90% of Toronto's population is within a 5-minute walk of a TTC stop. As much as 40% of our city is not in a walk to a frequent stop. Again, most people have a car. This report talks about the importance of stops, but it neglects the importance of when the bus shows up at these stops. If you live on a route with a 30-minute service interval and you miss your bus, it's another 28 minutes for the next one. Means you're going to take your car. GO Transit has 7 rail lines. 2 are commuter or rush only, 5 are regional rails with all-day service. 40% of those have 15 minutes or better service on them right now. There are ongoing construction, but within a decade, all regional rail lines will have 15 minutes or better service in the 416 zone. GO Transit will have a 15-minute or better network before the TTC does. Instead of expanding the 10-minute network, we should make all stops on the TTC 15 minutes or better. This would include all routes, including Blue Night routes. More frequent buses would greatly improve passenger safety for those waiting at stops. It would be far more effective at increasing ridership than expanding our 10-minute TTC network. It would be funded in part with efficiencies found from underperforming sections of the 10-minute grid. Later night 10-minute buses that are underperforming would become 15-minute buses. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions for the deputant? Commissioner Holliday, 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Yule, thank you once again for your insights. Do I understand this correctly, or maybe one of the points you were trying to make for the commission is that it's always good to enhance the service for customers, and on those routes where there's a marginal increase, right, from 12 minutes down to 10 minutes or 10 minutes to 8 minutes, that's a good thing. But if the same resources could be used to make a profound change somewhere else, say in the suburbs, that's a make or break issue with respect to a customer. And so we should think about it in those dimensions, right? What you could buy 2 extra minutes over here, or you could buy 10 minutes over here, and that 10 minutes might return a larger value.
That's correct. For an example, I lived on Roncesvalles. My niece and nephew lived in Scarborough on the pharmacy bus. I walk out, I catch a streetcar. I get to Kennedy or Victoria Park, I'm waiting. And 9 times out of 10, I would get a drive back to the subway because it was just too much of a pain in the butt to wait for that bus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you, Alan, as always. Next, we have August Peranoth. Hi, August. You have 5 minutes, please.
Hello, members of the TTC Board. My name is August Purnot, and I am here speaking on behalf of TTC riders with my colleague, Chloe. Just to start off, I'm an everyday transit rider, and I use the TTC. Just to start off, I'm an everyday transit rider. I ride a TTC every day, and I'll be speaking on behalf of TTC Riders, a grassroots membership-based organization that fights for better transit in the city. Our organization is a bit disappointed with the lack of an ambitious 5-year service plan. The plan fails to work towards ridership growth beyond pre-pandemic levels. It doesn't even reach pre-pandemic levels by 2028. And it doesn't restore service standards quickly enough or respond to the changing ways people use the TTC. The way people use transit has changed. More and more people are using transit in the off-peak, during the nights and during the weekends. I do that as well. And the typical 9 to 5 crowd has been slower to return. TTC's very own reports presented to the board confirm this, and you don't need AI to figure it out. Yet the service plan does not restore TTC service frequency and crowding standards until 2026. These standing room only service standards in off-peak periods disproportionately impact women and shift workers, who are often more likely to travel in the off-peak. And there's an outsized impact on riders with mobility devices because they might not be able to find room on more crowded transit vehicles. These cuts to the service standards were made in the 2023 budget under John Tory, under the previous TTC board. We urge that the current TTC board does not maintain the status quo and restore TTC service standards to improve frequency as soon as possible, not in 2 years, not in 2026. Not only are more people using the TTC during off-peak and weekends, but overnight too. The 5-year service plan states that there has been a 36% increase in overnight transit usage on the Blue Night routes since 2019. Meanwhile, most Blue Night routes only run every 30 minutes, and there hasn't been much change. The plan does have a plan to increase service, but it's not coming until 2027 and 2028. It's a little too late for late-night transit riders. Those are our shift workers, including our hospital workers that keep our city healthy and safe, and other workers in the night economy who will face increasingly crowded transit without any significant increase for the next 3 years at least. Night transit riders are literally left in the dark. The service plan also does not restore the TTC's vital 10-minute network until 2026, even though we've seen the heat crowding maps, and we know that there is so much overcrowding happening today. We are disappointed with the service plan's lack of ambition and failure to respond to changing ridership patterns, something my friend Chloe will continue to expand on.
Hello, members of the TTC Board. My name is Chloe Tangpong Prush, and I'm an urban planning student at Toronto Metropolitan University and a volunteer with TTC Riders. Building off of my colleagues' statements, I want to talk to you today about the express bus network. So your own reports have said that ridership patterns have drastically departed from pre-pandemic norms. So I'm very confused why your plan will only bring back ridership. Why does your plan stifle ridership growth by bringing us back to the status quo? Why are you failing to respond to today's ridership context? The 900 series routes are still catered to the 9 to 5 Monday to Friday crowd, despite ridership recovery being stronger in the off-peak. Your own report says this. So we really should be focusing and transforming our express network to be an all-day, high-quality, rapid bus network. Cities such as Vancouver and Seattle have based their recovery largely on reforming their surface transit offerings. There is a lack of ambition here. As an urban planning student, I've learned that Toronto is quite unique on this continent, as its surprisingly strong bus network is quite a strong point for us. And we should not rest on our laurels. The express bus network should have all-day, everyday, consistent service. And how do we get there? Well, better communication and wayfinding, upgrading stop amenities such as next bus arrival displays, and most importantly, bus lanes and other priority measures. On that note, we are deeply unsatisfied with the pace of rapid and scope of rapid TO. Does the service plan even take into account the recent motion to accelerate rapid TO? If so, why does Dufferin and Finch not scheduled to be implemented until 2027 to 2028, well after the FIFA Games? If we were an ambitious city, these streets would already have rapid TO, not only for the benefit of riders, but also for the benefit of city coffers. This 5-year plan continues to burn through scarce operating funding by having bus service hours be wasted in traffic congestion. Why are we allowing riders taxpayer dollars and their fares to be wasted without riders seeing tangible benefits on the ground? Because the service plan fails to acknowledge inefficiencies. We're sending our 10-minute bus network and 6-minute streetcar network to flounder in inconsistent service that continues to frustrate riders. If you wish to address these issues, then the 5-year service plan should go above and beyond simply bringing us back to below 2019 ridership levels. I love Toronto, and I love taking our transit. However,
Chloe, you're over your 5 minutes.
I'll wrap up.
Okay, thank you.
My resolve is being tested, along with many other Torontonians. Many are choosing not to take the TTC anymore. I myself bike more than I take transit. So I hope you take our words into account today. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
When you hear the challenges that we discuss about the lack of funding to be able to address all of our needs and the different issues that are going on, including the hydraulic oil leaks that are creating more delays and shutdowns, what I'm hearing you tell us, if I hear you correctly, that we have these surface routes, in particular, some of which that are the worst, slowest routes in our city, including Finch East and Jane and Dufferin, where we could just get moving right now. To borrow Commissioner Holliday's suggestion that we invest every dollar well and get the best bang out of each buck, that we could actually get more people moving within a faster period of time if we really expedited those rapid TO lines. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, that's definitely fair to say. Our bus network is already quite strong because of its frequencies, but it's still very, very slow. We have riders out in the depths of Etobicoke and Scarborough who are chaining together hour-long bus trips and slogging through the suburbs. And, you know, subway lines are fancy and trains are cool, but our success as a transit agency has been through our buses, but it really feels like we are not being ambitious with the service plan to truly reform the way that we do things.
And beyond fancy, like it can cost billions of dollars to tunnel a new subway line, but do you think it costs that much to paint some red paint on a lane?
Well, we actually did so ourselves as an organization.
Did you?
A few years ago on Dufferin Street to show how easily it can be done. And so some of these upgrades, such as better stop amenities, queue jump lanes, bus lanes, next screen arrival displays, if you look at examples, I urge you to look at Vancouver's rapid bus system. They're opening new routes all the time, and their ridership success has been so much higher than Toronto's. And of course, there is a different governance and regional context in Vancouver, but we should be learning from our peers. When the 900 series routes were introduced recently, a few years ago, it was a different time in Toronto. It's not the pre-pandemic context that we are used to, and I think the new model for rapid bus should be something that we should consider in this service plan or in plans going forward.
I will add that the Eglinton East and Kingston lanes that were implemented back in 2020, they only cost a few $1 million, but they've really improved the reliability and frequency of buses on that corridor. So we know that it works right here in the city of Toronto. We just need to keep expanding on that.
And just to conclude, to summarize, so what I'm hearing from you, if I hear you correctly, is that while it costs billions and billions of dollars to tunnel, we are waiting for the Ontario line to be built, and we don't know if it'll actually get done within its predicted, I think you mentioned Metrolink's time, which is a very apt way to put it, waiting for the Eglinton line to be built. And we have it within our means and ability to actually move with a fraction of the price to start getting some of our slowest routes moving faster.
Exactly.
We could do it today.
We can, and we'll start saving money today if we do it as well, as I expressed about your own reports today, this morning, said that we are losing a lot of our investments to traffic congestion. So, a lot of these capital investments that we're seeing across the city, while they're very exciting, we won't see the fruits of them until much, much later. And there are pressing priorities that we need to address within the next few years to help grow ridership. I mentioned the FIFA World Cup games. I am scared that when all of these people come to our city, they're going to be so disappointed in what we have to offer, but there's still time to turn that around. There's going to be, Lawrence East or Steeles West. It's going to take a long time. Finch East as well. Only Jane, if we're on time, will be done in time. So there is a lot of opportunity to speed this up and to incorporate those ideas in a more ambitious 5-year service plan.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputants? Nope. Thank you very much. Next, we have Colby Badouar. Do you need a minute, Colby? Why don't we go to our next deputant while you're getting ready? Does that work? Okay. So next we have Marvin Alfred, and I understand you'll be doing yours jointly with Frank Malta.
hear
So
me?
thank you very much. You have 5 minutes, please.
All right, thank you. I'm here today to address the issue of cross-boundary transit service. It is a critical risk to the integrity of both the TTC service and fare collection that requires more detailed study before moving forward. The fifth of 7 pillars of opportunity are to accelerate integration with regional transit partners, and action item 5.1 is to implement fare service integration. Local 113 has long been a proponent for improved fare integration. Allowing riders to transfer freely between different modes has long been central to TTC's success. Extending this freedom of movement to riders to and from the 905 is sound policy. We have 2 concerns that need to be addressed. First, that TTC revenue continue to flow to the TTC service, and second, that the new operating funding being directed to a small minority of riders who cross regional boundaries while ignoring the majority of riders within Toronto. When it comes to service integration, we have serious concerns that the TTC Board needs to address. The service plan proposes to continue to develop a service integration plan to better integrate local public transit service, to increase access and optimize service schedules for customers by enhancing service. Further, that this is made possible by permitting neighboring transit agencies to operate open-door service within Toronto. In proposing changes to cross-boundary routes, the TTC has argued that it will free up buses for service elsewhere. While it only redeploy a handful of buses, there is no evidence that the service will be maintained on the affected routes or improved elsewhere. Worse, 905 buses servicing Toronto from subway stations could add to confusion for riders, impose a fare barrier on transfers, and make it extremely difficult to allocate regarding revenue. TTC has claimed that the initiative will result in increased service on impacted lines. This is false unless there is a service level agreement. Control of these routes will be up to 905 operators and politicians. 905 buses could and do arrive at the Toronto border already full. Local 113 has requested information about the TTC's cross-boundary plans, but to date have not received or been provided information that is more up to date than several years ago. The information that we've previously been provided raises serious concerns in addition to those above. Specifically, there is no commitment to maintain TTC service on cross-boundary routes beyond the first phase of the initiative. There is a risk that the TTC service will be withdrawn and only the 905 service will remain. What impact will cross-boundary initiatives on the length of trips? The initiative will result in vehicles being previously ran for the express portion of the trip and now being potentially stopping at every stop. This will make commuting times even longer. And what is the impact of cross-boundary initiatives on the necessity to transfer from one service to the other? Is there a guarantee that riders could previously complete a journey without transfer will now be forced to transfer as a result of cross-boundary initiatives? Crowding. What protection is there that existing TTC crowding and frequency of service standards will be maintained? How is the public going to be protected from the prospect of 905 buses reaching Toronto-based stops with crowded vehicles? And what protections will there be for public accountability? Why should anyone expect 905 agencies who are not accountable to Torontonians to be sensitive to the needs of transit riders in Toronto? Cross-boundary is about far more than whether 905 bus picks up or drops off at a stop in Toronto. It's about the frequency, speed, and overall quality of transit service available to Torontonians. It is about making sure that Toronto transit system is accountable to the needs of Torontonians and those traveling in the city. Until these service issues are addressed, we ask that the board require the integration plan to be brought forward to the TTC Board for public input and board oversight, and that a plan to guarantee service levels for Toronto transit riders and keep revenue within the TTC to be included in the report. Thank you, and I'm here to take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you for your deputation. Do you believe, is it your position, based on all the information that we've been provided, that that service integration will inherently increase service to Torontonians?
I believe the cross-boundary program or initiative is kind of like sale of bill of goods. I personally believe that it's being said in fragments here and there that the cross-boundary initiative is actually going to supplement, it's going to be, the TTC is going to be providing routes or service on routes where actually the only agency will be the other people providing Toronto transit. You're having, let's say, a situation where there's 50-minute headways, and let's say, every 15 minutes a TTC bus is coming along the line. With full fare integration, with service integration, you're going to actually be having a Mississauga bus as one of those buses. So, the 12 o'clock, 12:15, 12:30, 12:45 is a TTC bus. Maybe the 12:30 bus, and the only bus will be a Mississauga transit bus. Now you're dependent upon the TTC having outside agency provide your transit service. I don't think that's fair and reliable. And what happens when that bus arrives as part of the integrated TTC scheduled service and it's already full? So now you're going to have a citizen of Toronto paying for this transit, not have an opportunity to board that bus and be bypassed. Because now it's, rather than being a supplemental service for the TTC, it'll be the only service for a Torontonian. I think that's not fair. I don't think what the plan is, and I don't think that's transparent enough for people to know what actually is going on. It's been said frequently that the TTC is going to use this and then redeploy buses or take it as savings. That's been said to me directly. So now you're going to get, at best, the same service or worse from cross-boundary. It is not an addition. The veneer of transition, you will have extra service. And that's great that everybody wants that, but when it's fully implemented and adopted and there'll be schedules that'll be integrated, you will not get additional service, it will be the service. So your expectations will deteriorate. You are not getting better for your money. Service integration will be redeploying as a savings or redeployed elsewhere, and that actually will control the growth as well. I think Toronto deserves to have the Toronto service that's controlled by the citizens of Toronto. I don't think TTC riders should actually have people other than Torontonians, the board that's here, controlling transit service in Toronto. We don't have those assurances right now. It's not just about our members, it's about protecting transit service in Toronto. And we want the TTC to protect itself from itself. The citizens pay for the service, they should have access to the service, it should be reliable, dependable, and under their control. Sorry, I think Frank wanted to add something.
Please. Yeah, Marvin's absolutely correct. And you heard his opening statements. And you heard earlier some of the other speakers here talk about what happened in the year of 2020. Well, I'm the assistant business agent for transportation. It was a bargaining item back then. And the TTC has 3 levels to this plan. That's 1, integrate the duplication of service. 2nd, reduce the service. And then the 3rd, completely take the TTC vehicles off those existing lines, redeploy those hours into some other route. Well, those other routes already have a budget set amount of ridership and frequency of vehicles. So how are you putting that service back throughout the system? So eventually to those 2 lines in particular with Commissioner Hawley's area, 49 and the 50, it's all going to be serviced by Mississauga Transit. I don't know if the standards are going to be the same as the City of Toronto. So where is the savings?
So what I'm hearing from you correctly, if I'm correct, is that the idea is good, but the devil's in the details. And we need to be assured before we support anything coming back to us that we get full revenue, full responsibility and accountability and oversight, and ensure that we retain service standards and not hand it over to another jurisdiction's transit agency.
Yes, and I will add too, when I asked the question to the TTC, how are you going to account and how do you get the cash fare back from City of Mississauga? Their answer to me was, we can't.
So they need to demonstrate to us that they figured that out.
Yeah.
Be able to do it.
So this is what's going to happen here, okay? Your subsidy rates are going to go up. The people of Toronto are paying for this transit. For the 905, there's a 13% ridership that comes in. How's that fair? And if the province cuts off the funding, and to what one of the other commissioners said, the traveling public is used to this fare integration and this cross-boundary initiative, then the City of Toronto is going to have to answer why you have to pay the secondary fare because your funding is gone.
Thank you.
The details are not finalized. You don't have an ongoing commitment of funding, and it's going to raise your subsidy rates.
Just one thing to add, if this is such a glorious program, I'm looking for the opportunities for reciprocity. Why not have the TTC go out to other agencies and supply transit service there? Have a bus go from Islington Station in order to go to Square One, right, to provide that opportunity. As you heard today with people worried about a flat earth, let's get Stephen Hawley an opportunity to go to his favorite Canadian Tire in Mississauga and have that bus there to have that opportunity. Why is that not looked upon? Why is it only to siphon from the TTC's revenue, opportunity, and service and having it one way? It seems one-sided and the goal is misguided.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just one more thing. Your plan also is city public money going to a private agency in York Region. That's Transdev. That's a private agency. It's not a city or government agency. That's operated by Transdev or whatever up there. York Region is privatized, so that's where your public dollars are going to be going to.
Thank you. So I did have a couple questions. One, does the union, just so I have this straight in my head, there's no objection to adding supplemental service. It's the replacing of the existing TTC service. That is where the worry comes from.
Well, I think it's a comprehensive thing. I know people are attracted to the notion of cross-boundary where they're thinking they're getting an extra vehicle to provide the service, but that is not the goal. We've had it stated to us directly that if and when it's available and integrated, it will be the service rather than integrated. It will be actually put into the schedules, and that bus will not be an additional bus. It'll be depended upon for the schedules. Now you're going to have a situation where a 905 will be part of the integrated expectations of service. We feel that's a risk. So again, whatever the guarantees are, we have yet to see the plan fully fleshed out and how it does protect the Toronto service. But again, we don't want the veneer of the extra bus allowing the TTC to expose itself to have a deterioration of the service long term. Also, that extra bus is going to have an opportunity to then siphon out revenue from the TTC, cash fare. The TTC, as far as I'm to understand, is one of the least subsidized transit organizations in North America. So if that's the case, wouldn't we be the most attractive organization to provide transit for the region? So why have everyone come into here, right? If we're the most efficient with the public's money, why wouldn't we be going out externally to provide transit elsewhere?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will go back to Colby.
Okay.
Thank you, Colby. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. So this report has a 25-point action plan broken into 7 pillars with the goal of improving customer experience over the next 5 years. I have a few comments about 3 of these points. So action 3.2, doing disruptions differently. We will continue to mitigate the impacts of planned service disruptions such as subway closures or streetcar diversions and unplanned service disruptions like short-term roadworks, collisions, and emergencies. Okay, but how? There are no details provided on how this will be achieved. Right now, the impacts of service disruptions are often unmitigated disasters. Past staff reports claim that TTC closely coordinates planned subway closures with city transportation staff to ensure shuttle bus operations run smoothly. Specific actions allegedly taken include changing traffic signals and deploying paid duty officers at key intersections. Does this actually happen, though? The subway closure from Davisville to Shepherd this past Saturday proves that it does not. There was a crane lift that closed down most of the lanes on Yonge Street just north of the 401 all day, which caused Armageddon in all of Uptown. Buses were lucky to move a few meters every 5 minutes. This is the kind of thing that allegedly TTC staff coordinate with city transportation staff to make sure that things like that aren't happening simultaneously, but it did in this case. Things were marginally better down in Davisville. The morning shifts had all 4 paid duty officers that they needed. The afternoon shift was short 1. Paid duty officers are also widely inconsistent in their performance. Some take an active role in directing traffic as they are ostensibly hired to do so, but many do little to nothing. And as well, this board's been told in the past that about half of their paid duty requests on average are getting fulfilled by the TPS paid duty office because there are just too many requests for them to fulfill all of them. So often TTC is asking for an officer, but they can't be provided one. There were no signal changes implemented, even though a longer advance left would have been very beneficial to improving the traffic flow. Doing turnbacks at Davisville is also nonsensical. Usually the closures start at St. Clair, and they will this weekend. There's another planned closure coming up. That makes for a much better customer experience, as customers don't have to cross a busy street to catch buses. And during the closure, I overheard TTC staff talking amongst themselves, making this very point that it makes no sense to do a turnback at Davisville. It should be done at St. Clair instead. It's clear that closures are not planned with much input from frontline staff, and nobody is auditing the shuttle bus operations to determine if they're actually well planned, managed, and executed. Customer experience is an afterthought in all of these closures. I could list countless other examples of how shuttle bus routes and unloading zones endanger customer safety by forcing passengers to walk long distances and cross busy streets to make connections, and obviously that's even more difficult for people who have accessibility issues. So very quickly on action 4.2, transit priority measures. So I was down on King Street recently and found that drivers are still blatantly disregarding the law, even though there have been some new changes made to the signage and the traffic signals at some of those intersections. And I know there's some conversation about automated camera enforcement as well, which is obviously good, but I think that active enforcement is desperately needed as well to change driver behavior. A camera can, lay a charge and issue a fine in the mail, but it doesn't do anything to change what drivers are doing in the moment, which is right now really impacting the flow of streetcars through the route. The city's traffic agents are great, see them out on occasion, but the TTC can't always rely on them being deployed to King Street. The city has a lot of different priorities across the city that require those resources. STM special constables in Montreal have the authority to enforce usage of their transit-only lanes. TTC needs to adopt this model. Finally, on safety and security, I will again encourage everybody to reflect on the statistics that I presented last month to you guys. But one other thing that I saw recently that I wanted to flag. So if you look at these pictures of safety ambassadors, you can see TTC safety ambassadors on the left. They look like construction workers. At a glance, it's not obvious that they work for the TTC or have any sort of safety role in the system. And then on the right, you can see STM's brand new safety ambassadors, different uniform. They look like they could actually help you. They look like they work for the transit agency. They look like they're approachable and can assist passengers in whatever they need. So just subtle things like this. There's a lot that TTC is doing wrong, and I think we need to look at some of our peers around North America to learn best practices from them, because I don't see a lot of that happening right now. Thank you for listening. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Holliday, 5 minutes, please.
Thanks. Thank you for your deputation. It's always interesting. Your last point is one that it really resonates. I take the point because I've seen it. The yellow vests are often seen by people that are just using the system. Could you tell me a little bit more? You showed one example, that's Montreal, right? But
yes.
In your opinion or thought, I mean, what are the kinds of things that would be the right features of an ambassador's uniform or equipment that would be the right balance?
Sure. Well, to start with, so the TTC ambassadors don't even work for the TTC. They're a private company that's been contracted to provide this service. And you can't really see in the pictures very well. These are the only pictures on the internet that I could even find of these guys. But it just says like community safety team, and then it has the name and the logo of the contractor, which is One Community Solutions. And I don't think it even says TTC anywhere on this orange vest or the neon vest, right? So that's an issue where it's not obvious that these people even work for the transit agency, even in a contracted capacity. In general, as you've heard me say in the past, I'm not a huge fan of even spending money on additional community safety ambassadors. I've said that a number of times, that you're basically paying people. Yeah, it's an additional customer service function, and that's important, but it shouldn't be viewed through the lens of safety, really, because they're not providing a real safety function. Like if there's any sort of real emergency situation, those guys are not equipped to deal with that at all. So they shouldn't be viewed through the lens of safety, because that's not really the function that they're performing. That's just kind of dressing up something that isn't real. But if you're going to have them, like, you can see the Montreal, how they've been dressed, and I can do a jurisdictional scan if you want to see more about what other jurisdictions are doing with that.
That's okay. In your opinion, should they look more uniformed, authoritative, or more customer service oriented? I remember that. I'm trying to remember what the title of the position was, but they used to wear a red kind of a smock. And
right.
Had a big, like a question mark on it.
So that's another thing that TTC has, is that when they do planned subway closures, they bring in all these, again, third-party contracted staff from staffing temp agencies to provide these personnel to help answer questions, and they wear those red smocks, and they have a big question mark or an eye for information.
Yeah, an eye.
And it does have there's a TTC logo on there somewhere as well. So that's fine for those special event situations where the TTC needs more bodies to provide that service. That's an important part of the closure and the shuttle bus operations, is having those people. But if the TTC wants to have more of like a permanent, more customer service personnel, I would say that, those people should work for the union. They should be hired by the TTC. The TTC should invest in more in-house personnel rather than contracting out to some third-party company to provide additional customer service. If more customer service staff is a good thing, then they should just be actual TTC customer service personnel, and they should be dressed in a TTC uniform and look like they're somebody that can help and not just like a random construction worker.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we will move to questions of staff. Oh, sorry, we have a presentation. Yes, a good one.
Thanks, everyone. I'm Wendy Reuter. I'm the Chief of Strategy and Customer Experience on an acting basis. I'm glad to join you in this capacity. I'm pleased to present the 5-year Service and Customer Experience Action Plan 2024 to 2028. This plan is a midterm plan that will provide strategic direction for TTC's service and customer experience to ensure TTC continues to serve customers' evolving transit needs. This is the second iteration of this plan, the first being adopted in 2019, not providing a lot of opportunity to deploy a lot of the programming that was intended during COVID. Having a 5-year plan is best practice. Prior to our first iteration, TTC would plan annually, but a 5-year framework gives all of us a blueprint of our plans for going forward. This plan was built through a multi-phase consultation over the last 3 years. It does include Line 5 and 6 and the first of 4 rapid transit corridors, working alongside of our partners, Metrolinx and the city. It also includes initiatives that we can take on independently. And we've heard the councillors' requests in the corporate plan to identify which ones they can help with and which ones we can work on our own. This plan contributes to, also integrates the Customer Experience Action Plan. During consultation with our customers, we heard that they were interested in not only our support and how to support their service needs, but also customer service and customer experience, and that this should be an integrated plan addressing all the needs of the customer's experience throughout their journey, from the point that they're thinking about their travel while they're in their kitchen, all the way until they get home at the end of the day. The plan contributes to ridership growth in a meaningful way for the customers that are traveling now and the customers that are nearby. This plan is not dependent on the return of commuters. Should that return, if hybrid work should return, we will respond. But in the meantime, we've put together a proactive plan that will bring riders back, regardless of the hybrid environment. Fundamentally, this does focus on surface transit, recognizing that 60% of the trips taken on TTC are on surface. This is an opportunity to support the City of Toronto with initiatives that can be deployed less expensively than many of our capital projects and more quickly. Importantly, this also introduces not only measure of ridership, but the concept of measuring our success in delivering transit by access by transit. It's a new metric, a way to think about how our service actually brings customers closer to the things that they want to do. By reducing the travel times, customers have an opportunity to, we have an opportunity to attract customers. It also gives an opportunity for customers to reach more of the places they need to go. They can reach more of the schools, more of the jobs, more of the recreation, more of the friends, more of the medical appointments than they could otherwise. So access by transit is a fundamental feature of our 5-year service plan going forward. So this plan proposes actions and initiatives that enhance every step of our customer's journey, not only the routes that they take, but also stop and station enhancements, initiatives that look to improve safety and continue that effort, and improving information available to customers throughout their journey. This is a modular plan. It's our blueprint. The plan before you includes a 5-year forecast in terms of operating and capital, and that's to provide the roadmap. In each year, the plan will go forward through the annual service plan, consultation with our customers, and coming forward to the board for approval. This is the place where the budget and the plan will be approved annually. There's a recommended sequence in here, but this gives this TTC the opportunity to move as quickly or adjust as needed throughout the plan. Through the plan's objective, the pillars of opportunities that have been identified in the actions, the plan prioritizes attracting new customers, retaining existing ones. It's a flexible plan that sets out directions and allows us all adaptation. With that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleagues.
My name is Mark Mizzen. My name is Mark Mizzen. I'm the head of strategy and foresight on an acting basis at the TTC, and with me today is Matt Haig, who's our manager of customer policy. Before we begin the presentation, I would like to share a short video to inspire you before you receive my presentation.
More than 3 million people call the City of Toronto home. In the next 10 years, the city's population and employment will continue to grow, on average, by 1% every year. Public transit is the backbone of livable cities, and each week, customers make more than 7.5 million trips using the TTC. We see every step of the customer journey as an opportunity for us to enhance our customers' experience and deliver high-quality service. These opportunities are highlighted in 7 pillars and 25 actions we will implement over the next 5 years as part of our 2024 to 2028 5-year Service and Customer Experience Action Plan. Our plan puts the customer first. It is the direct result of listening to our customers, employees, and community partners. TTC customer journeys begin with the decision to take a trip with the TTC and planning the route. Over the life of our action plan, we'll continue to introduce user-friendly features for trip planning and improve the accuracy of vehicle arrival estimates, ensuring customers have all the information they need at their fingertips before they leave home and throughout their journey. The first mile is crucial. Through the plan, we'll continue to enhance integration with cycling and improve pedestrian pathways to stops and stations to create seamless connections to transit. While waiting at stops, comfort, safety, and protection from weather is essential. In collaboration with the City of Toronto staff, we will explore new stop amenities like larger shelters and additional benches. As part of the plan, we're taking action to increase service levels and improve reliability so customers can rely on timely arrivals with minimized wait times and reduced uncertainty. We will also implement changes to reduce travel times so customers can access their jobs, schools, and social activities faster. Fare payment is simpler than ever with a new range of payment options, and we will focus our efforts on making it even easier and more convenient for customers. Maintaining clean and comfortable vehicles, coupled with investments in transit priority, will keep our vehicles moving smoothly. We're prioritizing seamless transfers between modes, including timely connections and improved wayfinding. At stations, we're expanding retail amenities to offer convenient food, beverage, and retailing options. For improved comfort, we're adding seating and enhancing cleanliness. Our friendly staff are always ready to assist, ensuring a pleasant journey from start to finish. It's paramount that our customers feel secure throughout their journeys. TTC is developing in tandem a 5-year community safety, security, and well-being plan to enhance system-wide safety and ongoing community program support. The 2024 to 2028 5-year Service and Customer Experience Action Plan is our blueprint to improve the TTC experience at every step of our customers' journey.
I'll share a presentation now. If Chris Ann, if you can cue it up. Let's start right off on the next slide. So the TTC corporate plan, as Wendy mentioned, drives strategic directions for the organization. Strategic direction 2 is to attract new riders and retain customer loyalty. Many plans collectively advance this direction, including the 5-year Service and Customer Experience Action Plan. Next slide. This plan is a blueprint to improve service and customer experience. The plan identifies resource and funding requirements based on service needs, and the plan guides annual service plans and future operating and capital budgets. Just to make it clear, I know Wendy had mentioned this previously, it's therefore the decision to implement and fund initiatives occurs annually through the planning and budget cycle. Next slide, please. The plan takes into account considerations such as strategic documents, city indicators, demographic insights, and ridership operational customer trends. The major change in this plan versus the plan we prepared 5 years ago is the effect of hybrid work, fare and service integration, and congestion. Each of these items are accounted for in this plan. Next slide. The TTC is critical to the city's transportation network and supports numerous types of trips. Since the pandemic, we've seen a change in demand for peak period commuter trips, as our friends at TTC Riders had pointed out, while demand for other types of trips have rebounded. This suggests the importance of the TTC in supporting off-peak travel needs. Next slide. The plan takes into account customer feedback. We have analyzed findings from our customer satisfaction survey, customer relationship management tool, and customer panel. We consistently hear from our customers that they value fast, reliable, safe, and comfortable service. Next slide. The plan was developed in consultation with employees, customers, stakeholders, and city partners. We solicited feedback on the plan through surveys, pop-ups, and meetings. 5 years ago, we hired our first youth ambassadors to obtain feedback on our first 5-year plan. Acting on the board's direction at the time, we have continued this practice every year since then and have found their insights extremely helpful. Overall, the key message we continue to hear is the most important action the TTC can take in this plan is to focus on providing fast, frequent, and reliable service. Next slide. The TTC is the 3rd largest transit agency in North America by ridership, and the TTC is critical to the city's transportation network. 1 in every 4 trips in Toronto are made on the TTC. The scale of our surface operation is hard to grasp. To put it in perspective, we have 14 bus corridors where each one carry 30,000 customers or more per weekday. That's more than many GO Rail corridors, even using pre-pandemic numbers, and it's the most in North America outside of New York City, who has 1 more. We also have 15 intersections where each one serves more than 4,500 customers per day. There are only 5 GO stations that carry that many people. For many transit agencies, operating such busy bus services and mixed traffic is unfathomable. These busy bus services would warrant investments in bus rapid transit or light rail transit, kind of like we did with Finch West and Eglinton already. Next slide. Increases in traffic congestion, be it due to more cars on the road or construction, only makes it more difficult to operate buses in mixed traffic. Travel times increase and reliability decreases. We have made incredible strides in improving our schedule, as Lawrence mentioned in his presentation. But if you saw this map 5 years ago, there was a lot more underperforming routes. But schedule changes alone won't counter congestion. To keep the TTC competitive, we must continue the work started in the first 5-year service plan and implement transit priority on major bus corridors, starting with Jane, Finch East, Dufferin, and Steeles West. Next slide. Based on this, we have developed a plan where our objective is to focus on improvements that enhance the TTC's core competency, mass transit, moving large volumes of customers safely, reliably, and swiftly across Toronto, and improving how customers experience the system. Next slide. When we first began work on the plan, we envisioned preparing two separate documents, a 5-year service plan and a customer experience plan. One of the first pieces of advice we heard from people in this room was that these plans are complementary and need to be considered as one plan so we can improve the customer journey from end to end, from the time a customer plans their trip to their last mile. And that's what we did. We created one plan. Next slide. The plan uses the concept of improving the end-to-end customer journey and presents a framework where 7 pillars of opportunity are supported by 25 actions to be implemented over 5 years. Next slide. The pillars and associated actions are presented on this slide. I'll just take a minute to point out a couple in response to some of the deputations. We have action number 2.6, which is restore and enhance service standards. That's where you'll see express bus service being expanded. We also have item number 5.1, which is implement fare and service integration. Just wanted to be on the record to note that the TTC does provide service in York Region on contract on 5 routes and to My Way outside the city of Toronto, all the way to the West Mall, or Westwood, excuse me. Next slide. As noted earlier, the 5-year plan will guide future annual planning and budget cycles. The plan is modular and investments can be accelerated or deferred depending on relevant information at the time. The service improvements shown on the previous slide can be bundled into different packages or themes depending upon available funding. For illustrative purposes, this slide shows 3 bundles and the resulting ridership uptake. The 3 bundles are invested in a step function. So first start with accommodate population growth and congestion. This was the basis of our 2024 budget. This generates 470 million rides by 2028. Second, add the next bundle, bring service up to standard. This generates an additional 4 million rides for a total of 474 million by 2028. And third and finally, service enhancement or enhanced service, which generates an additional 5 million rides for a total of 479 million by 2028. Next slide. On the screen is a table that shows gross operating costs by bundle by year. Focusing on the 2025 to 2028 column at the far right, implementing the first bundle would cost 92.5 million per annum. Adding the second bundle would cost an additional 50 million, and implementing the full plan would cost an additional 53 million. By 2028, the implementation of the plan in full is estimated to increase the TTC's annual gross operating costs by 203.6 million per annum. Once revenue is accounted for, the net operating cost is 70.3 million by 2028. Next slide. Over the life of the plan, more vehicles are required to operate in service to implement the plan. On the screen is a table that shows in-service vehicle requirements by mode, by year. The table shows that 100 more buses are required, 40 more streetcars, and restoring trains on Line 1 and Line 2, as well as new trains on Line 5 and 6. Next slide. To meet the transit needs of our growing city, capital funding will be required to implement transit priority measures like rapid TO, queue jump lanes, and transit signal priority, upgrading stops, and buying more vehicles. On the screen is a table that shows estimated capital requirements by year. In total, it is estimated that nearly $3 billion will be required by 2028, of which half is currently unfunded. These estimated capital costs are captured in the TTC's 2024 capital plan. Next slide. The plan's service and customer experience initiatives achieve numerous benefits as outlined in the report. Some of these benefits for customers include more frequent service, more reliable service, and more accurate and timely information, for example. Next slide. Wendy had mentioned this in her opening remarks. One of the objectives of the plan is to provide swift or fast service. By reducing travel times for customers, we can increase access to employment. The map on the screen shows improvements to Line 5, Line 6, Rapid TO, and improvements to bring service up to standard and enhance service. Layered under these improvements is a heat map. The darker the color, the greater the increase in access to jobs. Overall, implementing the plan in full increases access to employment by 17% by 2028. As you can see, a number of these improvements are in the city's neighborhood improvement areas and the outer edges of the city. And finally, last slide. Beyond 2028, population employment will continue to grow by 1% per year. We need to continue to improve the speed, reliability, and frequency of our services. This means we need to continue to expand our fleet and facilities. We need to explore and implement new technologies to ensure we improve our customers' end-to-end journey. And we need to continue to support the rapid transit improvements that are currently in the planning and design stage, all of which will enhance the way people travel within the City of Toronto by public transit, resulting in numerous benefits to the city and the region. With that, I think we're ready for questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow, 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Toronto City Council passed a motion in February to accelerate timelines where possible for Rapid TO. The 5-year service plan targets an installation of Rapid TO on Jane between 25 and 27, and Finchie's and Dufferin 27-28. Does the service plan still leave opportunities to accelerate Rapid TO if the city's transportation services is able to do so as well?
Yeah, absolutely. The plan is intended to be a guideline, a framework. Decisions and details will be brought forward through the annual planning and budget cycle. I have in my hands a deck where an accelerated plan is being discussed at the moment, and there are accelerated dates over and more quickly than what's shown in the 5-year plan right now. It's just not ready for circulation.
Wonderful to hear. The 5-year service plan aims to grow annual ridership from 422 million today to 479 million by 2028. So compare this to 2019, when the TTC saw 525 million trips. How can we work toward bringing back even more riders than we had before the pandemic?
I'll just explain the modeling. We did a couple of model runs to come up with the 479 million, and it really came down to the assumption around work in office. Our first model run assumed 5 days a week in office, and we reached that plateau of 525 million in 2028. We're more cautious in what we shared in the plan, and it reflects current number of days in office, which is 3, and that's what's before you today. And I guess I'm looking at Wendy, I remember something you mentioned yesterday, which is through the annual plan, if things change, we'll make adjustments and we'll recommend them. The point is that we don't want, the 5-year plan is not intended to be obsolete in 6 months. It's a living document. It's supposed to guide the planning cycle, and we'll come back every year to propose initiatives.
Thank you. We talked about the use of a dashboard earlier for the corporate plan. Have you considered a dashboard to share on-time performance and service reliability so that the public can understand the benefits of some of these investments, and also, candidly, where we're falling short as well?
Certainly would be happy to consider that. We endeavor to make that information transparent currently through the CEO report. So it's available to many in this room on a regular basis, but we recognize that's not always accessible to the public.
Thank you. Yeah, because I know there are many members of the public who would like to be able to follow, not just what we plan, but actually what we're doing and how well we're doing it, and also to help us and support us when we're falling short. And then the last thing I wanted to mention to you is that when you talk about expediting these plans and moving faster and connecting people to employment, do you realize that you are so much more inspiring than that video that you showed?
Yes, I do. Through the chair.
So I encourage you to keep moving in that direction. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Kim, 5 minutes, please. Okay.
Two 2.3.1 review operating performance.
Through the chair, that is precisely the idea. The elements of the 5-year service plan started with a number of pieces, but it's that integration of this plan that supports the corporate plan. So you'll see parts of the 5-year service plan and the customer experience plan show up in a couple of places in the corporate plan.
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne, please, 5 minutes.
Just a quick clarification. You said that 60% of trips are on surface. Is that bus or is that bus and streetcar?
Bus and streetcar.
And of those 60%, because this is the age-old question of the revenue ride versus the
Boardings?
Yeah, boardings. Is this, in fact, more than 60% of our customers then who are impacted by the surface? Because presumably many of those same people will be transferring to a subway?
So 60% of the boardings are on surface.
Okay, so that would indicate there's a double, in a way, an underrepresentation of the percentage of people who are impacted by the surface, because many of those are also subway boardings, right? Am I right about that, or am I wrong? That if I'm on a bus, I'm counted as one, and then am I also counted when I transfer to the subway as one subway in this math?
For boardings, yes.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. So what I'm trying to say is I think that this then would indicate that the importance of the people, the percentage of people that are impacted by the state of play on the roads is actually higher than 60%, because many of them also transfer to the subway.
Through the chair, that's true. And I would also go further to say that there's also opportunity in this indirectly to support customers traveling solely to subway. Because by having the roads moving freer, those that are getting to the subway by other means other than bus or streetcar would also benefit.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Commissioner Holiday, 5 minutes, please.
Thanks, Chair. I got 2 lines. Hopefully I'll get into it with the time. There's one figure deep in this plan that I can't find the page right now, but it talks a lot about a significant investment in the streetcar system to bring it up to a 6-minute standard. I think it's $37 million. Could you refresh or remind me why that is such a prevalent target? Because I'm thinking of that into the context of some of my earlier comments and that of Mr. Ewell that just talked about, focusing here or there and, which is more important. So maybe start with the basics. Why did we land on 6 minutes?
So the thinking was simply to bring up the streetcar service, a rail-based service, to the same service standard or minimum frequency as our subway network. It's an extension of the network.
Okay. Did I catch in your presentation you needed to increase the fleet by 26% or 40 streetcars?
There's a note in there by 40 streetcars, yes.
So why wouldn't we take that money and put it into the bus system?
That is the precise discussion that will occur on an annual basis.
Okay.
Return on investment, where do we place this? Can you tell me where it landed? Yeah, so on what page is that of the report?
14.
On page 14 of the covering report, there's a table. What is the table number?
Table 4.
Table 4, which shows a return on investment for different initiatives. And so you can see that's second in comparison to the first one, which is early morning service. Now, there's other investments in that table as well, with red markings that's showing it doesn't meet the TTC service standards, but we've been asked to include that by stakeholders. But that thinking of a return on investment is something that we wanted to show for full transparency here in this document, and we'll carry forward that line of thinking through the annual planning and budget cycle.
So could I ask as an undertaking to get into the complexities of return on investment? And the reason I say that is it's not always straight cash, it's not always straight minutes, but it's that kind of tipping point effect that some of the deputations alluded to, and even in some of my comments, right? That 2-minute saving here may not be as valuable as a 5-minute saving over here, which is profoundly, impacts someone's daily journey. And, I appreciate that these are complex discussions, but setting those up for the board, I think, are important decisions that we need to make. And not just to take the advice and run with it, because I'm not sure we always ask you the right questions.
I would agree. The measurement that we use is blunt. It's a simple return on investment. There are other factors when we talk to our friends in the diversity group at the TTC, friends at the city that are looking at transportation equity measures. There's more that can be done, I would agree.
Okay, so I'll leave that alone. I wanted to spend just a minute or two here. There was a rather passionate deputation by ATU 113 about criticisms or concerns, I shouldn't say criticism, concerns raised about the integration of services on the border. Of course, the Burnham-Thorpe 50 bus happens to be in the local community that I live in, and attracts my interest because I know a little bit about it. But could you try to address some of them? I know that the two prevalent themes were around ensuring that we had a revenue protected, and then of course the service levels. And that is a scary prospect, right? That there could be a backslide in service levels. And I wondered if I could at least get your perspective on it, because we didn't go into the depths in the last conversation.
As part of our business requirements, as we work with our partners at the province and our neighboring municipalities, one of the elements is that the fare that will be charged to customers is a TTC fare, so that there isn't, for example, a different fare depending on what color bus you board. The second piece to that was that revenue would be retained by the City of Toronto and the TTC. That's why a funding partner such as the MTO is required to make this work. With respect to service levels, the board has approved service standards, and that would be part of any discussion in an agreement. And ultimately, the final backstop is that we've said we would come back with a plan and share it with this board for further discussion. So as somebody said, I think it was you, Councillor Matlow, the devil's in the details, and we're happy to show our work.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, I just had a few questions. So first question, just because there's been some discussion about this, if we approve the 5-year service and customer experience action plan, there's nothing that's precluding us from trying something innovative next year, correct?
That's correct. This is a guiding document. Things come up on a regular basis, on an annual basis, and it's through that consultation process that Lawrence mentioned at the end of his presentation that's commencing, where it's kind of like an all call for feedback. And so you would submit an idea that you would want evaluated, and it would be evaluated amongst all the others.
Great. So just to clarify and just to confirm, so for example, we wanted to explore dynamic pricing for seniors if they want to use the bus at certain times of the day. There's nothing that would preclude us from trying that on a pilot basis if we approve this today.
That's absolutely true. We want to be as flexible as we move forward. That's one of our learnings from the pandemic.
Great. Thank you. And then I guess just to sort of pick up on some of the previous comments about ATU, is the goal of cross-boundary to supplement existing TTC service, or is it to replace some of the TTC service, or is that a discussion or is that a determination that's to be had?
The proposal is for all 24 corridors. On all of the corridors, there will be a service increase relative to what there is today. The way that can be achieved, as we've proposed in that report in February of 2022, is a removal of the TTC service, which would total 15 buses and $5.2 million, and allocated elsewhere in the city. Not necessarily on the boundary. It could be needed somewhere in the inner city or somewhere, perhaps in Scarborough. Those buses don't belong to a specific neighborhood. They belong to the system, and they go to the greatest need.
So for customers on those 15 bus routes, for example, would they experience an increase in service, a decrease in service, or should they not experience any difference in service?
I expect, but based on the math, that on those 4 corridors, they would see an increase in service because Mywood would have to carry their service level plus Torontonians, which would bring it up even higher, more frequent service. So there's an inherent boost in service that the model captures.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, any speakers? Seeing none, okay. Can I have a motion to adopt the item? Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We are now on to item 5, the pilot free transit for grade 7 to 12 student field trips. And we have a speaker on this item, Alan Yule.
This report is recommending free transit for field trips from Monday to Friday. This will be on routes with frequencies of 10 minutes or better and only from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Table 2 of the lists the bus routes with 10 minutes or better service. What about the streetcars? What about the subways? What about the LRTs? Of the 531 eligible schools, how many are on routes with 10 minutes or better on non-rush hour service? This could lead to equity issues. If you are a student from a low-income family and your school isn't on a high-frequency route, then you're up the creek. The lost fare revenue from this will be $500,000, but that would only generate a maximum of 208,333 youth Presto tickets. With 145,000 eligible students, that means each student gets 1.4 youth Presto tickets per year. This program as listed is ripe for abuse. We have no cost-effective way of tracking or policing the use of these free youth tickets. We would have to reprogram all of our Presto readers to A, only validate these tickets from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., B, only validate these tickets when the bus is driving on a route that is 10 minutes or better with service. I personally would expect 1 in 4 of these tickets not to be tapped when on the vehicle when boarding. The ticket that would then be used for a time when the ticket is not valid. Remember, there is no way of tracking the actual use of this ticket. I know a lot of TTC operators, and every one of them that I talked to said that my fare evasion estimate is very conservative. They put that fare evasion estimate for this pilot project of as high as 40%. The TTC operates 160 bus routes, 18 streetcar routes, with a total of 30 Blue Night routes. Kingston Transit operates 22 routes. 2 of them are express routes that end by 837. Kingston Transit had 6.9 million riders last year. We'll do that this week alone. Kingston Transit has different ridership spikes between rush and non-rush hour service when compared to the TTC. Kingston has a population of 132,485 people in 2021. 2021, Ward 3 had a population of 141,000 people, 751. This project is not scalable at the TTC, or at least not scalable without a significant influx in funding in the TTC's operating budget. Mr. Chair, if the TTC is insistent on spending $500,000, let us have beer and pizza at the next budget meeting. It would be just as effective as this pilot project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Nope, seeing none. Are there any questions? So thanks, Ellen. Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Osborne? Commissioner Holliday?
I'm going to assume that Alan was correct and that these numbers assume 208,000 students will be taking advantage of the program. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's an upset limit, or the highest number that we estimated based on top-down and bottom-up approach. But for purpose of this report, that's the high.
And do we have anywhere here an idea of what success looks like? Like if we hit X number, that this is a success and the staff would recommend going forward, or if we don't hit those numbers, then it isn't and we scrub it?
I think there's two key measures of success. One is an understanding of how many field trips are generally taken on TTC now, and if at the end of the pilot we see this increase, that would be a key measure of success, because it means that the more schools are making use of it, more students are getting exposed to transit. The other part of the measure of success is because there'll be an educational component to this, whereby there's an expectation for the schools and the students participating to do transit, transit training 101. Fair compliance would be part of that education. It's a means for bringing that education out to support our other programming as well.
So will we have that ahead of time so that we cannot sort of, massage however we decide we want? I would feel more comfortable about this if we had like some kind of target that said yes or no at the end, that this is good enough or it isn't.
Yes. So what we had been looking for from this report was general approval of the pilot and concept. There's still three pieces that fundamentally need to be done. Those measures of success. And the school boards are a partner in this. The school boards will be partners in the administration of the program. It was one of the objectives that we came away with from the meeting last February. Was to mitigate the impact and administrative costs for TTC as well. So school boards are stepping forward as partners in this. It means the trips that are the schools would like to perform would be funneled through the school board administration, and they would have a responsibility for tracking and distributing the tickets. So I'd say that the second piece is having that MOU with the school boards, which would include not only our metrics of success, but also ones that meet their needs as well.
And Alan said it was Monday to Friday, but it actually is only Monday and Friday.
Correct.
Okay. That seems a bit, well, I don't know what word I want, but it's not a good word. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because I had to read that twice, because I don't know how many school trips take place now on Monday, only Monday and Friday. Do we know that?
We don't know that.
No, okay. Yeah, anyway, just...
Why Monday to Friday?
Yeah.
I mean, why
Why
Monday
Monday and
and Friday? Well, why Monday and Friday is, this goes back to the principle of our ability to provide this with no additional operating costs, and where we could make use of the capacity that was in our system. Because of our scheduling, our schedules are the same Monday to Friday, and there's less use on those days. So we know there's inherently more capacity on those days than there would be on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The idea of the 10-minute network, excuse me, is really because the frequency is there that can support school trips. If a particular bus pulled up and it was close to capacity, there'd be another bus quickly after to meet those needs. So we're fairly confident that the issues around occupancy and space for the school trips, as well as for our customers, would be available on that network. With a review of where the schools are through the city and the network, so you can't hear me? Sorry, I'm losing my voice, I think. The proximity of the schools to the services that we've made available, the 10-minute network, the streetcar network, the subway network, virtually all of the schools in the City of Toronto with grades 7 to 12 would be within a 10-minute walk of this network. When we look at it by those that are in NIAs and those that aren't, I'm trying to remember the numbers off the top of my head, Narmi, but I think it's 97% are within a 10-minute walk.
So you don't need to review it. There were just a couple of points that I wanted to clarify there. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Commissioner Holliday, 5 minutes, please.
So if I understand this correctly, school's going to take a trip. They go and they buy a bunch of tickets. They give them to the students use them, and then this all rolls up on, I guess, a spreadsheet submitted to the commission from the school board once a quarter that says these trips fell within the parameters, we promise, and you cut a check. You grant them back the money or transfer payment back the money. In its simplest form, that's the way it's. And so so many questions, Chair. So you mentioned, there was a mention a moment ago that most of the schools were within a 10-minute walk of one of the 10-minute or better transit lines. So what if the obvious transit line that's like right in front of the school isn't? Is our thought that the teacher's going to say, well, we got to get our grant back, so we're all going to walk 10 minutes to catch the bus over here, instead of taking the safest route, which would be the one closest? Do we think that's going to happen, or is it just those schools are just not going to participate? And I'm sorry, maybe you don't know the answer to the
No, it's okay. Part of the reporting requirement on a monthly basis from the school boards and schools is, one of the parameters is to provide the ticket numbers, which we can check what time and routes that were used, which we can check if it's eligible within the parameters we've outlined, which we would reimburse the payment on a quarterly basis.
You're not going to check all the tickets, though, are you? Or is this just like an audit opportunity to sample?
First, through the chair, this is Narmi Kandia. She is our manager of fare policy and planning at the TTC, and so she's the author of this report, and so just wanted to introduce who she is. She's new to the TTC. To answer your questions, we will do a spot check. Numbers of the tickets are numerically sequenced, and so they're like 30 to 40, and so we can find out whether or not those tickets are being used on the right routes at the right time.
There was a statement earlier on that this would help, I guess, teach kids about compliance with fare policy, of paying your fare. And I'm sorry if I sound a little bit tongue-in-cheek with the question, but how is the government giving you a free ticket teaching you that you've got to pay a fare?
I can't even get my daughter to clean her room.
Part of the eligibility to participate in this pilot program is for the school boards and students to complete training, which includes etiquette and fare compliance, fare policy. So that's the one piece. Second piece, to answer your previous question, in addition to us possibly spot checking tickets, we are asking the school boards to sign a terms of contract or terms of agreement. So they're also submitting tickets that are within the service eligibility parameters.
Do we have any authoritative mechanism to figure out, because of this program, a school decided to take a trip when it wasn't otherwise going to take one? Other than that, it seems to me this program would just happen to capture school trips that fell within XYZ parameter, and then you get the money back for it. Like, is there any way that we know that this is delivering some kind of discernible value?
Through the chair, we wouldn't be able to answer that on an individual trip basis. We would need to be answering it on an overall macro basis, whether we've seen an overall increase in the use of transit for field trips.
Okay, and just remind me, because I don't have the report in front of me, so I guess I could scroll through it, but the detail, it's a $500,000 program?
The intention is for it to be at a no cost, but because we know that school districts, I'll get to the 500, but because we know that school districts are currently traveling by transit for field trips, some of those trips may move to the Monday to the Friday. We may see an increase in trips on the Monday and Friday, but some that had maybe in previous years, maybe every year a teacher takes the class to the zoo and it's on a Tuesday.
Right.
And because of the program, maybe this time they can go on the Monday, or maybe more of the kids can go on the Monday than they would have otherwise. But we won't know on that individual trip whether the trip had previously been on a Tuesday and now switched. Yeah.
Okay, otherwise it's a $500,000 pool that the school boards can apply for reimbursement. When it runs out, and it's for reimbursement of trips that fall within the parameters.
Final question.
Through the chair,
Through the chair.
that's correct.
Yes.
Right, not to exceed amount.
Up to 500 over the school year, which would be over the span of 2 fiscal years for us.
Thank you. Commissioner Jagdale, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. One of the arguments that was made for this program, similar to what Commissioner Holliday was saying, was that it would teach students the value of public transit. And when we think about the case study in Kingston, where, by the way, only 8% of constituents take transit, that's the entire population. In Kingston, the argument was that it was going to encourage more students to take transit. Do we have any perspectives on what potential adoption could look like if this pilot were to be successful? It's okay if the answer is we don't know.
Through the chair, we don't. And so, as the school board said, we're going to go through this and learn together. So it's to some degree a learning.
Do we have, are there any mechanisms in place for us to determine what adoption looks like based on this pilot?
We only know the upset limit number, which is the 200,000 tickets, which results in the 500,000 foregone revenue. How much of those would shift to a Monday to Friday is yet to be determined.
Okay, so there's no real way for us to tie this pilot to the actionable metric, which is adoption of the service, based on what I'm hearing.
At the moment, there is not.
Okay. Alan brought up the idea of scalability, which I think is important. And has there been any modeling done to determine what this looks like in principle from a cost perspective at scale?
I think the pilot itself would help us identify what the size of it looks like to start with, and I think that would help inform the scalability. Starting out with this pilot, though, I think it's important to recognize that one of the thinking that we have been able to bring into it is this idea that it could be available through the whole of the city, even as a pilot. So rather than starting with a small number of schools, which may have been the appetite of the school districts to start, because they're the administrators, we found a way to bring a program together, even as a pilot, that really does have the reach over all of the city already. So in terms of scalability, I guess we maybe would want to think about what would be the scale that we would plan to expand to.
Well, I mean, if we want it to be equitable, the scale would be the entire city.
Through the chair, I think the last time we were looking through this, if we assume 9 to 3 weekdays and during the school year from September to June right across, the system would be about 12.7 million, which was the last estimate, I think, the last time we talked about this for youth.
Got it. Is there a way for us to, I know that we're using the upset limit and the $500,000 as sort of our ceiling for this pilot, but one of the things I'm worried about is the efficacy and whether or not these tickets are going to be honored. And I know that we're going to be getting monthly reports, and that's great, but is there a way for us to do this on like a weekly? You see, if we had artificial intelligence, I'm just saying, we could do the analysis and all the tickets. We don't have that currently in place, but is there a way for us to determine whether or not this is working, or if it's actually being honored on a week-to-week basis? Because if we find that in the first 3 weeks of this operation that it's just not working, then why would we continue to fund this to the upset limit?
Through the chair, it's kind of like a bottle deposit program. You buy the tickets up front, and if you meet the eligibility criteria, you get your money back. So if you don't take the tickets, if you don't use the tickets in the way that's prescribed, you don't get your funding back. And so that is our protection against spending against fraudulent behavior.
Got it. Okay, so just in summary, there's no way right now for us to determine what adoption looks like based on this test. We're sort of unsure around whether this will create that adoption. And when it comes to the scaling of the operation, what was the figure that you mentioned, Josie?
12.7?
12.7 million?
Yes.
12.7 million. Okay. That's it. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, I do want to confirm that this program is designed to have no extra cost to the TTC. That's exactly why it is a Monday to Friday specific hours program, correct?
That's correct. Through the chair, that's correct.
And Okay, and you designed it to specifically in order to achieve equity, make it available across the entire city. It would have been less expensive if equity hadn't been important, but since equity is important, you've made it available to virtually every school, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you have been working with the school boards. What was their response? Do they think this is a valuable and useful program or not?
Yes, that's correct, and they're willing to try.
And they do think it's valuable and useful.
That's correct.
All right. Now, the deputant suggested that 40% of the tickets would be stolen and used for other things. Do you have a serious concern about that? And what are you doing about it?
Do not have a concern about that. As I mentioned previously through the chair, that funding, reimbursement is based on meeting the eligibility criteria. So if those tickets are used for other purposes, they won't be, the reimbursement won't be honored.
Right. Have you had any conversation with the school boards about how to make sure that the kids who get the tickets actually use them for the school trips and don't just steal them?
Through the chair, the expectation is that the supervisor is with the students while going on the field trip, that this is happening on a Monday or a Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m.
So there will be a supervisor with the kids as they get on the bus, and in fact, this is going to be their experience of paying their way. That's part of the education you're trying to achieve, right?
That is correct, through the chair.
Okay. Is so the what we've heard is that the cost would be $12 million if we allowed an unlimited number of field trips, but that's not part of this proposal. The proposal is to provide a limited number of tickets, and then we'll see if they get used and if it turns out to actually improve access to field trips for the schools and especially for the more needy communities. So in addition to the stats that you're going to be using to pay the school boards back, what kind of qualitative information are you planning to collect about the impact of this pilot project on the students in the schools who need it most?
I think we're trying to get both qualitative and quantitative feedback from the reporting. For specifically quantitative, where we are asking for destination, reason for field trips, the participating school, the class, grade, teacher, the date of travel, the route or routes used for groups, time of travel, number of participating students, and youth presso ticket numbers used, and the purchase price.
All right. And will that give you enough information to be able to tell us at the end of the year or partway through whether you think the project is worthwhile?
Through the chair, yes, we do. I think what we can do is compare the total number of tickets purchased in one year versus the total number of tickets purchased in the other year. And if there's a increased number of tickets in this upcoming school year, with a corresponding increase in the field trips, then there's some indication that it's worthwhile.
Okay. Now, you've mentioned some difficulties with crowding when we were talking about service standards. If some school trips do move from the busier days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, to Mondays or Fridays, is that beneficial to the TTC in terms of crowding?
Absolutely it is. We're using excess capacity.
Okay. Staff has spent a lot of time thinking about this. Do you recommend that we proceed? Do you think this is a valuable project for the TTC to experiment with?
Through the chair, I think this is an opportunity for the TTC to be scouts and try something different. I think there's an opportunity to blend it and look at opportunities to support our fair compliance interests at the same time.
So do you recommend it?
Through the chair, yes, we do recommend it.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Kim, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. You touched on a little bit of it with Councillor Sachs's question. So in the report, it says the pilot will be evaluated and the results presented to the board at the end of the school year, and then a decision made to go or no go into the future. So you had mentioned, for example, the number of tickets purchased compared to the year before. What other things are you going to be looking at that's going to factor into the decision as to whether to go or no go? Will it be compliance to the program, number of school trips taken?
There's a number of factors. We can say number of students that participated in the education program. That can provide some color to the analysis. Number of schools touched, number of field trips. As we presented this is a concept of how this could move forward. There's time to include different qualitative questions as part of the eligibility process or the return process. So we can ask some of those questions to say worthwhile, is it too cumbersome, et cetera.
And if there was, for example, say, I'm just throwing this out here, $250,000 worth of tickets used, then you're going to say, you know what, there was no uptake for it, so then we're going to kill it?
I don't have an answer at the moment through the chair. I'd like to see
what you want is as much of that $500,000 to be used, the uptake.
I guess it's a philosophical question through the chair, whether or not we see the value of providing that field trip at a free cost as the more important than an uptake.
Okay.
So through the chair, if I may, just for the new commissioner, part of the conversation that we had when we were examining this was also to provide opportunities, particularly for those individuals or students who may not be able to afford it in certain communities. So one of the issues that we will look at, I think, as part of the assessment of this is take up, but not just only take up, but take up where, right? And are we actually providing access that may not have happened before? And the $500,000 is a one-time opportunity here. It's funded out of a one-time source. So if it were to come back with results to continue, we would have to find a permanent funding source for it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. I had just a few questions. So just to be clear, this is a pilot, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And can we just be clear about what the definition of a pilot is?
But it has a temporary duration.
Temporary duration, so it's 1 year.
Yes, correct.
So then it's after 1 year, we will decide based on a number of metrics whether or not this program is worth going forward.
That is correct.
And how are we funding this program?
Through the chair, if I may. As you recall, we are selling the decommissioned fleet of the SRT to another municipality who still has a system. So we have proceeds coming from that sale. So those were not budgeted, given that there was the SRT decommissioning, and so we're using the proceeds as an offset to the revenue reduction that will occur of up to $500,000. So it's a one-time source, funding a one-time pilot at this stage.
Thank you. And so just to be clear, we're not taking that money from operations or capital. We're taking that money from a one-time source of an asset we no longer need.
That's true.
Correct. Thank you. So for $500,000, we are providing every middle and high school student in the city of Toronto free trips on TTC for a field trip. Is that a fair statement?
That's the opportunity before us.
Yes. Is it also fair to say that there are a number of students, particularly those living in low-income neighborhoods, that are unable to participate on field trips because they don't have the income for that extra TTC fare? Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, that's fair. Through discussions with the school board, that would be often the case.
And do we know roughly what percentage of students are unable to take field trips with the rest of their class because they can't afford a TTC fare?
I'm afraid I can't answer that with any authority.
But it's a significant number if they were interested in going ahead with this program, correct?
We understand the cost of transportation is one of the barriers to taking field trips.
And this program is not necessarily adding any extra administration to the TTC or the school board because it's being done through an existing program, correct?
That's correct. It's doing it through the school boards. It's being done through a system that they already practice in terms of purchasing tickets and making them available to schools for existing trips or home to school. So it was one of the opportunities we had to work with the school district and embed it into a practice they had. As a result, there will still be some administration for us in terms of verifying and checking, authenticating before we reimburse, but the overall administration is low.
So then it's fair to say that there's some administrative burden on this trip, but it's nothing significant compared to the scale of the program of what we're actually envisioning.
That's correct.
Correct. And then I guess with the building rider confidence, what is the TTC currently doing to build rider confidence in young students? Like, what are our current programs?
Through the chair? No.
Sorry, through the chair. We have a number of community engagement programs where we work directly with the school boards. We have our special constables and our revenue protection staff that go out to help with, civility, how to use the system. We're on a wider panel with all of the school boards, looking at ways that we can address issues like youth violence, etc. So there's a number of initiatives that we're working on with the school boards.
So then it is part of the CTC's strategy to look for innovative ways to encourage kids to use transit and to show them proper transit taking etiquette and to build their confidence in taking the system.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Absolutely. This program would complement those existing programs that we have already.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Mallow.
So I've just got a couple of questions that Josie, you inspired. Not directly about the program. My political position is that I'm pro-kid, and I will support helping them. But I mean, I'm pro-puppies, kittens as well, rainbows. But you just sparked my interest about the SRT sale. Who are we selling it to? Can you say?
So through the chair, we've been in discussions with the city of Detroit, who has the system.
City of Detroit. And are you able to say how much we're getting for it? It's not just $500,000.
No, it's more. It's more.
Yeah.
We're just concluding those discussions about to what extent that they want the entire fleet or not. We've saved some of the fleet two are going to the zoo. They've requested 2. Trains, we have another one that's being held for Scarborough, one for the city, and one for Halton Railway. So there are a few that have been held back, but we are in discussions with the city of Detroit and just about concluded that final kind of sale of residual trains that they can have as part of their surplus fleet.
Interesting. Okay, that's the first I had heard of that. So I just wanted to inquire. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any speakers on this item? Oh, of course. We'll start off with Commissioner Holiday.
Thank you. Chair, I actually was almost going to give a tongue-in-cheek motion to reopen the TTC corporate plan to delete number 5, which is address the structural and fiscal imbalance, because we are so rich at the TTC that we can give money away. I mean, that's literally what this is. We are so rich that we can give $500,000 away to the school boards. So, I think there's a lot of thinking that somehow this money is going to waft its way into people's pockets. But as far as I've heard, this is a transfer payment from the TTC to the school boards. And the school boards have all their own, financial or fiscal issues. But sending money from this government organization that struggles to make ends meet over to that government organization, I have a problem with. This is a limited scope and parameter program. which I have not heard any compelling evidence of some measure of success. I got to ask why we're doing it. I mean, let's think this through. So, you know, a teacher teaching grades 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and there's about 145,000 students according to the report. And I don't think that's going to change, by the way, unless we branch into university students or adult students, or we branch into, or there's some change to fare under 12. You know, split that down, figure out how many of them are going to take a trip through the year. I mean, I got 3 kids that fall into that category. I have a good sense of how often they've taken class trips. And then split that down further about how many of them that are going to happen on a Monday or a Friday, and now might happen on a Monday or a Friday. And then the teacher's going to be making decisions about all of this and trying to figure out when the trip might happen. And I'm just not convinced that the top of the teacher's radar or consideration is whether or not the school board is going to be reimbursed for the ticket. I mean, you're going to take the trip or you're not. You're going to ask parents to pay for the fees for the trip, or you're not. It's going to be paid through the school, through whatever funding they've got. And then I'm sure there's instances where there are families that struggle to make ends meet, not just even for the fare, but also maybe for the overall trip and the mechanisms that are in place to make that happen. And that's all complicated stuff, and I'm glad we don't have to deal with that here at the board, because our job is public transit, and that's the issue of the school board over there. So that's just money, $500,000 that's going to float out the door. And you know, it says right in the report, it's going to take the revenue that we would have otherwise taken from the sale of the Scarborough RT that would have gone into our revenues to help pay for services. And, you know, one of the deputants sort of made a joke about, you know, you might as well get pizza and beer for the board. You know, I would rather not do that. I'd rather put that back towards services or assets or something that replaces the asset that, you know, we are selling off. So, Chair, I know I'm very critical of this, and I don't mean to be critical of the staff who were asked to come back with a report on how this could possibly work. But you ask a bunch of questions of it, and, you know, it's an idea that I think was out there, and there's no surprise that there's lots and lots of questions about what the value is. But I just come back to, you know, like, why are we here? And I just can't in good conscience, you know, say that the $500,000 is going to teach kids that they need to pay for public transit because they're getting the ticket already, you know, reimbursed through the school board. I'm just not convinced of that. I'm just not convinced that, you know, watching a video or doing a training module that could have otherwise been just given to them in spite of this program. And finally, you know, I think there is something to be said about having to take a class and saying, well, we're not going to go to this bus route in front of the school, but, you know, we're going to walk 10 or 15 minutes to that one so that we can so that the school board can get a check back for the transit fare. I just don't think that that's realistic. So I can't support this in good conscience. I think we've spent enough time on it. I'd much rather focus our resources back on the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Commissioner Jagdale, please.
Thank you, Chair. I know that Commissioner Matlow said that he was pro-kid. I am neutral kid because I have no kids. That's mostly a joke, by the way, just in case. That's mostly a joke. But in all seriousness, I think, you know, one of the big sticking points for me is that we have no way to determine whether or not this is going to drive adoption. And I'm all for innovation. I mean, I sat here talking about artificial intelligence and being a doomsdayer and whatnot, but we shouldn't be building out programs and pilots for what ultimately looks like for the sake of building out a pilot. Respectfully, if the TDSB or any other school board cared about ensuring that there's accessibility for schools and students to get to the Toronto Public, to get to the ROM, to get to the Science Centre and all these great trips, could they not dip into their $3.4 billion coffers and find 0.015% to help finance some of this? I just find that very difficult to grasp my head around. And the other thing, too, is around those equity issues. I think Alan brought up some very good points around what equity or what the issues around this could look like, and I'm also very cognizant of that. This doesn't seem like a bright idea. It seems like more planning has to be done around it, and we can keep pushing this further and further and getting more insight on this. It doesn't seem optimal. It doesn't seem strategic. And I'm probably more convinced that some of the activities that Angela shared with us are a lot more compelling to teach students the value of transit and on paying your fare. I don't know if handing out tickets to these through this program is going to be efficient. And I mean, this is a weaker argument, but you know, I guess I'm the closest commissioner to being into grade school, and I don't ever remember taking a school trip on a Monday or Friday, just because that's where the peak is for most of these activities. Generally, if you want to go to the ROM, for example, every second Tuesday is free, or it's not open on Monday. So I don't know where these trips are going to be. Anyway, I rest my case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was opposed to this when it was raised in February, not because I think it's a bad idea to help kids with school trips. It was really more around the process, because this was followed quickly on the heels of a multi-year, oh yeah, I'm an anti-kid too, I guess, multi-year program looking into a fare policy, which was ended up being a real exercise in juggling priorities. And you know, we have very finite resources. We have a million places we can put them. And after a lot of math consultations and, you know, check-ins and this and that, we get our fare policy, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, we bolt this onto it without saying, what aren't we doing with that 500 grand that has just come? You know, maybe we should be looking at improving service on the Burnham-Thorpe bus. Maybe we should be, you know, there's just a million other things that we could be doing. So it was, for me, really started with a process issue, because so much care and consideration had gone into the fare policy, and this was being decided, I'm going to say, in isolation. The second thing is, I think it feels quite tortured. So we've got only 2 days a week, and I will add that most museums are closed on Mondays, so that leaves Friday. That, you know, we've only certain bus routes qualify. It just feels like we're trying to shove this thing into the little slot that we've left open for it. We also are not supposed to be expending a lot of staff resources on it. I would suggest, based on the work that you've done, that actually quite a number of hours have been spent on trying to make this thing work already. I do appreciate that you've tried to design something that will, once, you know, assuming it gets approved, will be easier, but, you know, let's be honest, it's going to take some work. And then finally, I would like to suggest that if this does go ahead, and by the way, I am not going to support it with regret, but I think we absolutely have to define parameters so that we know going in, before it starts, what, you know, under what conditions are we going to either stop it or continue. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow and then Commissioner Sachs.
So to begin with, the joke that I made earlier, I know we are all, well, I assume we are all pro-kid. I don't know. I presume that we are. But perhaps that's actually sort of a self-deprecating reflection on how many of these debates often fall out in the world, where it is a binary debate on one side or another. And I know that's not the case in this context. In fact, this, I think, an incredibly thoughtful debate, and with some incredibly valid perspectives that I'm hearing from everyone. I support this, but I absolutely recognize the arguments that many of my colleagues have made about the fact that, I mean, we just talked at great length earlier about the dearth of funds we have at the TTC for the very core missions that we have. And I get the frustration by some of you where you would say, well, how are we in a position to start moving funds out of our coffers toward essentially another level of government at a time when we really are begging other governments to fund us? Completely valid and reasonable position. The reason I support it, though, is because Commissioner Sachs came forward with an idea that if you take the, you know, the money crunch aside, and I know you can't entirely, but if you were to, it's a lovely idea. The idea that we are going to contribute towards a more equitable ability for schools, no matter where they are in the city, to provide their kids educational opportunities and using the transit system in a way where it becomes normal for them, and they get to understand sort of that this is there for them, and hopefully they will have a lifetime of being riders of this transit system. And I hope that's true, and I hope that happens. I also recognize, and this is where sort of I take off even my TTC hat or even my city hat, when my school trustee, Trustee Laskin, and any of the schools in my community come to me and say, we want Section 37 dollars, city dollars now, to go toward a school field or some improvement on their property, I do it with very few conditions. Because I do recognize that if we get out of our silos or even our interjurisdictional competition, it's all the same city, it's all the same community, it's all the same kids, it's all the same neighborhoods, and we all want all of these things to improve for all of us. And the money has to come from somewhere, and ultimately, if it contributes to the greater good, then we've done our job in the big picture after all is said and done, and we leave this place to somebody else. And the way I view it is, the TDSB, you know, one of you mentioned like $3 billion that they have, whatever. The reality is, they have about a $4 billion capital backlog. They are projecting something like a $26 million operating shortfall. They're struggling too, just like we are, because they don't get enough money from the provincial government to make their ends meet either. And if we're able to contribute a small amount to try something over the next year, and I agree, I mean, pilots rarely go away in Toronto. We usually do something, they go on, because it's hard to pull back. And like even based on, you know, what I was musing about earlier, especially when it's something benefiting kids, it's harder to say we're going to withdraw that. That being said, though, I hope over the next year we can demonstrate that we can do this well, that it actually does have merit, and I can give you my commitment that if it doesn't make sense and if it's not working, I would support not moving forward with it another year. But I think it's worthy enough to try and see if this can actually contribute to these kids' lives, to their education. And, you know, the only way to test it is to try it. And I don't think that it's an unreasonable amount to make that test. And that's why I'm going to support it. Over to you, Chair, or Vice Chair.
I think Councillor Sachs, is she on the screen? Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
I think you're next to speak.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much to Commissioner Matlow for your support. I proposed this pilot because it addresses 3 critical TTC objectives and also has many other public benefits. The 3 critical TTC objectives that we have, first of all, to grow future riders. We've talked over and over at every meeting about how important it is that we grow ridership. And we know that when teenagers are learning their habits of getting around the city is our best chance of accustoming them to getting around by TTC. And if they learn to be comfortable on the TTC at that stage, and again, the Get on the Bus program, which has now got 12 years experience, shows this really works and has lifelong impacts on growing transit riders. The second critical objective for the TTC is addressing the very high rate of fare evasion. And what we saw from the fare evasion reports is a lot of kids don't pay, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can't lay charges against people under 16. We don't have any enforcement options for them. And it has been a growing cultural acceptance that it's okay for them to go on the bus without paying, especially for the very large number of families that are struggling given the cost of living in the city. And we know that, again, from the Get on the Bus experience, we're not making this up, that this is something that is an important teachable moment, as well as an opportunity for them to see their peers and their leader on the trip paying, and to understand why that's important, and to take some training, which they wouldn't take in any other way. And the third important TTC objective is that we have very uneven use of our assets, and in particular Mondays and Fridays, we have dramatically lower uses at the very time when these tickets are going to be offered. So this program gives us a way of achieving those three objectives that we don't have any other effective way of achieving for this age group in a way that has no cost to the TTC, that's based on Get on the Bus, which began in Kingston, lots and lots of experience and lots of trial and error, close cooperation with the school boards who will do the administrative work. It does provide, we talk a lot about how equity is a very important objective for the TTC, and this does provide really meaningful help for low-income kids. I've heard that from the school boards. You've just heard it from TTC staff as well. When teachers are deciding whether or not to have a school trip, they have to consider how to pay for it. And in many cases, there are lots of kids who can't pay for it, and then they just don't do it, or they pay out of their own pocket, or they just can't do it at all. It allows teachers to enrich the experience of the kids. And again, that's not a problem for kids like mine who got to go to the museum and the zoo and the waterfront with their parents. But there's many kids who don't and would have this opportunity now who would not otherwise have it. No one else is in a position to pay it. The school boards are so squeezed. They're looking at canceling really important programs right across the city. So I do recognize that there is a short-term cost. We talk about investment a lot, what we're going to invest in. And this is an investment. This is an investment in the young people who could be our future riders, and showing that we're paying attention to their actual circumstances. And it is just a pilot. You're absolutely right. We don't know yet how it'll turn out. That's the whole point about a pilot. That's the point about innovation. You have to try things you haven't tried before. This is something that staff recommend, that we have a way to fund. In the long run, what is the scaling opportunity? The scaling opportunity only comes if we have a lot more money to put into the TTC, which I'm hoping will ultimately come from the parking levy. We don't have it yet. But in the meantime, we can learn. We can learn in cooperation with the schools. We can learn in cooperation with the teachers. We can show young people that we are paying attention to them and value their experience. And then we can ask them what they think about it. And I'm sure we will hear from them. And so part of it will be how many tickets get sold. I think much more of it will be the qualitative stories that we hear back from teachers, from students, and particularly in those parts of the city that struggle. So I thank staff for bringing it this far. This is the third time that we've been discussing this matter, and I thank everyone who supported me getting this far, and I hope you will vote for it today, and let's see what we can learn. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Any other speakers on this item? Nope. Okay, I will speak. I just want to say, one, thank you to the staff who did a lot of incredible work to get us here. This has come before the board 3 times, and it was a journey to get here. And I actually remember reading in the Toronto Star how there was actually an article saying that, the TTC couldn't do this. We weren't innovative enough to do this. And here we are about to do this. And yes, we have problems. Yes, we have issues, but I don't think we should be afraid to try new things, to figure out if there's better ways to do things, to see if we can entice new riders to the system, to build confidence in younger people, to show them that transit really is the better way, and that this is an option of living in this city other than owning a car. And just on a personal note, I was one of these kids. Growing up in a low-income neighborhood. I grew up in Cataraqui Crescent. If you know that, it's not a very nice area. It's a very rough area, I should say. At least it was when I was there. And I also grew up at Birchmount and Eglinton in another public housing project. So I was exactly the type of kid who would have benefited from a program like this, because sometimes my family didn't have money to send me on the school trip. Sometimes I had to get money from the school to not only pay for the transportation, but pay for the trip itself. So I think what we're doing here is actually consistent with what we just passed. We just passed a corporate program that says, moving Toronto towards a more equitable, sustainable, and prosperous future. I think we're doing exactly that. We are providing kids who wouldn't have had that opportunity to experience a museum, experience a park, to do something they wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity to do at relatively low cost. So I think this is a great pilot. I'm very, very excited to see where this is going. And again, I want to thank the staff for their hard work on this, for doing this in a way that is a very, very small administrative burden to the system, to the school boards. And I'm very, very interested to see where this goes. Thank you. So I would like a recorded vote, please.
On the motion to adopt the item, Commissioner Ainsley. In favor. Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Opposed.
Commissioner Holliday. Opposed. Commissioner Jagdeo.
Opposed.
Commissioner Kim. Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Osborne.
Opposed.
Commissioner Sachs.
In favor.
Chair Myers.
In favor.
The item carries. The vote is 5-4 in favor.
Five to 4. So now we will go to the in-camera item for the CEO's report. Oh, sorry. So we pre-circulated this amendment. Does anybody have any questions? Sure. If staff require a lawyer. The same thing, the same that would be given to commissioners. No, we're already included. Exactly. Are there any questions?
Yeah, so in the first part, political staff, how many political staff are receiving confidential documents?
That would be everyone's chief of staff, or is usually Yeah, everyone's chief of staff is usually CC'd on the emails. So 6 minimum.
Okay. Why do we send confidential documents to political staff?
Through the chair, the confidential attachments are not sent to political staff. With respect to the materials in question for this meeting in particular, the materials were only sent to members of the board. So I believe the intent here is if, for example, political staff had a discussion with board members or became privy to the materials through the course of their duties, but they were not provided with the materials with respect to this meeting.
So how many political staff are we talking about? Just 6?
Yes. The staff of the 6 offices of the commissioners, correct?
That's many.
Yeah. I couldn't comment to the size of your offices, of course.
Okay. So we're not sending confidential documents. So my chief of staff, for example, isn't receiving confidential documents, but this is in case I talk with my staff about a confidential document?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
If the information is for the exclusive use of each board member, why would the TTC pay for the information being shared with those who shouldn't see it? I guess I'm concerned about what we're getting ourselves into here.
No, well, sometimes, like, for example, I have my staff prepare everything for me, like they put it in binders, so they have access to everything. And some offices do that, some offices don't. Some staff members, some counselors do give their staff members access to their confidential documents, some don't. I do, because it's more convenient to have everything put together. So they do have, like, for example, Dhruv, who works with me on all TTC matters, does have access to my confidential TTC documents.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but there would be an obligation on each person not to share confidential information. So why are we assuming, because what we're going to get into, and maybe we need the Integrity Commissioner to explain to us, but this is just simply asking questions. Why are we assuming that there will be a need for individuals to seek legal advice? Because if they are seeking legal advice, is that because they're concerned about what they've done? They've been the leaker?
No, not necessarily.
I've been subject to an Integrity Commissioner investigation. It's true, I have. It was reported. There might be a case, for example, where the Integrity Commissioner just through his investigation wants to interview one of our staff or whatever. And just in case, like it may be that he asks a question and they go no, and then it's fine and it's no big deal. But if there's a follow-up and they want to have that representation, just like we might want it, it's just the ability that if they do have to have it or should have it, that it doesn't come out of their pocket. I think the scenario is, I mean, it's obviously, none of us know if this will be an expenditure or not, but it just provides the cover for our staff just in case it's necessary for them to ask for legal advice or support.
But then this looks to me like it's a blanket approval. It should come back as here are the cases, and then we know what the expense is. This is a blanket approval to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cover-all for if the scenario occurs, I guess. It is.
Michael, do you have something to add?
So, through the chair, so just as a point of clarity, this is only for the political staff that would be under investigation because of whatever information that the Integrity Commissioner believes that it's integral to his investigation this time. So the request is for the Integrity Commissioner to go investigate the matter set out in the motion. And as part of his jurisdiction at the moment, it is both the members of the board and their political staff. So that doesn't apply to the citizen members. That would apply to the councillor members who have political staff. That's within the jurisdiction of the Integrity Commissioner. This was drafted with the Integrity Commissioner, who said if you're going to have an investigation full and proper, you need to add political staff to that mandate to make sure that they're all captured, because you don't know where the leak came from. And again, if they're then part of the investigation, you would reimburse them for the costs in the same way that we would reimburse board members, subject to the fact of if they are the leak and contravene the code, they would not be entitled to reimbursement. And this does not mean that you need legal counsel. It's a question of if someone believes that they, for whatever reason, does need it, then you would reimburse them. If they have zero cost because they provided the documents, were interviewed, and didn't have legal counsel, it would be zero. And under the city policy, this would come out of the constituency and office budgets. That doesn't apply to all the members of the board, so to make it a kind of fair across the board, it's the recommendation is for the TTC to pick up the costs related to this amended motion.
And Michael, just to have a follow-up question, citizen board members are covered without this amendment, correct?
So they're in the complaints procedure as well. So yes, it applies to the members of a local board. What isn't directly included is political staff.
Okay.
Just to clarify that they would be included.
And I believe Councillor Sachs has a question?
Yes, my question is, if political staff want legal counsel, and if that can be covered under the constituency budget, why would the TTC cover it?
So I think it's trying to make this equal for all board members. So at the moment, not all board members have access to an office budget in where the money would come from. So in order to simplify it.
I understand. I'm not asking about the board members. I'm asking about the political staff. Like, why would the TTC cover legal advice to political staff? It seems to me that ought to come out of the constituency budget.
So that would be fine. What we were trying to do is just make it from one budget for everyone who's going to be covered, whether you're a board member or whether you're political staff, the TTC would pay for it, as opposed to half the board members going through their office budget, the other half coming to the TTC, and the political staff going through the office budget. We are just trying to make it one across the board, the same.
Okay, but there could be multiple political staff. I mean, some of us have 5 or 10 political staff. This could add up to quite a bit of money. Anyway, I don't suppose that's a question. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Sure.
So at the TTC board, I don't recall, but the city did pass a complaint process for members of a local board. So it comes right out of the complaint process that the city adopted.
I couldn't hear that answer. Were you saying that the city has a process that political staff should be reimbursed?
No, not for the political staff. The political staff has come up in a motion, but it's not in the actual protocol. But the city, from a protocol standpoint, for members of a local board, have adopted a complaint protocol that reimburses costs for the members.
Thank you.
So one other question from me. So Michael, are you saying that if we don't have this provision, the Integrity Commissioner would not be able to do a fulsome investigation?
Nope, not at all. This is just about whether the costs and whether, so this motion that's moved by the chair is asking for any costs incurred, legal costs incurred by the political staff or the members who are under investigation just be reimbursed. It has nothing to do with the first part of the motion, which is for the investigation. It is just about whether they are going to get legal representation if required, and whether the board is going to reimburse them or agree to reimburse them.
So we could split it into two and say, let's go ahead with the investigation and then come back with whatever evidence the Integrity Commissioner provides, we can say, okay, it looks like certain individuals are implicated and then they may need legal assistance, therefore, then we can vote for it?
Yes?
Sorry, are there any other questions on this? Any speakers? Councillor Matlow? Commissioner Matlow?
So I'm going to speak in support, and hopefully I can provide maybe a little more reassurance about the chair's motion. First of all, the principle of this motion is so important. The chair and I were talking about this earlier, how there's rarely, this happens in city council too, there's rarely an important or controversial matter that's in private that isn't leaked to the media. And there's rarely any accountability for those actions. I think it's important that there be accountability and also a very clear message that it's completely unacceptable to not only leak a private and confidential matter, but in particular one that has such an impact on individuals' reputations and their name. I strongly support what the chair is doing for those two reasons. As far as his item to cover political staff, first of all, I think it's critically important that that councillor staff, who many of whom are not wealthy individuals by any means, in just by doing their jobs, that if they find themselves in a situation, no fault of their own, that they really would be wise to have legal advice when they're being questioned by the Integrity Commissioner, or if it escalates, let's say, to a subpoena, that they are not out of pocket in that situation. And that's why we should pass it now, so they have that assurance that no matter where this goes, no matter what happens, that they're not going to be out of pocket for simply answering questions honestly, good faith, to try to contribute to helping the Integrity Commissioner get to the bottom of it. Nor should it come, if it were to be covered, out of office budgets. Those are constituency budgets. Those are budgets that are meant to be supporting the residents of each respective ward. Those are not meant to be to cover legal costs. So the point, we were discussing earlier, you asked, is there any precedent for this? Of course not. And that's why this is a creation right now of how to create an umbrella, how to create that insurance for the political staff. But I think it's completely reasonable, and frankly, I think it's quite ethical to do so, to make sure that they're able to participate and not just tell the truth and not fear that they're going to be out of pocket. So I hope that you would give them that support. And ultimately, I'm really grateful that the chair is pursuing this investigation, and I hope that we get to the truth.
I agree with the investigation, but I just don't see, if people are honestly going to be answering the questions, where is the cost? Is there a penalty for answering the questions truthfully? To me, I don't get.
So allow me, if I can, I'll finish my speaking time in that case just to answer that. So it's not, because I've been through this experience, it's not a matter of, the Integrity Commissioner is going to pursue their investigation regardless. Each one of us, I imagine, will be asked to answer questions. And that's great. And we'll answer honestly. And if you didn't do anything, you just say you didn't do anything, and that's fine. If the Integrity Commissioner, if his curiosity, or if he believes that he has reason to escalate or follow up with a line of questions to you or to your staff, he will do so. That's his prerogative. And there may be, for example, hypothetically, the first round of questions, did you do something? You say no. You may not feel any need to hire a lawyer. But if you believe that you are getting into a situation where you might be, your email might be subpoenaed or something like that,
a reasonable person might think this is the time to get some legal advice, and if you have to do that, you want to make sure that it's covered, and that's what we want for our staff.
Where is the penalties? The integrity commissioner is going to impose a fine on people? We're just trying to get information.
I don't know. I don't.
So I
for
don't understand
counselors,
what
yeah,
the
I don't know
cost-
I don't know what the rules are for board members or staff.
No, well, I think there is a reputational cost. If you are found, no, I mean, people get caught up in these types of things. And again, this is something that's never done before, specifically because it's such a hassle. But because what happened was just so egregious, I think you and I both came to the agree. Exactly. It was pretty egregious, whoever did that. And we're taking something this is usually never done. Usually the leaks just go unpunished or not unpunished, not investigated. So we are taking this step. However, I don't want staff members to be out of cost, whereas I have the option to be covered for my legal costs if I should need that. And if my staff should need that, or if anybody else's staff should need that, they should have that option as well without having to fear that this money's coming out of their pocket. That's a in my opinion, very reasonable request. Yes.
The money would only be invoked, paid up, if and only if a person needs a lawyer, which one would assume many will not.
Yes.
And I'm also assuming equally, Michael, that you recommend we support this? Am I fair? Is it fair ball to ask you that? Sorry.
What's the question?
If you support this, that this is a reasonable thing to do.
So I think there's two things. So if you put it on a staff, TTC staff do not get covered when they do an investigation, and we do hundreds of staff, and the City of Toronto staff do not get covered. But council made the decision that councillors and members of the local board were being covered. And so then the question is, well, do you just take the position that just because TTC staff wouldn't be covered, then political staff? So is political staff closer to the local member, to the local board member? And I think the answer is yes. They're closer in nature. That's why the Integrity Commissioner has jurisdiction over the political staff. They don't have jurisdiction over staff. And so if you're going to cover one, how do you not cover the other? So yes, I recommend it, but you have to understand that if this were at an employee level, we would not be covered.
You're not, yes, I get that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other speakers? Nope. Okay. Just call for the vote. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. All those in favor of the item as amended? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We'll now go in. Okay. I'll make the motion to go into camera. So the TTC Board recess and sit as a committee of the whole to consider the following confidential item: Chief Executive's Officers Report, May 2024, and item 8. Correct? Yes. Hillcrest is done, yes. Yes. Correct. Correct. You're welcome. So we will consider the following items: Chief Executive Officers Report, May 2024, and item 8, TTC QP Local 2 Collective Agreement Ratification. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so we're going to go in camera.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So we just considered the TTC and QP Local 2 collective agreement ratification in camera. Can I have someone move the report recommendation? Commissioner Jagdale, all those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Thank you. So can we do item 1? Okay. So can I receive the CEO's report and the confidential information? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Yeah. So long as you stay. I can't say it. And then for item 12, we just consider the report recommendation or report presentation. I will move the report recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Motion to adjourn. Thank you, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. That concludes the business of this meeting. Can I have, okay, that concludes, we did it. Yep, great. We are adjourned. Thank you.